that don't blast me my optic neuritis. It doesn't mess with my eyes. Dim the better, but Dr. Greenbuzz is always commenting when he's here. It's like, it's too dark, we can't see you. I was like, why do you want to see me, man? What's up with that? You gotta pay extra for that shit. Dude. Yep. Jamaican patties on list. This music is reminiscent of Game of Thrones. I love winter. Man, I got so sick of that damn heat over the summer, you guys. We were outside in the balcony streaming and hanging out, and we're in here in the AC. Summer is so miserably hot. Man, why don't you Christians out there talk to your God or something, man, about those hot summers. We'll make some sacrifices. We'll sacrifice some snow cones. So where were we? All right. Skulltune. The Forbidden Lands, south of Demagoth Lands, Skulldune. We have to rescue that young knight. And I believe the quest said, cool, you can see me, I can see you. Every one of you guys. Forbidden Lands and Skulldune right there by my cam. We're going to have to eventually get there. But we know that that other wizard is up here by the fields of Talendor. So we're going to head back up there because I want to defeat that other wizard so we can get that sorcerer class. That's why I was headed up there. Ryko, Lord Ryko, good to see you, buddy. Yeah, we had our first crash. That was strange. I think I hit a weird key combination. It looked like it opened up a, pardon me, console. Covered. Pardon me. Locked up on us. I want that robe. Oh, Volgar, we have to fight him. Let's hope our save's not corrupted. We've got 160 something saves, so we can roll back a little bit if we got a funky save. That's one thing, it auto saves a lot, and that's pretty cool. We can always go back and fight those adventures that we like so much. All right, looking good. It's about hot cocoa time. Happy 10 o'clock here from the Gettysburg battlefield. Come on, snow. Want me some snow. Oh, fuck, man. You guys, yesterday, it's the most bizarre thing. It's one of the most bizarre multiple sclerosis moments. I just gotta share. It was so weird. It was like there was a hammer and it was just hitting my big toes, both of them. But it was just the big toe. And there's nothing wrong with them. They're just sitting there. But it was like a fucking hammer. It was just the big toes. That's the nerves going wacky. It was so bizarre. I was like, what the fuck? It's so strange. Fucking aliens attacking my big toes. That's MS. Mostly strange. Alrighty, we're gonna blow up. Come on, Mardigan! Boy, I'd sure like to get my daughter in here playing this. We can play multiplayer. All you guys, come on, I'll buy you a copy. Daggers upcoming. Hey, I can't read that. I'll start speaking Vietnamese to you all the time. If that's Icelandic or Norse, it's modern. And that's not what I speak. If you go to the Midwest, Norse people will say smorgasbord, but it's not a Norwegian word. Like what people speak where I'm from is a mixture of Danish and Swedish and Norse over a 200-year period that has merged. Kind of like Spanish and English down on the borders. What are you trying... Dude, are you trying to cast a spell on me or something? He's got some cat with glasses. Don't make me get out of this wheelchair and come take you Jamaican Patty's penguin. What are you trying to tell me? We'll translate that text, if that's Old Norse translated. It means nothing to me if I can't read it. So if you're testing my knowledge of Old Norse, I don't speak Old Norse, and neither does anybody else, including the people who wrote that. What I speak is, nobody who speaks Old Norse speaks what I speak, and nobody in Norway would understand what we speak where I'm from either. A little bit. Explain. What is your intent, young man? Shed a little light, O mysterious one. Thank you. Yeah, that's tainted by Anglo-Saxons. I love that. That's nice. Thank you for sharing. I don't remember that. Hilda. That is, that name was around at the time of the Yinglings, the Yingling dynasty. That I'm trying to place when that was written in that fashion. Where did you get that? I like that. Thank you for sharing. Put that on a shirt. Grinder. Thanks for sharing, Penguin. I don't know. Well, people can translate things. I don't have to tell you. People can always take what is translated with, I don't have to tell you, a bit of skepticism. I'm always skeptical about what was written and retranslated and retranslated. No, it's wonderful. It is wonderful. Don't get me wrong. But I'd love to see the innumerable amount of translations. That's great, man. Right on. That's what I figured you meant. Nice. Thank you for sharing. Here we go. I saved. Alright, what are we going to do here? Got him. Whoa. Penguin, you're confusing me with riddles. Thank you for the poetry. Sweet. So, hopefully... I liked it very much. I apologize if I engaged that in a negative fashion. You're over here fucking up my chi, man. I'm trying to fight these guys. What's up with that? You owe me Jamaican patty. I owe you donuts. Oh, we got all kinds of good stuff. Look at this guy. You should do a live stream where you tell those stories. You should do a live stream where you tell stories like that, Penguin. That would be great. Oh, poop. It didn't sound like anybody making pancakes. So, did we do it? Did we do it? Because that should have been the second evil wizards that we were supposed to fight. To attain, we didn't do it. The sorcerer class, so that must not have been the wizard, or perhaps it takes a little time. We have to go back and check in to the Sorcerer's Guild. Maybe. So we're on our way to Rianne's Wiccan outpost in the Devil Swamp, and so then we can check in with her to see if we did indeed accomplish the Sorcerer's Quest. 4 points, let's spend them. We're level 19. Plate. We got 3. Ah, we got a ways to go before those are up to 3. Let's spend ours up. Let's spend our points on shield and sword. Shield, sword, and magic. Athletics. Oh, we got 4 points. Athletics, scouting. Bargain. Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. What else? Bashing. I never use bashing. Repair. Somebody's after us. What's up, honkies? Battle mage, baby. Look at that. Ivar the Boneless would be proud. Look at that. Yeah. I'd live there. Hell yeah. Oh, right on. Thank you. Cool. Super. I was working on a video on Gorm the Old. I should finish it. I have all the everything ready to go. Put it together. Get my shit together. I'll be spitting out some more history videos. It's been a hard it's been a hard, strange, interesting, but it's been a a little bit of a difficult adjustment with my voice changing. It's hard to talk sometimes. So my videos, I haven't put out as many videos, and a lot of my excursions into the past videos are field notes from the Fringes of the Earth video series because of narration, dungeon. And so yeah, I was working on some videos along those lines about Gorm the Old specifically. Dispelling some myths and shedding some light on some awesome truths. See if there's any chests lying around. Sometimes there's a treasure chest like back behind a wall. Something that might really benefit us inside. Yeah, I didn't know about this place. This must be, I suppose, Old Talendor. I gotta have a burgers and fries now. So I think this is part of another quest. I was actually just cutting through here. I can't remember what this is. We have to get a quest or something about. We can't even get in there. It's part of a quest. So let's carry on. Yeah, so we're about to link up this part of the map. Good dealio. Oh shit. Nice puppy. Dude, we're gonna eat good tonight. Gonna make some wolf fur underwear. Alright. We gotta get down to Rion's, check in about our sorcerer quest. Get some potions, stock up on some potions. Check in with our Mages Guild. I wake up every morning now and this song's going through my head. Man, it sets the mood for my whole day. So I hope it sticks with you guys too. So what's down here? You're welcome. So what was the last song that was stuck in your head? Dude, right on. Thank you, Penguin. Thank you. What? Whoa, well it crashed again, shit. Right after that same similar kind of battle too. What's up with that? That's the second crash. Try it again. Huh. Odd. It's Volgar. It is. It's the evil wizard Volgar. Nothing that a fresh puff won't fix. I heard a bow. My feet stink. They do. That's how I know I'm alive. Makes you feel alive. Man. All natural. Crashes again, I'll look at my video card settings. Because I know oh, fuck a doody do. Same dealio.
Good fortunes to you, my friend.
Right, made the 24-hour mark. Let me double check this game. Let's save this. Is there anything funky going on under the hood? Not too bad. Hopefully that works some magic.
Come in, dearie. I don't get too many visitors out here.
The messenger owl. Of Shaman Pharos. The Guild of Mages has a special quest for you, the Messenger Owl of Shaman Pharos, Duel of Skuldoon. Flew here in a panic, hooting for the guild to make urgent intervention. My owlish is a little out of practice, but it was something about a horrible curse. I hooted back that I would send you to heed his call. At least, I hope that's what I said. Travel to Skuldoon as quickly as you can and help Shaman Pharos duel. Alright, let's get some potions. We need some potions. Pardon me. Nice new spells, hell yeah. Awesome.
Nice doing business with you. Be seeing you. Maybe I'll brew a new patch for your next visit. Be seeing you. Maybe I'll brew a new patch for your next visit. Come in, dearie. I don't get too many visitors out here. Come in, dearie. I don't get too many visitors out here.
Wonder what slot that goes in. Pro Magic, Pro Petrify.
Come in, dearie. I don't get too many visitors out here.
I know. You told me. Probably get attacked, but I want to...
dearie. I don't get too many visitors out here. Nice doing business. Be seeing you. Maybe I'll brew a new patch for your next visit.
So we still have not achieved that sorcerer class. Did it again. Well, poop.
Good fortunes to you, my friend.
That was when I was changing scenes and it was auto-saving. Burger and fries sounds good. I was thinking I'm going to play the rest of the last kingdom for you guys. And I'm gonna get myself something to eat. And so if you're tuning in and you're interested in listening in, I can play the rest of that for y'all. And Penguin, have a great broadcast, buddy. And if you've been kicking it all cozy with me, thanks for kicking it. What a nice night. Thanks for making it nicer. All of you guys who were friendly and stopped in and said, hey, I'm not done. I'm not done. We're going to play some more Uhtred.
Chester, only to discover that Alfred was at his estate in Chippenham. We were permitted into the Winton Chester Palace by the doorkeeper, who either recognised me or was terrified of Leofric, and we slept there. But the place was still haunted by monks despite Alfred's absence, and so we spent the day in a nearby tavern.
So, what will you do, Earthling?
Leofric asked me.
Renew your oath to Alfred?
Don't know.
Don't know,
he repeated sarcastically.
Lost your decision with your girl?
I could go back to the Danes, I said.
That would give me a chance to kill you,
he said happily. Or stay with Alfred.
Why not do that?
Because I don't like him, I said.
You don't have to like him. He's your king.
He's not my king, I said. I'm a Northumbrian.
So you are, Earthling. A Northumbrian alderman, eh?
I nodded, demanded more ale, tore a piece of bread in two, and pushed one piece toward Leofric. What I should do, I said, is go back to Northumbria. There is a man I have to kill.
A feud?
I nodded again.
There is one thing I know about blood feuds,
Leofric said,
which is that they last a lifetime. You will have years to make your killing, but only if you live.
I'll live, I said lightly.
Not if the Danes take Wessex, you won't. Or maybe you will live, Earthling, but you'll live under their rule, under their law, and under their swords. If you want to be a free man, then stay here and fight for Wessex.
For Alfred? Leofric leaned back, stretched, belched, and took a long drink.
I don't like him either, he admitted. And I didn't like his brothers when they were kings here. And I didn't like his father when he was king. But Alfred's different.
Different? He tapped his scarred forehead.
The bastard thinks, Earthling, which is more than you or I ever do. He knows what has to be done, and don't underestimate him. He can be ruthless.
He's a king, I said. He should be ruthless.
Ruthless, generous, pious, boring. That's Alfred.
Leofric spoke gloomily.
When he was a child, his father gave him toy warriors. You know, carved out of wood. Just little things. He used to line them up, and there wasn't one out of place. Not one. And not even a speck of dust on any of them.
He seemed to find that appalling, for he scowled.
Then, when he was 15 or so, he went wild for a time. Humped every slave girl in the palace. And I've no doubt he lined them up too, and made sure they didn't have any dust before he rammed them.
He had a bastard too, I hear, I said.
Ospath,
Leofric said, surprising me with his knowledge.
Hidden away in Winburnen. Poor little bastard must be 6, 7 years old now. You're not supposed to know he exists.
Nor are you.
It was my sister he whelped him on,
Leofric said, then saw my surprise.
I'm not the only good-looking one in my family, Earthling.
He poured more ale.
Eadguth was a palace servant, and Alfred claimed to love her.
He sneered, then shrugged.
But he looks after her now. Gives her money, sends priests to teach to her, His wife knows all about the poor little bastard, but won't let Alfred go near him. I hate Ellsworth, I said. A bitch from hell, he agreed happily. And I like the Danes, I said. You do? So why do you kill them? I like them, I said, ignoring his question, because they're not frightened of life. They're not Christians, you mean? They're not Christians, I agreed. Are you? Leofric thought for a few heartbeats. I suppose so, he said grudgingly. But you're not, are you? I shook my head, showed him Thor's hammer, and he laughed. So what will you do, Worstling, he asked me, if you go back to the pagans, other than follow your blood feud? That was a good question, and I thought about it as much as the ale allowed me. I'd serve a man called Ragnar, I said, as I served his father. So, why did you leave his father? Because he was killed. Leofric frowned. So, you can stay there so long as your Danish lord lives, is that right? And without a lord, you're nothing. I'm nothing, I admitted. But I want to be in Northumbria to take back my father's fortress. Ragnar will do that for you. He might do it. His father would have done it, I think. And if you get back your fortress, he asked, will you be lord of it? Lord of your own land? Or will the Danes rule you? The Danes will rule. So, you settle to be a slave, eh? Yes, lord. No, lord. Let me hold your prick while you piss all over me, lord. And what happens if I stay here? I asked sourly. You'll lead men, he said. I laughed at that. Alfred has lords enough to serve him. Leofric shook his head. He doesn't. He has some good warlords, true, but he needs more. I told him that day on the boat when he let the bastards escape. I told him to send me ashore and give me men. He refused. He beat the table with a massive fist. I told him I'm a proper warrior, but still the bastard refused me. So that, I thought, was what the argument had been about. Why did he refuse you? I asked. Because I can't read, Leofric snarled. And I'm not learning now. I tried once, and it makes no damn sense to me. And I'm not a lord, am I? Not even a thane. I'm just a slave's son who happens to know how to kill the king's enemies. But that's not good enough for Alfred. He says I can assist. He said that word as if it soured his tongue. One of his ealdormen. But I can't lead men, because I can't read, and I can't learn to read. I can, I said. Or the drink said. You take a long time to understand things, Earthling, Leofric said with a grin. You're a damned lord, and you can read, can't you? No, not really. A bit, short words. But you can learn. I thought about it. I can learn. And we have 12 ships' crews, he said, looking for employment. So we give them to Alfred, and we say that Lord Ersling is their leader, and he gives you a book, and you read out the pretty words. Then you and I take the bastards to war and do some proper damage to your beloved Danes. I did not say yes, nor did I say no, because I was not sure what I wanted. What worried me was that I found myself agreeing with whatever the last person suggested I did. When I had been with Ragnar, I had wanted to follow him, and now I was seduced by Leofric's vision of the future. I had no certainty. So instead of saying yes or no, I went back to the palace, and I found Merowena, and discovered she was indeed the maid who had caused Alfred's tears on the night that I had eavesdropped on him in the Mercian camp outside Snottingham. And I did know what I wanted to do with her, and I did not cry afterward. And next day, at Leofric's urging, we rode to Chippenham. Chapter 9.
I suppose, if you are reading this, that you have learned your letters, which probably means that some damned monk or priest rapped your knuckles, cuffed you around the head, or worse. Not that they did that to me, of course, for I was no longer a child, but I endured their sniggers as I struggled with letters. It was mostly Beoka who taught me, complaining all the while that I was taking him from his real work, which was the making of a life of Swithin, who had been Bishop of Winchester when Alfred was a child, and Beoka was writing the bishop's life. Another priest was translating the book into Latin, Beoka's mastery of that tongue not being good enough for the task, and the pages were being sent to Rome in hopes that Swithin would be named a saint. Alfred took a great interest in the book, forever coming to Beoka's room and asking whether he knew that Swithin had once preached the gospel to a trout, or chanted a psalm to a seagull, and Beoka would write the stories in a state of great excitement. And then, when Alfred was gone, reluctantly returned to whatever text he was forcing me to decipher. "Read aloud," he would say, then protest wildly, "No, no, no! Forleathen is to suffer shipwreck. This is a life of St. Paul, Uhtred, and the apostles suffered shipwreck. Not the word you read at all." I looked at it again. "It's not forlegness?" "Of course it's not," he said, going red with indignation. "The word means—" He paused, realizing that he was not teaching me English, but how to read it. "Prostitute," I said. "I know what it means. I even know what they charge. There's a redhead in Chad's tavern who—" "Forleathen," he interrupted me. "The word is forleathen. Read on." Those weeks were strange. I was a warrior now, a man, yet in Beoka's room it seemed I was a child again, as I struggled with the black letters crawling across the cracked parchments. I learned from the lives of the saints, and in the end, Beoka could not resist letting me read some of his own growing life of Swithin. He waited for my praise, but instead I shuddered. "Couldn't we find something more interesting?" I asked him. "More interesting?" Beoka's good eye stared at me reproachfully. "Something about war," I suggested. "About the Danes. About shields and spears and swords." He grimaced. "I dread to think of such writings. There are some poems." He grimaced again, and evidently decided against telling me about the belligerent poems. "But this," he tapped the parchment, "this will give you inspiration." Inspiration? How Swithin mended some broken eggs? "It was a saintly act," Beoka chided me. "The woman was old and poor. The eggs were all she had to sell, and she tripped and broke them. She faced starvation. The saint made the eggs whole again, and God be praised she sold them." "But why didn't Swithin just give her money?" I demanded. "Or take her back to his house and give her a proper meal?" "It is a miracle," Beoka insisted. "A demonstration of God's power." "I'd like to see a miracle," I said, remembering King Edmund's death. "That is a weakness in you," Beoka said sternly. "You must have faith. Miracles make belief easy, which is why you should never pray for one. Much better to find God through faith than through miracles." "Then why have miracles?" "Oh, read on, Uhtred," the poor man said tiredly. "For God's sake, read on." I read on. But life in Chippenham was not all reading. Alfred hunted at least twice a week, though it was not hunting as I had known it in the north. He never pursued boar, preferring to shoot at stags with a bow. The prey was driven to him by beaters, and if a stag did not appear swiftly, he would get bored and go back to his books. In truth, I think he only went hunting because it was expected of a king, not because he enjoyed it. But he did endure it. I loved it, of course. I killed wolves, stags, foxes and boars, and it was on one of those boar hunts that I met Ethelwold. Ethelwold was Alfred's oldest nephew, the boy who should have succeeded his father, King Ethelred, though he was no longer a boy, for he was only a month or so younger than me, and in many ways he was like me, except that he had been sheltered by his father and by Alfred, and so had never killed a man or even fought in a battle. He was tall, well-built, strong, and as wild as an unbroken colt. He had long dark hair, his family's narrow face, and strong eyes that caught the attention of serving girls. All girls, really. He hunted with me and with Leofric, drank with us, whored with us when he could escape the priests who were his guardians, and constantly complained about his uncle, though those complaints were only spoken to me, never to Leofric, whom Ethelwald feared. "He stole the crown," Ethelwald said of Alfred. "The Witan thought you were too young," I pointed out. "I'm not young now, am I?" he asked indignantly. "So Alfred should step aside." I toasted that idea with a pot of ale, but said nothing. "They won't even let me fight," Ethelwald said bitterly. "He says I ought to become a priest, the stupid bastard." He drank some ale before giving me a serious look. "Talk to him, Uhtred." "What am I to say? That you don't want to be a priest?" "He knows that." "No, tell him I'll fight with you and Leofric." I thought about that for a short while, then shook my head. "It won't do any good." "Why not?" "Because," I said, "he fears you making a name for yourself." Ethelwald frowned at me. "A name?" he asked, puzzled. "If you become a famous warrior," I said, knowing I was right, "men will follow you. You're already a prince, which is dangerous enough, but Alfred won't want you to become a famous warrior prince, will he?" "The pious bastard," Ethelwald said. He pushed his long black hair off his face and gazed moodily at Enfled, the redhead who was given a room in the tavern and brought it a deal of business. "God, she's pretty," he said. "He was caught humping a nun once." "Alfred was? A nun?" "That's what I was told. And he was always after girls. Couldn't keep his breeches buttoned. Now the priests have got hold of him." "What I ought to do," he went on gloomily, "is slit the bastard's gizzard." "Say that to anyone but me," I said, "and you'll be hanged." "I could run off and join the Danes," he suggested. "You could," I said, "and they'd welcome you." "Then use me?" he asked, showing that he was not entirely a fool. I nodded. "You'll be like Egbert, or Burgred, or that new man in Mercia. Ceolwulf?" "King at their pleasure," I said. Ceolwulf, a Mercian ealdorman, had been named king of his country, now that Burgred was on his knees in Rome. But Ceolwulf was no more a real king than Burgred had been. He issued coins, of course, and he administered justice, but everyone knew there were Danes in his council chamber, and he dared do nothing that would earn their wrath. "So is that what you want?" I asked. "To run off to the Danes and be useful to them?" He shook his head. "No." He traced a pattern on the table with spilt ale. "Better to do nothing," he suggested. "Nothing?" "If I do nothing," he said earnestly, "then the bastard might die. He's always ill. He can't live long, can he? And his son is just a baby, so if he dies, I'll be king." "Oh, sweet Jesus." This blasphemy was uttered because two priests had entered the tavern, both of them in Ethelwald's entourage, though they were more like jailers than courtiers, and they had come to find him and take him off to his bed. Beorca did not approve of my friendship with Ethelwald. "He's a foolish creature," he warned me. "So am I, or so you tell me." "Then you don't need your foolishness encouraged, do you? Now, let us read about how the holy Swithin built the town's east gate." By the feast of the Epiphany, I could read as well as a clever 12-year-old, or so Beorca said, and that was good enough for Alfred, who did not, after all, require me to read theological texts, but only to decipher his orders, should he ever decide to give me any. And that, of course, was the heart of the matter. Leofric and I wanted to command troops, to which end I had endured Beorca's teaching, and had come to appreciate the holy Swithin's skill with trout, seagulls, and broken eggs. But the granting of those troops depended on the king, and in truth, there were not many troops to command. The West Saxon army was in two parts. The first and smaller part was composed of the king's own men, his retainers who guarded him and his family. They did nothing else because they were professional warriors, but they were not many, and neither Leofric nor I wanted anything to do with them, because joining the household guard would mean staying in close proximity to Alfred, which in turn would mean going to church. The second part of the army, and by far the larger, was the Third, and that in turn was divided among the shires. Each shire under its ealdorman and reeve was responsible for raising the Third, that was supposedly composed of every able-bodied man within the shire boundary. That could raise a vast number of men. Hamptonshire, for example, could easily put 3,000 men under arms, and there were 9 shires in Wessex capable of summoning similar numbers. Yet apart from the troops who served the ealdorman, the Third was mostly composed of farmers. Some had a shield of sorts, spears and axes were plentiful enough, but swords and armour were in short supply. And worse, the Third was always reluctant to march beyond its shire borders, and even more reluctant to serve when there was work to be done on the farm. At Aesks Hill, the one battle the West Saxons had won against the Danes, it had been the household troops who had gained the victory. Divided between Alfred and his brother, they had spearheaded the fighting, while the Third, as it usually did, looked menacing, but only became engaged when the real soldiers had already won the fight. The Third, in brief, was about as much use as a hole in a boat's bottom. But that was where Leofric could expect to find men. Except there were those ship's crews getting drunk in Hampton's winter taverns, and those were the men Leofric wanted. And to get them he had to persuade Alfred to relieve Hacca of their command. And luckily for us, Hacca himself came to Chippenham and pleaded to be released from the fleet. He prayed daily, he told Alfred, never to see the ocean again. "I get seasick, Lord." Alfred was always sympathetic to men who suffered sickness, because he was so often ill himself. And he must have known that Hacca was an inadequate commander of ships. But Alfred's problem was how to replace him. To which end he summoned 4 bishops, 2 abbots, and a priest to advise him. And I learned from Beoka that they were all praying about the new appointment. "Do something," Leofric snarled at me. "What the devil am I supposed to do?" "You have friends who are priests. Talk to them. Talk to Alfred, Earthling." He rarely called me that anymore, only when he was angry. "He doesn't like me," I said. "If I ask him to put us in charge of the fleet, he'll give it to anyone but us. He'll give it to a bishop, probably." "Hell," Leofric said. In the end, it was Enfled who saved us. The redhead was a merry soul and had a particular fondness for Leofric, and she heard us arguing and sat down, slapped her hands on the table to silence us, and then asked what we were fighting about. Then she sneezed because she had a cold. "I want this useless Earthling," Leofric jerked his thumb at me, "to be named commander of the fleet. Only he's too young, too ugly, too horrible and too pagan. And Alfred's listening to a pack of bishops who'll end up naming some wizened old fart who doesn't know his prow from his prick." "Which bishops?" Enfled wanted to know. "Shireburnen, Wintonchester, Winburnen and Exonchester," I said. She smiled, sneezed again, and 2 days later I was summoned to Alfred's presence. It turned out that the Bishop of Exonchester was partial to redheads. Alfred greeted me in his hall, a fine building with beams, rafters, and a central stone hearth. His guards watched us from the doorway, where a group of petitioners waited to see the king, and a huddle of priests prayed at the hall's other end. But the 2 of us were alone by the hearth, where Alfred paced up and down as he talked. He said he was thinking of appointing me to command the fleet. Just thinking, he stressed. God, he went on, was guiding his choice. But now he must talk with me to see whether God's advice chimed with his own intuition. He put great store by intuition. He once lectured me about a man's inner eye and how it could lead us to a higher wisdom. And I dare say he was right. But appointing a fleet commander did not need mystical wisdom. It needed finding a raw fighter willing to kill some Danes. "Tell me," he went on, "has learning to read bolstered your faith?" "Yes, Lord," I said with feigned eagerness. "It has?" He sounded dubious. "The life of Saint Swithin," I said, waving a hand as if to suggest it had overwhelmed me, "and the stories of Chad." I fell silent, as if I could not think of praise sufficient for that tedious man. "The blessed Chad," Alfred said happily. "You know men and cattle were cured by the dust of his corpse?" "A miracle, Lord," I said. "It is good to hear you say as much, Uhtred," Alfred said, "and I rejoice in your faith." "It gives me great happiness, Lord," I replied with a straight face, "because it is only with faith in God that we shall prevail against the Danes." "Indeed, Lord," I said with as much enthusiasm as I could muster, wondering why he did not just name me commander of the fleet and be done with it. But he was in a discursive mood. "I remember when I first met you," he said, "and I was struck by your childlike faith. It was an inspiration to me, Uhtred." "I am glad of it, Lord." "And then," he turned and frowned at me, "I detected a lessening of faith in you." "God tries us, Lord," I said. "He does. He does." He winced suddenly. He was always a sick man. He had collapsed in pain at his wedding, though that might have been the horror of realizing what he was marrying. But in truth he was prone to bouts of sudden griping agony. That, he had told me, was better than his first illness, which had been an affliction of ficus, which is a real end work, so painful and bloody that at times he had been unable to sit. And sometimes that ficus came back, but most of the time he suffered from the pains in his belly. "God does try us," he went on, "and I think God was testing you. I would like to think you have survived the trial." "I believe I have, Lord," I said gravely, wishing he would just end this ridiculous conversation. "But I still hesitate to name you," he admitted. "You are young. It is true you have proved your diligence by learning to read, and that you are nobly born. But you are more likely to be found in a tavern than in a church. Is that not true?" That silenced me, at least for a heartbeat or two. But then I remembered something Beorca had said to me during his interminable lessons, and without thinking, without even really knowing what they meant, I said the words aloud. "The Son of Man is come eating and drinking," I said, "and you say, 'Look, a greedy man and a drinker.'" Alfred finished the words for me. "You are right, Uhtred, right to chide me. Glory to God, Christ was accused of spending his time in taverns, and I forgot it. It is in the scriptures." The gods help me, I thought. The man was drunk on God. But he was no fool, for now he turned on me like a snake. "And I hear you spend time with my nephew. They say you distract him from his lessons." I put my hand on my heart. "I will swear an oath, Lord," I said, "that I have done nothing except dissuade him from rashness." And that was true, or true enough. I had never encouraged Ethelwold in his wilder flights of fancy that involved cutting Alfred's throat or running away to join the Danes. I did encourage him to ale, whores, and blasphemy, but I did not count those things as rash. "My oath on it, Lord," I said. The word oath was powerful. All our laws depend on oaths. Life, loyalty, and allegiance depend on oaths, and my use of the word persuaded him. "I thank you," he said earnestly, "and I should tell you, Uhtred, that to my surprise, the Bishop of Exenchester had a dream in which a messenger of God appeared to him and said that you should be made commander of the fleet." "A messenger of God?" I asked. "An angel, Uhtred." "Praise God," I said gravely, thinking how Enflaed would enjoy discovering that she was now an angel. "Yet," Alfred said, and winced again as pain flared in his arse, or belly, "yet he said again, and I knew something unexpected was coming. I worry, he went on, that you are of Northumbria, and that your commitment to Wessex is not of the heart. I am here, Lord, I said. But for how long? Till the Danes are gone, Lord. He ignored that. I need men bound to me by God, he said. By God, by love, by duty, by passion, and by land. He paused, looking at me, and I knew the sting was in that last word. I have land in Northumbria, I said, thinking of Bebbanburg. West Saxon land, he said. Land that you will own. Land that you will defend. Land that you will fight for. A blessed thought, I said, my heart sinking at what I suspected was coming. Only it did not come immediately. Instead, he abruptly changed the subject and talked very sensibly about the Danish threat. The fleet, he said, had succeeded in reducing the Viking raids, but he expected the new year to bring a Danish fleet, and one much too large for our 12 ships to oppose. I dare not lose the fleet, he said, so I doubt we should fight their ships. I'm expecting a land army of pagans to come down the Thames and for their fleet to assault our south coast. I can hold one, but not the other. So the fleet commander's job will be to follow their ships and harry them, distract them, keep them looking one way while I destroy their land army. I said I thought that was a good idea, which it probably was, though I wondered how 12 ships were supposed to distract a whole fleet. But that was a problem that would have to wait until the enemy fleet arrived. Alfred then returned to the matter of the land, and that, of course, was the deciding factor that would give me or deny me the fleet. I would tie you to me, Uhtred, he said earnestly. I shall give you an oath, Lord, I said. You will indeed, he responded tartly, but I still want you to be of Wessex. A high honor, Lord, I said. What else could I say? You must belong to Wessex, he said, then smiled as though he did me a favor. There is an orphan in Devonshire, he went on, and here it came. A girl who I would see married. I said nothing. What is the point of protesting when the executioner's sword is in mid-swing? Her name is Mildrith, he went on, and she is dear to me. A pious girl, modest and faithful. Her father was reeve to Ealdorman Odda, and she will bring land to her husband. Good land. And I would have a good man hold that good land. I offered a smile that I hoped was not too sickly. He would be a fortunate man, Lord, I said, to marry a girl who is dear to you. So go to her, he commanded me, and marry her. The sword struck. And then I shall name you commander of the fleet. Yes, Lord, I said. Leofric, of course, laughed like a demented jackdaw.
He's no fool, is he?
He said when he had recovered.
He's making you into a West Saxon. So, what do you know about this Milterwerk?
Milterwerk was a pain in the spleen. Mildrith, I said, and she's pious.
Of course she's pious. He wouldn't want you to marry her if she was a leg spreader.
She's an orphan, I said, and aged about 16 or 17.
Christ, that old? She must be an ugly sow. But poor thing, she must be wearing out her knees praying to be spared a rutting from an earthling like you. But that's her fate. So let's get you married. Then we can kill some Danes.
It was winter. We had spent the Christmas feast at Chippenham, and that was no Yule. And now we rode south through frost and rain and wind. Father Willibald accompanied us, for he was still priest to the fleet. And my plan was to reach Devonshire, do what was grimly necessary, and then ride straight to Hampton to make certain the winter work on the 12 boats was being done properly. It is in winter that ships are caulked, scraped, cleaned, and made tight for the spring. And the thought of ships made me dream of the Danes, and of Breda, and I wondered where she was, what she did, and whether we would meet again. And I thought of Ragnar, Had he found Thyra? Did Kjartan live? Theirs was another world now, and I knew I'd drifted away from it and was being entangled in the threads of Alfred's tidy life. He was trying to make me into a West Saxon, and he was half succeeding. I was sworn now to fight for Wessex, and it seemed I must marry into it, but I still clung to that ancient dream of retaking Bebbanburg. I loved Bebbanburg, and I almost loved Devonshire as much. When the world was made by Thor from the carcass of Ymir, he did well when he fashioned Devonshire and its shire next door, Thornsitter. Both were beautiful lands of soft hills and quick streams, of rich fields and thick soil, of high heaths and good harbours. A man could live well in either shire, and I could have been happy in Devonshire had I not loved Bebbanburg more. We rode down the valley of the River Weask, through well-tended fields of red earth, past plump villages and high halls until we came to Exonchester, which was the shire's chief town. It had been made by the Romans, who had built a fortress on a hill above the Weask and surrounded it with a wall of flint, stone and brick. And the wall was still there, and guards challenged us as we reached the northern gate. "We come to see Ealdorman Odda," Willibald said. "On whose business?" "The king's," Willibald said proudly, flourishing a letter that bore Alfred's seal, though I doubt the guards would have recognized it, but they seemed properly impressed and let us through into a town of decaying Roman buildings, amid which a timber church reared tall next to Ealdorman Odda's hall. The ealdorman made us wait, but at last he came with his son and a dozen retainers, and one of his priests read the king's letter aloud. It was Alfred's pleasure that Mildred should be married to his loyal servant, the Ealdorman Uhtred, and Odda was commanded to arrange the ceremony with as little delay as possible. Odda was not pleased at the news. He was an elderly man, at least 40 years old, with grey hair and a face made grotesque by a bulbous wens. His son, Odda the Younger, was even less pleased, for he scowled at the news. "It isn't seemly, father," he complained. "It is the king's wish." "But it is the king's wish." Odda the Younger fell silent. He was about my age, 19, good-looking, black-haired and elegant in a black tunic that was as clean as a woman's dress and edged with gold thread. A golden crucifix hung at his neck. He gave me a grim look, and I must have appeared travel-stained and ragged to him. And after inspecting me and finding me about as appealing as a wet mongrel, he turned on his heel and stalked from the hall. "Tomorrow morning," Odda announced unhappily, "the bishop can marry you, but you must pay the bride price first." "The bride price?" I asked. Alfred had mentioned no such thing, though of course it was customary. 33 shillings, Odda said flatly, and with a hint of a smirk. 33 shillings was a fortune, a hoard, the price of a good war horse or a ship. It took me aback, and I heard Leofric give a gasp behind me. "Is that what Alfred says?" I demanded. "It is what I say," Odda said, "for Mildred is my goddaughter." No wonder he smirked. The price was huge, and he doubted I could pay it. And if I could not pay it, then the girl was not mine. And though Odda did not know it, the fleet would not be mine either. Nor, of course, was the price merely 33 shillings, or 396 silver pence. It was double that, for it was also customary for a husband to give his new wife an equivalent sum after the marriage was consummated. That second gift was none of Odda's business, and I doubted very much whether I would want to pay it, just as Ealdorman Odda was now certain from my hesitation that I would not be paying him the bride price without which there could be no marriage contract. "I can meet the lady?" I asked. "You may meet her at the ceremony tomorrow morning," Odda said firmly, "but only if you pay the bride price. Otherwise, no." He looked disappointed as I opened my pouch and gave him 1 gold coin and 36 silver pennies. He looked even more disappointed when he saw that was not all the coin I possessed. but he was trapped now. "You may meet her," he told me, "in the cathedral tomorrow." "Why not now?" I asked. "Because she is at her prayers," the alderman said, and with that he dismissed us. Leofric and I found a place to sleep in a tavern close to the cathedral, which was the bishop's church, and that night I got drunk as a spring hare. I picked a fight with someone, I have no idea who, and only remember that Leofric, who was not quite as drunk as me, pulled us apart and flattened my opponent, and after that I went into the stable yard and threw up all the ale I had just drunk. I drank some more, slept badly, woke to hear rain seething on the stable roof, and then vomited again. "Why don't we just ride to Mercia?" I suggested to Leofric. The king had lent us horses, and I did not mind stealing them.
What do we do there?
"Find men?" I suggested. "Fight?"
Don't be daft, Earthling, Leofric said. We want the fleet. And if you don't marry the ugly sow, I don't get to command it.
"I command it," I said.
But only if you marry, Leofric said. And then you'll command the fleet, and I'll command you.
Father Willibald arrived then. He had slept in the monastery next door to the tavern, and had come to make sure I was ready, and looked alarmed at my ragged condition. "What's that mark on your face?" he asked. "Bastard hit me last night," I said. "I was drunk. So was he, but I was more drunk. Take my advice, Father. Never get into a fight when you're badly drunk." I drank more ale for breakfast. Willibald insisted I wear my best tunic, which was not saying much, for it was stained, crumpled and torn. I would have preferred to wear my coat of mail, but Willibald said that was inappropriate for a church, and I suppose he was right. And I let him brush me down, and try to dab the worst stains out of the wool. I tied my hair with a leather lace, strapped on serpent breath and wasp sting, which again Willibald said I should not wear in a holy place, but I insisted on keeping the weapons. And then, a doomed man, I went to the cathedral with Willibald and Leofric. It was raining, as if the heavens were being drained of all their water. Rain bounced in the streets, flowed in streams down the gutters, and leaked through the cathedral's thatch. A brisk, cold wind was coming from the east, and it found every crack in the cathedral's wooden walls, so that the candles on the altars flickered, and some blew out. It was a small church, not much bigger than Ragnar's burned hall, and it must have been built on a Roman foundation, for the floor was made of flagstones that were now being puddled by rainwater. The bishop was already there. 2 other priests fussed with the guttering candles on the high altar, and then Alderman Odda arrived with my bride, who took one look at me and burst into tears. What was I expecting? A woman who looked like a sow, I suppose. A woman with a pox-scarred face, and a sour expression, and haunches like an ox. No one expects to love a wife, not if they marry for land or position, and I was marrying for land, and she was marrying because she had no choice, and there really is no point in making too much of a fuss about it, because that is the way the world works. My job was to take her land, work it, make money, and Mildred's duty was to give me sons, and make sure there was food and ale on my table. Such is the holy sacrament of marriage. I did not want to marry her. By rights as an alderman of Northumbria, I could expect to marry a daughter of the nobility, a daughter who would bring much more land than 12 hilly hides in Devonshire. I might have expected to marry a daughter who could increase Bebbanburg's holdings and power, but that was plainly not going to happen. So I was marrying a girl of ignoble birth who would now be known as the Lady Mildred, and she might have shown some gratitude for that. But instead she cried, and even tried to pull away from Alderman Odda. He probably sympathized with her, but the bride price had been paid, and so she was brought to the altar, and the bishop, who had come back from Chippenham with a streaming cold, duly made us man and wife. "And may the blessing of God the Father," he said, "God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost be on your union." He was about to say Amen, but instead sneezed mightily. "Amen," Willibald said. No one else spoke. So, Mildred was mine. Odda the younger watched as we left the church, and he probably thought I did not see him. But I did, and I marked him down. I knew why he was watching. For the truth of it, which surprised me, was that Mildred was desirable. That word does not do her justice, but it is so very hard to remember a face from long ago. Sometimes in a dream I see her, and she is real then. But when I am awake and try to summon her face, I cannot do it. I remember she had clear, pale skin, that her lower lip jutted out too much, that her eyes were very blue, and her hair the same gold as mine. She was tall, which she disliked, thinking it made her unwomanly, and had a nervous expression, as though she constantly feared disaster. And that can be very attractive in a woman, and I confess I found her attractive. That did surprise me. Indeed, it astonished me, for such a woman should have long been married. She was almost 17 years old, and by that age most women have already given birth to 3 or 4 children, or else been killed in the attempt. But as we rode to her holdings that lay to the west of the River Weesk's mouth, I heard some of her tale. She was being drawn in a cart by 2 oxen that Willibald had insisted garlanding with flowers. Leofric, Willibald and I rode alongside the cart, and Willibald asked her questions, and she answered him readily enough, for he was a priest and a kind man. Her father, she said, had left her land and debts, and the debts were greater than the value of the land. Leofric sniggered when he heard the word debts. I said nothing, but just stared doggedly ahead. The trouble, Mildred said, had begun when her father had granted 1/10 of his holdings as Elmersacher, which is land devoted to the church. The church does not own it, but has the right to all that the land yields, whether in crops or cattle. And her father had made the grant, Mildred explained, because all his children except her had died, and he wanted to find favour with God. I suspected he had wanted to find favour with Alfred, for in Wessex an ambitious man was well advised to look after the church if he wanted the king to look after him. But then the Danes had raided, cattle had been slaughtered, a harvest failed, and the church took her father to law for failing to provide the land's promised yield. Wessex, I discovered, was very devoted to the law, and all the men of law are priests, every last one of them, which means that the law is the church. And when Mildred's father died, the law had decreed that he owed the church a huge sum, quite beyond his ability to pay, and Alfred, who had the power to lift the debt, refused to do so. What this meant was that any man who married Mildred married the debt, and no man had been willing to take that burden until a Northumbrian fool wandered into the trap like a drunk staggering downhill. Leofric was laughing. Willibald looked worried. "So, what is the debt?" I asked. 2,000 shillings, Lord," Mildred said in a very small voice. Leofric almost choked laughing, and I could have cheerfully killed him on the spot. "And it increases yearly?" Willibald asked shrewdly. "Yes," Mildred said, refusing to meet my eyes. A more sensible man would have explored Mildred's circumstances before the marriage contract was made, but I had just seen marriage as a route to the fleet. So now I had the fleet, I had the debt, and I had the girl. And I also had a new enemy, Odda the Younger, who had plainly wanted Mildred for himself, though his father wisely had refused to saddle his family with the crippling debt, nor, I suspected, did he want his son to marry beneath him. There is a hierarchy among men. Beoka liked to tell me it reflected the hierarchy of heaven, and perhaps it does, but I know nothing of that. But I do know how men are ranked. At the top is the king, and beneath him are his sons, and then come the ealdormen, who are the chief nobles of the land. And without land a man cannot be noble, though I was, because I have never abandoned my claim to Bebbanburg. The king and his ealdormen are the power of a kingdom, the men who hold great lands and raise the armies, and beneath them are the lesser nobles, usually called reeves, and they are responsible for law in a lord's land, though a man can cease to be a reeve if he displeases his lord. The reeves are drawn from the ranks of thanes, who are wealthy men who can lead followers to war, but who lack the wide holdings of noblemen like Odda or my father. Beneath the thanes are the churls, who are all free men, but if a churl loses his livelihood, then he could well become a slave, which is the bottom of the dung heap. Slaves can be, and often are, freed, though unless a slave's lord gives him land or money, he will soon be a slave again. Mildred's father had been a thane, and Odda had made him a reeve, responsible for keeping the peace in a wide swathe of southern Devonshire. But he had also been a thane of insufficient land, whose foolishness had diminished the little he possessed, and so he had left Mildred impoverished, which made her unsuitable as a wife for an ealdorman's son, though she was reckoned good enough for an exiled lord from Northumbria. In truth, she was just another pawn on Alfred's chessboard, and he had only given her to me so that I became responsible for paying the church a vast sum. He was a spider, I thought sourly, a priestly black spider spinning sticky webs, and I thought I'd been so clever when I talked to him in the hall at Chippenham. In truth, I could have prayed openly to Thor before pissing on the relics of Alfred's altar, and he would still have given me the fleet, because he knew the fleet would have little to do in the coming war, and he had only wanted to trap me for his future ambitions in the north of England. So now I was trapped, and the bastard ealdorman Odda had carefully let me walk into the trap. The thought of Devonshire's ealdorman prompted a question from me. "What bride price did Odda give you?" I asked Mildred. 15 shillings, lord. 15 shillings? I asked, shocked. Yes, lord. The cheap bastard, I said. Cut the rest out of him, Leofric snarled. A pair of very blue eyes looked at him, then at me, then vanished under the cloak again. Her 12 hides of land that were now mine lay in the hills above the River Weask's sea reach, in a place called Oxton, which simply means a farm where oxen are kept. It was a shealing, as the Danes would say, a farmstead, and the house had a thatch so overgrown with moss and grass that it looked like an earth mound. There was no hall, and a nobleman needs a hall in which to feed his followers, but it did have a cattle shed and a pig shed, and land enough to support 16 slaves and 5 families of tenants, all of whom were summoned to greet me, as well as half a dozen household servants, most of whom were also slaves. And they welcomed Mildred fondly, for since her father's death she had been living in the household of Ealdorman Odda's wife, while the farmstead was managed by a man called Oswald, who looked about as trustworthy as a stoat. That night we made a meal of peas, leeks, stale bread and sour ale, and that was my first marriage feast in my own house, which was also a house under threat of debt. The next morning it had stopped raining, and I breakfasted on more stale bread and sour ale, and then walked with Mildred to a hilltop from where I could stare down at the wide sea reach that lay across the land like the flattened grey blade of an axe. "Where do these folk go?" I asked, meaning her slaves and tenants, "when the Danes come?" "Into the hills, lord." "My name is Uhtred." "Into the hills, Uhtred." "You won't go into the hills," I said firmly. "I won't?" Her eyes widened in alarm. "You will come with me to Hampton," I said, "and we shall have a house there so long as I command the fleet." She nodded, plainly nervous, and then I took her hand, opened it and poured in 33 shillings, so many coins that they spilled into her lap. "Yours, wife," I said. And so she was, my wife, and that same day we left, going eastward, man and wife. The story hurries now. It quickens like a stream coming to a fall in the hills, and like a cascade foaming down jumbled rocks, it gets angry and violent, confused even. For it was in that year, 876, that the Danes made their greatest effort yet to rid England of its last kingdom, and the onslaught was huge, savage, and sudden. Guthrum the Unlucky led the assault. He had been living in Grantchester, calling himself King of East Anglia, and Alfred, I think, assumed he would have good warning if Guthrum's army left that place. But the West Saxon spies failed, and the warnings did not come, and the Danish army was all mounted on horses, and Alfred's troops were in the wrong place, and Guthrum led his men south across the Thames, and clear across all Wessex, to capture a great fortress on the south coast. That fortress was called Wareham, and it lay not very far west of Hampton, though between us and it lay a vast stretch of inland sea called the Pool. Guthrum's army assaulted Wareham, captured it, raped the nuns in Wareham's nunnery, and did it all before Alfred could react. Once inside the fortress, Guthrum was protected by 2 rivers, one to the north of the town and the other to the south. To the east was the wide, placid Pool, and a massive wall and ditch guarded the only approach from the west. There was nothing the fleet could do. As soon as we heard that the Danes were in Wareham, we readied ourselves for sea. But no sooner had we reached the open water than we saw their fleet, and that ended our ambitions. I had never seen so many ships. Guthrum had marched across Wessex with close to 1,000 horsemen, but now the rest of his army came by sea, and their ships darkened the water. There were hundreds of boats. Men later said 350, though I think there were fewer, but certainly there were more than 200. Ship after ship, dragon prow after serpent head, oars churning the dark sea white, a fleet going to battle. And all we could do was slink back into Hampton and pray that the Danes did not sail up Hampton water to slaughter us. They did not. The fleet sailed on to join Guthrum in Wareham, so now a huge Danish army was lodged in southern Wessex. And I remembered Ragnar's advice to Guthrum. Split their forces, Ragnar had said, and that surely meant another Danish army lay somewhere to the north, just waiting to attack. And when Alfred went to meet that second army, Guthrum would erupt from behind Wareham's walls to attack him in the rear. "It's the end of England," Leofric said darkly. He was not much given to gloom, but that day he was downcast. Mildred and I had taken a house in Hampton, one close to the water, and he ate with us most nights we were in the town. We were still taking the ships out, now in a flotilla of 12, always in hope of catching some Danish ships unawares. But their raiders only sallied out of the Pool in large numbers, never fewer than 30 ships, and I dared not lose Alfred's navy in a suicidal attack on such large forces. In the height of the summer, a Danish force came to Hampton's water, rowing almost to our anchorage, and we lashed our ships together, donned armour, sharpened weapons, and waited for their attack. But they were no more minded for battle than we were. To reach us, they would have to negotiate a mud-bordered channel, and they could only put 2 ships abreast in that place, and so they were content to jeer at us from the open water and then leave. Guthrum waited in Wareham, and what he waited for, we later learned, was for Halfdan to lead a mixed force of Northmen and Britons out of Wales. Halfdan had been in Ireland, avenging Ivar's death, and now he was supposed to bring his fleet and army to Wales, assemble a great army there, and lead it across the Severn Sea and attack Wessex. But according to Beocca, God intervened. God or the 3 spinners. Fate is everything, for news came that Halfdan had died in Ireland, and of the 3 brothers, only Ubba now lived, though he was still in the far wild north. Halfdan had been killed by the Irish, slaughtered along with scores of his men in a vicious battle, and so the Irish saved Wessex that year. We knew none of that in Hampton. We made our impotent forays, and waited for news of the second blow that must fall on Wessex, and still it did not come. And then, as the first autumn gales fretted the coast, a messenger came from Alfred, whose army was camped to the west of Wareham, demanding that I go to the king. The messenger was Beocca, and I was surprisingly pleased to see him, though annoyed that he gave me the command verbally. "Why did I learn to read," I demanded of him, "if you don't bring written orders?" "You learn to read, Atred," he said happily, "to improve your mind, of course." Then he saw Mildrith, and his mouth began to open and close like a landed fish. "Is this—" he began, and was struck dumb as a stick. The Lady Mildreth, I said. Dear lady, Beocca said, then gulped for air and twitched like a puppy wanting a pat. I have known Uhtred, he managed to say to her, since he was a little child, since he was just a little child. He's a big one now, Mildreth said, which Beocca thought was a wonderful jest, for he giggled immoderately. Why, I managed to stem his mirth, am I going to Alfred? Because Halfdan is dead, God be praised, and no army will come from the north, God be praised, and so Guthrum seeks terms. The discussions have already started, and God be praised for that too. He beamed at me, as though he was responsible for this rush of good news. And perhaps he was, because he went on to say that Halfdan's death was the result of prayers. So many prayers, Uhtred. You see the power of prayer. God be praised indeed, Mildreth answered instead of me. She was indeed very pious, but no one is perfect. She was also pregnant, but Beocca did not notice, and I did not tell him. I left Mildreth in Hampton and rode with Beocca to the West Saxon army. A dozen of the king's household troops served as our escort, for the route took us close to the northern shore of the pool, and Danish boats had been raiding that shore before the truce talks opened. What does Alfred want of me? I asked Beocca constantly, insisting, despite his denials, that he must have some idea. But he claimed ignorance, and in the end I stopped asking. We arrived outside Wareham on a chilly autumn evening. Alfred was at his prayers in a tent that was serving as his royal chapel, and Ealdorman Odda and his son waited outside. And the Ealdorman gave me a guarded nod, while his son ignored me. Beocca went into the tent to join the prayers while I squatted, drew serpent breath, and sharpened her with the whetstone I carried in my pouch. Expecting to fight? Ealdorman Odda asked me sourly. I looked at his son. Maybe, I said, then looked back to the father. You owe my wife money, I said. 18 shillings. He reddened, said nothing, though the son put a hand to his sword hilt, and that made me smile and stand. Serpent Breath's naked blade already in my grip. Ealdorman Odda pulled his son angrily away. 18 shillings, I called after them, then squatted again and ran the stone down the sword's long edge. Women. Men fight for them, and that was another lesson to learn. As a child, I thought men struggled for land or for mastery, but they fight for women just as much. Mildreth and I were unexpectedly content together, but it was clear that Odda the Younger hated me because I had married her, and I wondered if he would dare do anything about that hatred. Beocca once told me the tale of a prince from a faraway land who stole a king's daughter, and the king led his army to the prince's land, and thousands of great warriors died in the struggle to get her back. Thousands! And all for a woman! Indeed, the argument that began this tale, the rivalry between King Osbert of Northumbria and Aella, the man who wanted to be king, all began because Aella stole Osbert's wife. I have heard some women complain that they have no power, and that men control the world. And so they do. But women still have the power to drive men to battle, and to the grave beyond. I was thinking of these things as Alfred came from the tent. He had the look of beatific pleasure he usually wore when he had just said his prayers, but he was also walking stiffly, which probably meant the ficus was troubling him again, and he looked distinctly uncomfortable when we sat down to supper that night. The meal was an unspeakable gruel I would hesitate to serve to pigs, but there was bread and cheese enough, so I did not starve. I did note that Alfred was distant with me, hardly acknowledging my presence, and I put that down to the fleet's failure to achieve any real victory during that summer. Yet he had still summoned me, and I wondered why if all he intended to do was ignore me. Yet the next morning he summoned me after prayers, and we walked up and down outside the royal tent where the dragon banner flew in the autumn sun. "The fleet," Alfred said, frowning. "Can it prevent the Danes leaving the pool?" "No, Lord." "No? That was said sharply. Why not? Because, Lord, I said, we have 12 ships, and they have over 200. We could kill a few of them, but in the end they'll overwhelm us, and you won't have any fleet left, and they'll still have more than 200 ships. I think Alfred knew that, but he still did not like my answer. He grimaced, then walked in silence for a few more paces. I am glad you married, he said abruptly. To a debt, I said sharply. He did not like my tone, but allowed it. The debt, Uhtred, he said reprovingly, is to the church, so you must welcome it. Besides, you're young, you have time to pay. The Lord, remember, loves a cheerful giver. That was one of his favourite sayings, and if I heard it once, I heard it 1,000 times. He turned on his heel, then looked back. I shall expect your presence at the negotiations, he said, but did not explain why, nor wait for any response, but just walked on. He and Guthrum were talking. A canopy had been raised between Alfred's camp and Wareham's western wall, and it was beneath that shelter that a truce was being hammered out. Alfred would have liked to assault Wareham, but the approach was narrow, the wall was high and in very good repair, and the Danes were numerous. It would have been a very risky fight, and one that the Danes could expect to win, and so Alfred had abandoned the idea. As for the Danes, they were trapped. They had been relying on Halfdan coming to attack Alfred in the rear. But Halfdan was dead in Ireland, and Guthrum's men were too many to be carried away on their ships, big as their fleet was. And if they tried to break out by land, they would be forced to fight Alfred on the narrow strip of land between the two rivers, and that would cause a great slaughter. I remembered Raven telling me how the Danes feared to lose too many men, for they could not replace them quickly. Guthrum could stay where he was, of course, but then Alfred would besiege him, and Alfred had already ordered that every barn, granary and storehouse within raiding distance of the pool was to be emptied. The Danes would starve in the coming winter, which meant that both sides wanted peace. And Alfred and Guthrum had been discussing terms, and I arrived just as they were finishing the discussions. It was already too late in the year for the Danish fleet to risk a long journey around Wessex' southern coast, and so Alfred had agreed that Guthrum could remain in Wareham through the winter. He also agreed to supply them with food on condition that they made no raids, and he agreed to give them silver, because he knew the Danes always wanted silver. And in return they promised that they would stay peaceably in Wareham and leave peaceably in the spring, when their fleet would go back to East Anglia and the rest of their army would march north through Wessex, guarded by our men, until they reached Mercia. No one on either side believed the promises, so they had to be secured, and for that each side demanded hostages. And the hostages had to be of rank, or else their lives would be security for nothing. 12 Danish earls, none of whom I knew, were to be delivered to Alfred, and an equivalent number of English nobles given to Guthrum. Which was why I had been summoned. Which was why Alfred had been so distant with me, for he knew all along that I was to be one of the hostages. My use to him had lessened that year because of the fleet's impotence, but my rank still had bargaining power, and so I was among the chosen. I was Ealdorman Uhtred, and only useful because I was a noble. And I saw Odda the Younger smiling broadly as my name was accepted by the Danes. Guthrum and Alfred then swore oaths. Alfred insisted that the Danish leader make his oath with one hand on the relics that Alfred always carried in his baggage. There was a feather from the dove that Noah had released from the ark, a glove that had belonged to Saint Ched, and most sacred of all, a toe ring that had belonged to Mary Magdalene. The Holy Ring, Alfred called it, and a bemused Guthrum put his hand on the scrap of gold and swore he would keep his promises, then insisted that Alfred put a hand on the bone he hung in his hair, and he made the King of Wessex swear on a dead Danish mother that the West Saxons would keep the treaty. Only when those oaths were made, sanctified by the gold of a saint and the bone of a mother, were the hostages exchanged. And as I walked across the space between the two sides, Guthrum must have recognized me, for he gave me a long contemplative look, and then we were escorted, with ceremony, to Wareham, where Earl Ragnar, son of Ragnar, welcomed me. There was joy in that meeting. Ragnar and I embraced like brothers, and I thought of him as a brother, and he thumped my back, poured ale and gave me news. Kjartan and Sven still lived and were still in Dunholm. Ragnar had confronted them in a formal meeting where both sides were forbidden to carry weapons, and Kjartan had sworn that he was innocent of the hall burning and declared he knew nothing of Thyra. "The bastard lied," Ragnar told me, "and I know he lied, and he knows he will die. But not yet. How can I take Dunholm?" Breda was there, sharing Ragnar's bed, and she greeted me warmly, though not as hotly as Neat Genga, who leaped all over me and washed my face with his tongue. Breda was amused that I was going to be a father. "But it will be good for you," she said. "Good for me? Why?" "Because you'll be a proper man." I thought I was that already. Yet there was still one thing lacking. One thing I had never confessed to anyone. Not to Mildred, not to Leofric, and not now to Ragnar or Breda. I had fought the Danes. I had seen ships burn and watched men drown. But I had never fought in a great shield wall. I had fought in small ones. I had fought ship's crew against ship's crew. But I had never stood on a wide battlefield and watched the enemy's banners hide the sun, and known the fear that comes when hundreds or thousands of men are coming to the slaughter. I had been at Jorfric and at Aesks Hill, and I had seen the shield walls clash, but I had not been in the front rank. I had been in fights, but they had all been small, and small fights end quickly. I had never endured the long bloodletting, the terrible fights when thirst and weariness weaken a man, and the enemy, no matter how many you kill, keeps on coming. Only when I had done that, I thought, could I call myself a proper man. I missed Mildred, and that surprised me. I also missed Leofric, though there was huge pleasure in Ragnar's company, and the life of a hostage was not hard. We lived in Wareham, received enough food, and watched the grey of winter shorten the days. One of the hostages was a cousin of Alfred's, a priest called Whaler, who fretted and sometimes wept, but the rest of us were content enough. Haka, who had once commanded Alfred's fleet, was among the hostages, and he was the only one I knew well. But I spent my time with Ragnar and his men, who accepted me as one of them, and even tried to make me a Dane again. "I have a wife," I told them. "So bring her," Ragnar said. "We never have enough women." But I was English now. I did not hate the Danes. Indeed, I preferred their company to the company of the other hostages. But I was English. That journey was done. Alfred had not changed my allegiance, but Leofric and Mildred had. Or else the three spinners had become bored with teasing me, though Bebenberg still haunted me, and I did not know how, if I was to keep my loyalty to Alfred, I would ever see that lovely place again. Ragnar accepted my choice. "But if there's peace," he said, "will you help me fight Kjartan?" "If," I repeated the word. He shrugged. "Guthrum still wants Wessex. We all do." "If there's peace," I promised, "I will come north." Yet I doubted there would be peace. In the spring, Guthrum would leave Wessex. The hostages would be freed, and then what? The Danish army still existed, and Ubba yet lived, so the onslaught on Wessex must begin again, and Guthrum must have been thinking the same, for he talked with all the hostages in an effort to discover Alfred's strength. "It is a great strength," I told him. "You may kill his army and another will spring up." It was all nonsense, of course, but what else did he expect me to say? I doubt I convinced Guthrum, but Whaler, the priest, who was Alfred's cousin, put the fear of God into him. Guthrum spent hours talking with Whaler, and I often interpreted for him. And Guthrum was not asking about troops or ships, but about God. Who was the Christian God? What did he offer? He was fascinated by the tale of the crucifixion. And I think, had we been given time enough, Whaler could even have persuaded Guthrum to convert. Whaler certainly thought so himself, for he enjoined me to pray for such a conversion. "It's close, Attrid," he told me excitedly, "and once he has been baptized, then there will be peace." Such are the dreams of priests. My dreams were of Mildred and the child she carried. Ragnar dreamed of revenge. And Guthrum? Despite his fascination with Christianity, Guthrum dreamed of just one thing. He dreamed of war. Part 3. The Shield Wall. Chapter 10. Alfred's army withdrew from Wareham. Some West Saxons stayed to watch Guthrum, but very few, for armies are expensive to maintain, and once gathered they always seem to fall sick. So Alfred took advantage of the truce to send the men of the Firds back to the farms, while he and his household troops went back to Shire Burnen, which lay a half-day's march north of Wareham, and happily for Alfred was home to a bishop and a monastery. Beok had told me that Alfred spent that winter reading the ancient law codes from Kent, Mercia and Wessex, and doubtless he was readying himself to compile his own laws, which he eventually did. I am certain he was happy that winter, criticising his ancestors' rules and dreaming of the perfect society where the church told us what not to do and the king punished us for doing it. Huppa, Ealdorman of Thornsetter, commanded the few men who were left facing Wareham's ramparts, while Odda the Younger led a troop of horsemen who patrolled the shores of the pool. But the two bands made only a small force, and they could do little except keep an eye on the Danes. And why should they do more? There was a truce. Guthrum had sworn on the Holy Ring, and Wessex was at peace. The Yule feast was a thin affair in Wareham, though the Danes did their best, and at least there was plenty of ale, so men got drunk. But my chief memory of that Yule is of Guthrum crying. The tears poured down his face as a harpist played a sad tune, and a skald recited a poem about Guthrum's mother. Her beauty, the skald said, was rivalled only by the stars, while her kindness was such that flowers sprang up in winter to pay her homage. "She was a rancid bitch," Ragnar whispered to me, "and ugly as a bucket of shit." "You knew her?" "Raven knew her. He always said she had a voice that could cut down a tree." Guthrum was living up to his name, the Unlucky. He had come so close to destroying Wessex, and it had only been Halfdan's death that had cheated him of the prize, and that was not Guthrum's fault. Yet there was a simmering resentment among the trapped army. Men muttered that nothing could ever prosper under Guthrum's leadership, and perhaps that distrust had made him gloomier than ever. Or perhaps it was hunger. For the Danes were hungry. Alfred kept his word and sent food, but there was never quite enough, and I did not understand why the Danes did not eat their horses that were left to graze on the winter marshes between the fortress and the pool. Those horses grew desperately thin, their pathetic grazing supplemented by what little hay the Danes had discovered in the town, and when that was gone, they pulled the thatch down from some of Wareham's houses, and that poor diet kept the horses alive until the first glimmerings of spring. I welcomed those new signs of the turning year, the song of a missel thrush, the dog violets showing in sheltered spots, the lamb's tails on the hazel trees, and the first frogs croaking in the marsh. Spring was coming, and when the land was green, Guthrum would leave, and we hostages would be freed. We received little news other than what the Danes told us, but sometimes a message was delivered to one or other of the hostages, usually nailed to a willow tree outside the gate, and one such message was addressed to me. For the first time I was grateful that Beoka had taught me to read, for Father Willibald had written and told me I had a son. Mildred had given birth before Yule, and the boy was healthy, and she was also healthy, and the boy was called Uhtred. I wept when I read that. I had not expected to feel so much, but I did, and Ragnar asked why I was crying, and I told him. And he produced a barrel of ale, and we gave ourselves a feast, or as much of a feast as we could make. And he gave me a tiny silver arm ring as a gift for the boy. I had a son, Uhtred. The next day I helped Ragnar relaunch Wind Viper, which had been dragged ashore so her timbers could be caulked, and we stored her bilges with the stones that served as ballast, and rigged her mast, and afterward killed a hare that we had trapped in the fields where the horses tried to graze, and Ragnar poured the hare's blood on the Wind Viper's stem, and called on Thor to send her fair winds, and for Odin to send her great victories. We ate the hare that night, and drank the last of the ale, and the next morning a dragon boat arrived, coming from the sea, and I was amazed that Alfred had not ordered our fleet to patrol the waters off the pool's mouth, but none of our boats was there, and so that single Danish ship came upriver and brought a message for Guthrum. Ragnar was vague about the ship. It came from East Anglia, he said, which turned out to be untrue, and merely brought news of that kingdom, which was equally untrue. It had come from the west, around Cornwalham, from the lands of the Welsh, but I only learned that later, and at the time I did not care, because Ragnar also told me that we should be leaving soon, very soon, and I only had thoughts for the son I had not seen. Uhtred, Uhtredson. That night Guthrum gave the hostages a feast, a good feast too, with food and ale that had been brought on the newly arrived dragon ship. And Guthrum praised us for being good guests, and he gave each of us an arm ring, and promised we would all be free soon. When? I asked. Soon. His long face glistened in the firelight as he raised a horn of ale to me. Soon, now drink. We all drank. And after the feast, we hostages went to the nunnery's hall, where Guthrum insisted we slept. In the daytime, we were free to roam wherever we wanted inside the Danish lines, and free to carry weapons if we chose. But at night, he wanted all the hostages in one place, so that his black-cloaked guards could keep an eye on us. And it was those guards who came for us in the night's dark heart. They carried flaming torches, and they kicked us awake, ordering us outside. And one of them kicked Serpent Breath away when I reached for her. "Get outside," he snarled. And when I reached for the sword again, a spear stave cracked across my skull, and 2 more spears jabbed my arse, and I had no choice but to stumble out the door into a gusting wind that was bringing a cold, spitting rain. And the wind tore at the flaming torches that lit the street, where at least 100 Danes waited, all armed. And I could see they had saddled and bridled their thin horses. And my first thought was that these were the men who would escort us back to the West Saxon lines. Then Guthrum, cloaked in black, pushed through the helmeted men. No words were spoken. Guthrum, grim-faced, the white bone in his hair, just nodded, and his black-cloaked men drew their swords, and poor Waler, Alfred's cousin, was the first hostage to die. Guthrum winced slightly at the priest's death, for I think he had liked Waler. But by then I was turning, ready to fight the men behind me, even though I had no weapon, and knew that fight could only end with my death. A sword was already coming for me, held by a Dane in a leather jerkin that was studded with metal rivets, and he was grinning as he ran the blade toward my unprotected belly. And he was still grinning as the throwing axe buried its blade between his eyes. I remember the thump of that blade striking home, the spurt of blood in the flame light, the noise as the man fell onto the flint and shingle street, and all the while the frantic protests from the other hostages as they were murdered. But I lived. Ragnar had hurled the axe, and now stood beside me, sword drawn. He was in his war gear, in polished chainmail, in high boots and a helmet that he had decorated with a pair of eagle wings. And in the raw light of the wind-fretted fires, he looked like a god come down to Midgard. "They must all die," Guthrum insisted. The other hostages were dead or dying, their hands bloodied from their hopeless attempts to ward off the blades, and a dozen war Danes, swords red, now edged toward me to finish the job. "Kill this one," Ragnar shouted, "and you must kill me first." His men came out of the crowd to stand beside their lord. They were outnumbered by at least 5 to 1, but they were Danes and they showed no fear. Guthrum stared at Ragnar. Hakka was still not dead, and he twitched in his agony. And Guthrum, irritated that the man lived, drew his sword and rammed it into Hakka's throat. Guthrum's men were stripping the arm rings from the dead, rings that had been gifts from their master just hours before. "They all must die," Guthrum said when Hakka was still. "Alfred will kill our hostages now, so it must be man for man." "Uhtred is my brother," Ragnar said, "and you are welcome to kill him, Lord, but you must first kill me." Guthrum stepped back. "This is no time for Dane to fight Dane," he said grudgingly, and sheathed his sword to show that I could live. I stepped across the street to find the man who had stolen serpent breath, wasp sting, and my armor, and he gave them to me without protest. Guthrum's men were mounting their horses. "What's happening?" I asked Ragnar. "What do you think?" he asked truculently. "I think you're breaking the truce." "We did not come this far," he said, "to march away like beaten dogs." He watched as I buckled Serpent Breath's belt. "Come with us," he said. "Come with you where?" "To take Wessex, of course." I do not deny that there was a tug on my heartstrings, a temptation to join the wild Danes in their romp across Wessex. But the tug was easily resisted. "I have a wife," I told him, "and a child." He grimaced. "Alfred has trapped you, Uhtred." "No," I said. "The spinners did that. Urthor, Verdandi, and Skuld, the 3 women who spin our threads at the foot of Yggdrasil, had decided my fate. Destiny is all." "I shall go to my woman," I said. "But not yet," Ragnar said with a half-smile. And he took me to the river, where a small boat carried us to where the newly launched Wind Viper was anchored. A half-crew was already aboard, as was Breeder, who gave me a breakfast of bread and ale. At first light, when there was just enough grey in the sky to reveal the glistening mud of the river's banks, Ragnar ordered the anchor raised, and we drifted downstream on current and tide, gliding past the dark shapes of other Danish ships, until we came to a reach wide enough to turn Wind Viper, and there the oars were fitted, men tugged, and she swiveled gracefully. Both oar banks began to pull, and she shot out into the pool where most of the Danish fleet rode at anchor. We did not go far, just to the barren shore of a big island that sits in the centre of the pool, a place of squirrels, seabirds, and foxes. Ragnar let the ship glide toward the shore, and when her prow touched the beach, he embraced me. "You are free," he said. "Thank you," I said fervently, remembering those bloodied corpses by Wareham's nunnery. He held on to my shoulders. "You and I," he said, "are tied as brothers. Don't forget that. Now go!" I splashed through the shallows as the Wind Viper, a ghostly grey in the dawn, backed away. Breeder called a farewell. I heard the oars bite, and the ship was gone. That island was a forbidding place. Fishermen and fowlers had lived there once, and an anchorite, a monk who lives by himself, had occupied a hollow tree in the island's centre. But the coming of the Danes had driven them all away, and the remnants of the fishermen's houses were nothing but charred timbers on blackened ground. I had the island to myself, and it was from its shore that I watched the vast Danish fleet row toward the pool's entrance, though they stopped there rather than go to sea, because the wind, already brisk, had freshened even more, and now it was a half-gale blowing from the south, and the breakers were shattering wild and white above the spit of the sand that protected their new anchorage. The Danish fleet had moved there, I surmised, because to stay in the river would have exposed their crews to the West Saxon bowmen, who would be among the troops reoccupying Wareham. Guthrum had led his horsemen out of Wareham. That much was obvious, and all the Danes who had remained in the town were now crammed onto the ships, where they waited for the weather to calm so they could sail away. But to where, I had no idea. All day that south wind blew, getting harder and bringing a slashing rain, and I became bored of watching the Danish fleet fret at its anchors, and so I explored the island's shore, and found the remnants of a small boat half hidden in a thicket, and I hauled the wreck down to the water, and discovered it floated well enough, and the wind would take me away from the Danes. And so I waited for the tide to turn, and then, half swamped in the broken craft, I floated free. I used a piece of wood as a crude paddle, but the wind was howling now, and it drove me wet and cold across that wide water. Until as night fell, I came to the pool's northern shore, and there I became one of the Schedegengen again, picking my way through reeds and marshes until I found higher ground where bushes gave me shelter for a broken sleep. In the morning I walked eastward, still buffeted by wind and rain, and so came to Hampton that evening, where I found that Mildred and my son were gone, taken by Odder the Younger. Father Willibald told me the tale. Odder had come that morning, while Leofric was down at the shore securing the boats against the bruising wind, and Odder had said that the Danes had broken out, that they would have killed their hostages, that they might come to Hampton at any moment, and that Mildred should flee. "She did not want to go, Lord," Willibald said, and I could hear the timidity in his voice. My anger was frightening him. "They had horses, Lord," he said, as if that explained it. "You didn't send for Leofric?" "They wouldn't let me, Lord." He paused. "But we were scared, Lord. The Danes had broken the truce, and we thought you were dead." Leofric had set off in pursuit, but by the time he learned Mildred was gone, Odder had at least a half-morning start, and Leofric did not even know where he would have gone. "West," I said. "Back to Devonshire."
And the Danes? Leofric asked. Where are they going?
"Back to Mercia," I guessed. Leofric shrugged.
Across Wessex? With Alfred waiting? And you say they went on horseback? How fit were the horses?
"They weren't fit. They were half-starved."
Then they haven't gone to Mercia, he said firmly.
"Perhaps they've gone to meet Ubba," Willibald suggested. Ubba. I had not heard that name in a long time. "There were stories, Lord," Willibald said nervously, "that he was among the Britons in Wales, that he had a fleet on the Severn." That made sense. Ubba was replacing his dead brother Halfdan, and evidently leading another force of Danes against Wessex. But where? If he crossed the Severn's wide sea, then he would be in Devonshire, or perhaps he was marching around the river, heading into Alfred's heartland from the north. But for the moment I did not care. I only wanted to find my wife and child. There was pride in that desire, of course, but more than pride. Mildred and I were suited to each other. I had missed her. I wanted to see my child. That ceremony in the rain-dripping cathedral had worked its magic, and I wanted her back, and I wanted to punish Odder the Younger for taking her away. "Devonshire," I said again. "That's where the bastard's gone, and that's where we go tomorrow." Odder, I was certain, would head for the safety of home. Not that he feared my revenge, for he surely assumed I was dead, but he would be worried about the Danes, and I was worried that they might have found him on his westward flight.
You and me?
Leofric asked. I shook my head. "We take Hayhengel and a full fighting crew." Leofric looked sceptical.
In this weather?
"The wind's dropping," I said. And it was, though it still tugged at the thatch and rattled the shutters. But it was calmer the next morning, but not by much, for Hampton's water was still flecked white as the small waves ran angrily ashore, suggesting that the seas beyond the Solent would be huge and furious. But there were breaks in the cloud. The wind had gone into the east, and I was in no mood to wait. Two of the crew, both seamen all their lives, tried to dissuade me from the voyage. They had seen this weather before, they said, and the storm would come back. But I refused to believe them, and they, to their credit, came willingly, as did Father Willibald, which was brave of him, for he hated the sea, and was facing rougher water than any he had seen before. We rowed up Hampton's water, hoisted the sail in the Solent, brought the oars inboard, and ran before that east wind as though the serpent corpse ripper was at our stern. Hayhengel hammered through the short seas, through the white water high, and raced, and that was while we were still in sheltered waters. Then we passed the White Stacks, at White's End, the rocks that are called the Nadles, and the first tumultuous seas hit us, and the Hayhengel bent to them. Yet still we flew, and the wind was dropping and the sun shone through rents in the dark clouds to glitter on the churning sea. and Leofric suddenly roared a warning and pointed ahead. He was pointing to the Danish fleet. Like me, they believed the weather was improving, and they must have been in a hurry to join Guthrum, for the whole fleet was coming out of the pool and was now sailing south to round the rocky headland, which meant, like us, they were going west, which could mean they were going to Devonshire, or perhaps planning to sail clear about Cornwalham to join Ubba in Wales.
You want to tangle with them?
Leofric asked me grimly. I heaved on the steering oar, driving us south. We'll go outside them, I said, meaning we would head out to sea, and I doubted any of their ships would bother with us. They were in a hurry to get wherever they were going, and with luck, I thought, Hayhengel would outrun them, for she was a fast ship, and they were still well short of the headland. We flew downwind, and there was joy in it, the joy of steering a boat through angry seas, though I doubt there was much joy for the men who had to bail Hayhengel, chucking the water over the side. And it was one of those men who looked astern and called a sudden warning to me. I turned to see a black squall seething across the broken seas. It was an angry patch of darkness and rain, coming fast, so fast that Willibald, who'd been clutching the ship's side as he vomited overboard, fell to his knees, made the sign of the cross and began to pray. "Get the sail down!" I shouted at Leofric, and he staggered forward. But too late, much too late, for the squall struck. One moment the sun had shone. Then we were abruptly thrust into the devil's playground, as the squall hit us like a shield wall. The ship shuddered, water and wind and gloom smashing us in sudden turmoil, and Hayhengel swung to the blow, going broadside to the sea, and nothing I could do would hold her straight. And I saw Leofric stagger across the deck as the steerboard side went under water. "Bail!" I shouted desperately. "Bail!" And then, with a noise like thunder, the great sail split into tatters that whipped off the yard, and the ship came slowly upright. But she was low in the water, and I was using all my strength to keep her coming around, creeping around, reversing our course so that I could put her bows into that turmoil of sea and wind. And the men were praying, making the sign of the cross, bailing water, and the remnants of the sail and the broken lines were mad things, ragged demons. And the sudden gale was howling like the furies in the rigging, and I thought how futile it would be to die at sea so soon after Ragnar had saved my life. Somehow, we got 6 oars into the water, and then with 2 men to an oar, we pulled into that seething chaos. 12 men pulled 6 oars. 3 men tried to cut the rigging's wreckage away, and the others threw water over the side. No orders were given, for no voice could be heard above that shrieking wind that was flensing the skin from the sea and whipping it in white spindrift. Huge swells rolled, but they were no danger, for the Hayhengel rode them, but their broken tops threatened to swamp us. And then I saw the mast sway, its shrouds parting, and I shouted uselessly, for no one could hear me, and the great spruce spar broke and fell. It fell across the ship's side, and the water flowed in again. But Leofric and a dozen men somehow managed to heave the mast overboard, and it banged down our flank, then jerked because it was still held to the ship by a tangle of seal-hide ropes. I saw Leofric pluck an axe from the swamped bilge and start to slash at that tangle of lines, but I screamed at him with all my breath to put the axe down, because the mast, tied to us and floating behind us, seemed to steady the ship. It held Hayhengel into the waves and wind, and let the great seas go rolling beneath us, and we could catch our breath at last. Men looked at each other, as if amazed to find themselves alive, and I could even let go of the steering oar, because the mast, with the big yard and the remnants of its sail still attached, was holding us steady. I found my body aching. I was soaked through, must have been cold, but did not notice. Leofric came to stand beside me. Hayhengel's prow was facing eastward, but we were travelling westward, driven backward by the tide and wind, and I turned to make certain we had sea room, and then touched Leofric's shoulder and pointed toward the shore, where we saw a fleet dying. The Danes had been sailing south, following the shore from the pool's entrance to the rearing headland, and that meant they were on a lee shore, and in that sudden resurgence of the storm, they stood no chance. Ship after ship was being driven ashore. A few had made it past the headland, and another handful were trying to row clear of the cliffs, but most were doomed. We could not see their deaths, but I could imagine them. The crash of hulls against rocks, the churning water breaking through the planks, the pounding of sea and wind and timber on drowning men. Dragon prows splintering and the halls of the sea god filling with the souls of warriors. And though they were the enemy, I doubt any of us felt anything but pity. The sea gives a cold and lonely death. Ragnar and Breda. I just gazed, but could not distinguish one ship from another through the rain and broken sea. We did watch one ship, which seemed to have escaped, suddenly sink. One moment she was on a wave, spray flying from her hull, oars pulling her free. And next she was just gone. She vanished. Other ships were banging one another, oars tangling and splintering. Some tried to turn and run back to the pool, and many of those were driven ashore, some on the sands and some on the cliffs. A few ships, pitifully few, beat their way clear. Men hauling on the oars in a frenzy, but all the Danish ships were overloaded, carrying men whose horses had died, carrying an army we knew not where, and that army now died. We were south of the headland now, being driven fast to the west, and a Danish ship, smaller than ours, came close, and the steersman looked across and gave a grim smile as if to acknowledge there was only one enemy now, the sea. The Dane drifted ahead of us, not slowed by trailing wreckage as we were. The rain hissed down, a malevolent rain stinging on the wind, and the sea was full of planks, broken spars, dragon prows, long oars, shields, and corpses. I saw a dog swimming frantically, eyes white, and for a moment I thought it was Neat Genga, then saw this dog had black ears, while Neat Genga had white. The clouds were the colour of iron, ragged and low, and the water was being shredded into streams of white and green-black, and the hay-hengle reared to each sea, crashed down into the troughs, and shook like a live thing with every blow. But she lived. She was well built, she kept us alive, and all the while we watched the Danish ships die, and Father Willibald prayed. Oddly, his sickness had passed. He looked pale and doubtless felt wretched, but as the storm pummeled us, his vomiting ended, and he even came to stand beside me, steadying himself by holding onto the steering oar. "Who is the Danish god of the sea?" he asked me over the wind's noise. "Njord," I shouted back. He grinned. "You pray to him and I'll pray to God." I laughed. "If Alfred knew you'd said that, you'd never become a bishop." "I won't become a bishop unless we survive this, so pray." I did pray, and slowly, reluctantly, the storm eased. Low clouds raced over the angry water, but the wind died, and we could cut away the wreckage of mast and yard, and unship the oars, and turn hay-hengle to the west, and row through the flotsam of a shattered war fleet. A score of Danish ships were in front of us, and there were others behind us, but I guessed that at least half their fleet had sunk, perhaps more, and I felt an immense fear for Ragnar and Breda. We caught up with the smaller Danish ships, and I stayed close to as many as I could and shouted across the broken seas, "Did you see Wind Viper?" "No," they called back. "No," came the answer, again and again. They knew we were an enemy ship, but did not care, for there was no enemy out in that water except the water itself. And so we rowed on, a mastless ship, and left the Danes behind us. And as night fell, and as a streak of sunlight leaked like seeping blood into a rift of the western clouds, I steered hay-hengle into the crooked reach of the River Weask. And once we were behind the headland, the sea calmed, and we rowed suddenly safe past the long spit of sand, and turned into the river, and I could look up into the darkening hills to where Oxton stood, and I saw no light there. We beached hay-hengle, and staggered ashore, and some men knelt and kissed the ground, while others made the sign of the cross. There was a small harbour in the wide river reach, and some houses by the harbour, and we filled them, demanded that fires were lit and food brought, and then in the darkness I went back outside and saw the sparks of light flickering upriver. I realised they were torches being burned on the remaining Danish boats that had somehow found their way into the Weask and now rowed inland, going north toward Exenchester, and I knew that was where Guthrum must have ridden, and that the Danes were there, and the fleet survivors would thicken his army, and Odda the younger, if he lived, might well have tried to go there too, with Mildred and my son. I touched Thor's hammer and prayed they were alive. And then, as the dark boats passed upstream, I slept. In the morning we pulled Hayhengel into the small harbour, where she could rest on the mud when the tide fell. We were 48 men, tired but alive. The sky was ribbed with clouds, high and grey-pink, scudding before the storm's dying wind. We walked to Oxton through woods full of bluebells. Did I expect to find Mildred there? I think I did, but of course she was not. There was only Oswald the steward and the slaves, and none of them knew what was happening. Leofric insisted on a day to dry clothes, sharpen weapons, and fill bellies, but I was in no mood to rest, so I took 2 men, Chenwulf and Ida, and walked north toward Exenchester, which lay on the far side of the Weask. The river settlements were empty, for the folk had heard of the Danes coming and had fled into the hills, and so we walked the higher paths and asked them what happened. But they knew nothing, except that there were dragon ships in the river, and we could see those for ourselves. There was a storm-battered fleet drawn up on the riverbank beneath Exenchester's stone walls. There were more ships than I had suspected, suggesting that a good part of Guthrum's fleet had survived by staying in the pool when the storm struck. And a few of those ships were still arriving, their crews rowing up the narrow river. We counted hulls and reckoned there were close to 90 boats, which meant that almost half of Guthrum's fleet had survived, and I tried to distinguish Wind Viper's hull among the others, but we were too far away. Guthrum the Unlucky. How well he deserved that name, though in time he came close to earning a better, but for now he had been unfortunate indeed. He had broken out of Wereham, had doubtless hoped to resupply his army in Exenchester and then strike north, but the gods of sea and wind had struck him down, and he was left with a crippled army. Yet it was still a strong army, and for the moment safe behind Exenchester's Roman walls. I wanted to cross the river, but there were too many Danes by their ships, so we walked farther north and saw armed men on the road that led west from Exenchester, a road that crossed the bridge beneath the city and led over the moors toward Cornwalham, and I stared a long time at those men, fearing they might be Danes. But they were staring east, suggesting that they watched the Danes, and I guessed they were English. And so we went down from the woods, shields slung on our backs to show we meant no harm. There were 18 men, led by a Thane named Withgill, who had been the commander of Exenchester's garrison, and who had lost most of his men when Guthrum attacked. He was reluctant to tell the story, but it was plain that he had expected no trouble and had posted only a few guards on the eastern gate. And when they had seen the approaching horsemen, the guards had thought they were English, and so the Danes had been able to capture the gate and then pierce the town. Withgill claimed to have made a fight at the fort in the town centre, but it was obvious from his men's embarrassment that it had been a pathetic resistance, if it amounted to any resistance at all, and the probable truth was that Withgill had simply run away. "Was Odda there?" I asked. "Elderman Odda?" Withgill asked. "Of course not." "Where was he?" Withgill frowned at me as if I had just come from the moon. "In the north, of course." "The north of Devonshire? He marched a week ago. He led the Fyrd." "Against Ubba?" "That's what the king ordered," Withgill said. "So where's Ubba?" I demanded. It seemed that Ubba had brought his ships across the wide Severn Sea and had landed far to the west in Devonshire. He had travelled before the storm struck, which suggested his army was intact, And Odda had been ordered north to block Ubba's advance into the rest of Wessex. And if Odda had marched a week ago, then surely Odda the Younger would know that, and would have ridden to join his father, which suggested that Mildrith was there, wherever there was. I asked Withgill if he had seen Odda the Younger, but he said he had neither seen nor heard of him since Christmas. How many men does Ubba have, I asked. Many, Withgill said, which was not helpful, but all he knew. Lord, Chenwolf touched my arm and pointed east, and I saw horsemen appearing on the low fields that stretched from the river toward the hill, on which Exonchester is built. A lot of horsemen, and behind them came a standard-bearer, and though we were too far away to see the badge on the flag, the green and white proclaimed that it was the West Saxon banner. So Alfred had come here? It seemed likely, but I was in no mind to cross the river and find out. I was only interested in searching for Mildrith. War is fought in mystery. The truth can take days to travel, and ahead of truth flies rumour, and it is ever hard to know what is really happening, and the art of it is to pluck the clean bone of fact from the rotting flesh of fear and lies. So what did I know? That Guthrum had broken the truce and had taken Exonchester, and that Ubba was in the north of Devonshire, which suggested that the Danes were trying to do what they had failed to do the previous year, split the West Saxon forces. And while Alfred faced one army, the other would ravage the land, or perhaps descend on Alfred's rear, and to prevent that, the Fyrd of Devonshire had been ordered to block Ubba. Had that battle been fought? Was Odda alive? Was his son alive? Were Mildrith and my son alive? In any clash between Ubba and Odda, I would have reckoned on Ubba. He was a great warrior, a man of legend among the Danes, and Odda was a fussy, worried, greying and ageing man. We go north, I told Leofric when we were back at Oxton. I had no wish to see Alfred. He would be besieging Guthrum, and if I walked into his camp, he would doubtless order me to join the troops ringing the city, and I would sit there, wait and worry. Better to go north and find Ubba. So the next morning, under a spring sun, the Hayhengels' crew marched north. The war was between the Danes and Wessex. My war was with Odda the Younger, and I knew I was driven by pride. The preachers tell us that pride is a great sin, but the preachers are wrong. Pride makes a man. It drives him. It is the shield wall around his reputation, and the Danes understood that. Men die, they said, but reputation does not die. What do we look for in a lord? Strength, generosity, hardness, and success. And why should a man not be proud of those things? Show me a humble warrior, and I will see a corpse. Alfred preached humility. He even pretended to it, loving to appear in church with bare feet and prostrating himself before the altar. But he never possessed true humility. He was proud, and men feared him because of it. And men should fear a lord. They should fear his displeasure, and fear that his generosity will cease. Reputation makes fear, and pride protects reputation. And I marched north because my pride was endangered. My woman and child had been taken from me, and I would take them back. And if they had been harmed, then I would take my revenge, and the stink of that man's blood would make other men fear me. Wessex could fall for all I cared. My reputation was more important. And so we marched, skirting Exonchester, following a twisting cattle track into the hills, until we reached Twyford, a small place crammed with refugees from Exonchester, and none of them had seen or heard news of Odda the Younger, nor had they heard of any battle to the north, though a priest claimed that lightning had struck thrice in the previous night, which he swore was a sign that God had struck down the pagans. From Twyford we took paths that edged the great moor, walking through country that was deep-wooded, hilly, and lovely. We would have made better time if we had possessed horses, but we had none, and the few we saw were old and sick, and there were never enough for all our men, so we walked, sleeping that night in a deep coombe, bright with blossom and sifted with bluebells. And a nightingale sang us to sleep, and the dawn chorus woke us. And we walked on beneath the white mayflower, and that afternoon we came to the hills above the northern shore, and we met folk who had fled the coastal lands, bringing with them their families and livestock, and their presence told us we must soon see the Danes. I did not know it, but the 3 spinners were making my fate. They were thickening the threads, twisting them tighter, making me into what I am. But staring down from that high hill, I only felt a flicker of fear, for there was Ubba's fleet, rowing east, keeping pace with the horsemen and infantry who marched along the shore. The folk who had fled their homes told us that the Danes had come from the Welsh lands across the wide Severn Sea, and that they had landed at a place called Beardastapol, which lies far in Devonshire's west, and there they had collected horses and supplies. But then their attack eastward into the West Saxon heartland had been delayed by the great storm that had wrecked Guthrum's fleet. Ubba's ships had stayed in Beardastapol's harbour until the storm passed, and then, inexplicably, they had still waited even when the weather improved. And I guessed that Ubba, who would do nothing without the consent of the gods, had cast the rune sticks, found them unfavourable, and so waited until the auguries were better. Now the runes must have been good, for Ubba's army was on the move. I counted 36 ships, which suggested an army of at least 12 or 1300 men. "Where are they going?" one of my men asked. "East," I grunted. What else could I say? East into Wessex. East into the rich heartland of England's last kingdom. East to Wintonchester, or to any of the other plump towns where the churches, monasteries and nunneries were brimming with treasure. East to where the plunder waited. East to where there was food and more horses. East to invite more Danes to come south across Mercia's frontier, and Alfred would be forced to turn around and face them. And then Guthrum's army would come from Exonchester, and the army of Wessex would be caught between 2 hosts of Danes, except that the Fyrd of Devonshire was somewhere on this coast, and it was their duty to stop Ubba's men. We walked east, passing from Devonshire into Somerset, and shadowing the Danes by staying on the higher ground. And that night I watched as Ubba's ships came inshore, and the fires were lit in the Danish camp. And we lit our own fires deep in a wood, and were marching again before dawn, and thus got ahead of our enemies, and by midday we could see the first West Saxon forces. They were horsemen, presumably sent to scout the enemy, and they were now retreating from the Danish threat. And we walked until the hills dropped away to where a river flowed into the Severn Sea, and it was there that we discovered that Ealdorman Odda had decided to make his stand, in a fort built by the old people on a hill near the river. The river was called the Pedradan, and close to its mouth was a small place called Cantuckton, and near Cantuckton was the ancient earth-walled fort that the locals said was named Sinwit. It was old, that fort. Father Willibald said it was older than the Romans, that it had been old when the world was young, and the fort had been made by throwing up earth walls on a hilltop and digging a ditch outside the walls. Time had worked on those walls, wearing them down and making the ditch shallower, and the grass had overgrown the ramparts, and on one side the wall had been ploughed almost to nothing, ploughed until it was a mere shadow on the turf. But it was a fortress, and the place where Ealdorman Odda had taken his forces, and where he would die if he could not defeat Ubba, whose ships were already showing in the river's mouth. I did not go straight to the fort, but stopped in the shelter of some trees and dressed for war. I became Ealdorman Uhtred in his battle glory. The slaves at Oxton had polished my mail coat with sand, and I pulled it on. And over it I buckled a leather sword belt for serpent breath and wasp sting. I pulled on tall boots, put on the shining helmet, and picked up my iron-bossed shield. And when all the straps were tight and the buckles firm, I felt like a god dressed for war, dressed to kill. My men buckled their own straps, laced their boots, tested their weapons' edges, and even Father Willibald cut himself a stave, a great piece of ash that could break a man's skull. "You won't need to fight, Father," I told him. "We all have to fight now, Lord," he said. He took a step back and looked me up and down, and a small smile came to his face. "You've grown up," he said. "It's what we do, Father," I said. "I remember when I first saw you, a child. Now I fear you." "Let's hope the enemy does," I said, not quite sure what enemy I meant, whether Odda or Ubba, and I wished I had Bebenberg's standard, the snarling wolf's head. But I had my swords and my shield, and I led my men out of the wood and across the fields to where the Third of Devonshire would make it stand. The Danes were a mile or so to our left, spilling from the coast road and hurrying to surround the hill called Sinwit, though they would be too late to bar our path. To my right were more Danes, ship Danes, bringing their dragon-headed boats up the Pedredon. "They outnumber us," Willibald said. "They do," I agreed. There were swans on the river, corncrakes in the uncut hay, and crimson orchids in the meadows. This was the time of year when men should be haymaking or shearing their sheep. I need not be here, I thought to myself. I need not go to this hilltop where the Danes will come to kill us. I looked at my men and wondered if they thought the same. But when they caught my eye, they only grinned or nodded, and I suddenly realized that they trusted me. I was leading them, and they were not questioning me. Though Leofric understood the danger, he caught up with me. "There's only one way off that hilltop," he said softly. "I know." "And if we can't fight our way out," he said, "then we'll stay there, buried." "I know," I said again, and I thought of the spinners. I knew they were tightening the threads. And I looked up Sinwit's slope and saw there were some women at the very top, women being sheltered by their men. And I thought Mildrith might be among them. And that was why I climbed the hill, because I did not know where else to seek her. But the spinners were sending me to that old earth fort for another reason. I had yet to stand in the big shield wall, in the line of warriors, in the heave and horror of a proper battle, where to kill once is merely to invite another enemy to come. The hill of Sinwit was the road to full manhood, and I climbed it because I had no choice. The spinners sent me. Then a roar sounded to our right, down in the Pedredon's valley, and I saw a banner being raised beside a beached ship. It was the banner of the Raven, Ubba's banner. Ubba, last and strongest and most frightening of the sons of Lothbrok, had brought his blades to Sinwit. "You see that boat?" I said to Willibald, pointing to where the banner flew. 10 years ago," I said, "I cleaned that ship. I scoured it, scrubbed it, cleaned it." Danes were taking their shields from the shield strake, and the sun glinted on their myriad spear blades. I was 10 years old, I told Willibald. "The same boat?" he asked. "Maybe. Maybe not. Perhaps it was a new ship. It did not matter, really. All that mattered was that it had brought Ubba to Sinwit." The men of Devonshire had made a line where the old fort's wall had eroded away. Some, a few, had spades and were trying to remake the earth barrier, but they would not be given time to finish, not if Ubba assaulted the hill, and I pushed through them, using my shield to thrust men out of my way, and ignoring all those who questioned who we were. And so we made our way to the hill's summit, where Odda's banner of a black stag flew. I pulled off my helmet as I neared him. I tossed the helmet to Father Willibald, then drew serpent breath, for I had seen Odda the Younger standing beside his father, and he was staring at me as though I were a ghost. And to him, I must have appeared just that. "Where is she?" I shouted, and I pointed serpent breath at him. "Where is she?" Odda's retainers drew swords or levelled spears, and Leofric drew his battle-thinned blade, Dane Killer. "No!" Father Willibald shouted, and he ran forward, his staff raised in one hand and my helmet in the other. "No!" He tried to head me off, but I pushed him aside, only to find 3 of Odda's priests barring my way. That was one thing about Wessex. There were always priests. They appeared like mice out of a burning thatch, but I thrust the priests aside and confronted Odda the Younger. "Where is she?" I demanded. Odda the Younger was in mail so brightly polished that it hurt the eye. He had a helmet inlaid with silver, boots to which iron plates were strapped, and a blue cloak held about his neck by a great brooch of gold and amber. "Where is she?" I asked a 4th time, and this time serpent breath was a hand's length from his throat. "Your wife is at Cridgenton," Alderman Odda answered. His son was too scared to open his mouth. I had no idea where Cridgenton was. "And my son?" I stared into Odda the Younger's frightened eyes. "Where is my son?" "They are both with my wife at Cridgenton," Alderman Odda answered, "and they are safe." "You swear to that?" I asked. "Swear?" The Alderman was angry now, his ugly, bulbous face red. "You dare ask me to swear?" He drew his own sword. "We can cut you down like a dog," he said, and his men's swords twitched. I swept my own sword around till it pointed down to the river. "You know whose banner that is?" I asked, raising my voice so that a good portion of the men on Sinwit's Hill could hear me. "That is the Raven Banner of Ubba Lothbroxen. I have watched Ubba Lothbroxen kill. I have seen him trample men into the sea, cut their bellies open, take off their heads, wade in their blood, and make his sword screech with their death song. And you would kill me, who is ready to fight him alongside you? Then do it." I spread my arms, baring my body to the Elderman's sword. "Do it," I spat at him. "But first swear my wife and child are safe." He paused a long time, then lowered his blade. "They are safe," he said. "I swear it. And that thing," I pointed serpent breath at his son, "did not touch her." The Alderman looked at his son, who shook his head. "I swear I did not," Odda the Younger said, finding his voice. "I only wanted her to be safe. We thought you were dead, and I wanted her to be safe. That is all, I swear it." I sheathed serpent breath. "You owe my wife 18 shillings, I said to the Alderman, then turned away. I had come to Sinwit. I had no need to be on that hilltop, but I was there, because destiny is everything. Chapter 11. Alderman Odda did not want to kill Danes. He wanted to stay where he was and let Ubba's forces besiege him. That, he reckoned, would be enough. "Keep their army here," he said heavily, "and Alfred can march to attack them." "Alfred," I pointed out, "is besieging Exenchester." "He will leave men there to watch Guthrum," Odda said loftily, "and march here." He did not like talking to me, but I was an Alderman, and he could not bar me from his council of war that was attended by his son, the priests, and a dozen thanes, all of whom were becoming irritated by my comments. I insisted Alfred would not come to our relief, and Alderman Odda was refusing to move from the hilltop because he was sure Alfred would come. His thanes, all of them big men with heavy coats of mail and grim weather-hardened faces, agreed with him. One muttered that the women had to be protected. "There shouldn't be any women here," I said. "But they are here," the man said flatly. At least 100 women had followed their men and were now on the hilltop where there was no shelter for them or their children. "And even if Alfred comes," I asked, "how long will it take?" 2 days, Odda suggested. 3? "And what will we drink while he's coming?" I asked. "Bird piss?" They all just stared at me, hating me. But I was right, for there was no spring on Sinwit. The nearest water was the river, and between us and the river were Danes. And Odda understood well enough that we would be assailed by thirst. But he still insisted we stay. Perhaps his priests were praying for a miracle. The Danes were just as cautious. They outnumbered us, but not by many, and we held the high ground, which meant they would have to fight up Sinwit's steep slope, and so Ubba chose to surround the hill rather than assault it. The Danes hated losing men, and I remembered Ubba's caution at the Yawash, where he had hesitated to attack Edmund's forces up the 2 paths from the Marsh, and perhaps that caution was reinforced by Storri, his sorcerer, if Storri still lived. Whatever the reason, instead of forming his men into the shield wall to assault the ancient fort, Ubba posted them in a ring about Sinwit, and then, with 5 of his shipmasters, climbed the hill. He carried no sword or shield, which showed he wanted to talk. Ealdorman Odda, his son, 2 thanes and 3 priests went to meet Ubba, and because I was an ealdorman, I followed them. Odda gave me a malevolent look, but again he was unable to deny me, and so we met halfway down the slope, where Ubba offered no greeting, and did not even waste time on the usual ritual insults, but pointed out that we were trapped, and that our wisest course was to surrender. "You will give up your weapons," he said. "I shall take hostages, and you will all live." One of Odda's priests translated the demands to the ealdorman. I watched Ubba. He looked older than I remembered, with grey hairs among the black tangle of his beard, but he was still a frightening man, huge-chested, confident and harsh. Ealdorman Odda was plainly frightened. Ubba, after all, was a renowned Danish chieftain, a man who had ranged across long seas to give great slaughter, and now Odda was forced to confront him. He did his best to sound defiant, retorting that he would stay where he was and put his faith in the one true God. "Then I shall kill you," Ubba answered. "You may try," Odda said. It was a feeble response, and Ubba spat in scorn. He was about to turn away, but then I spoke and needed no interpreter. "Guthrum's fleet is gone," I said. "Njord reached from the deep, Ubba Lothbrokson, and he snatched Guthrum's fleet down to the seabed. All those brave men are gone to Ran and Aegir." Ran was Njord's wife, and Aegir the giant who guarded the souls of drowned men. I brought up my hammer charm and held it up. "I speak the truth, Lord Ubba," I said. "I watched that fleet die, and I saw its men go under the waves." He stared at me with his flat, hard eyes, and the violence in his heart was like the heat of a forge. I could feel it, but I could also sense his fear, not of us, but of the gods. He was a man who did nothing without a sign from the gods, and that was why I had talked of the gods when I spoke about the fleet's drowning. "I know you," he growled, pointing at me with 2 fingers to avert the evil of my words. "And I know you, Ubba Lothbrokson," I said, and I let go of the charm and held up 3 fingers. "Ivar dead?" I folded 1 finger down. "Halfdan dead?" the 2nd finger. "And only you are left. What did the runes say? That by the new moon there will be no Lothbrok brother left in Midgard?" I had touched a nerve, as I intended to, for Ubba instinctively felt for his own hammer charm. Odda's priest was translating, his voice a low murmur, and the ealdorman was staring at me with wide, astonished eyes. "Is that why you want us to surrender?" I asked Ubba. "Because the rune sticks tell you we cannot be killed in battle?" "I shall kill you," Ubba said. "I shall cut you from your crotch to your gullet. I shall spill you like offal." I made myself smile, though that was hard when Ubba was making threats. "You may try, Ubba Lothbrokson," I said, "but you will fail. And I know. I cast the runes, Ubba,
I cast the runes under last night's moon, and I know. He hated it, for he believed my lie. He wanted to be defiant, but for a moment he could only stare at me in fear, because his own rune sticks, I guessed, had told him what I was telling him, that any attack on Sinwit would end in failure. "You're Ragnar's boy," he said, placing me at last. "And Ragnar the Fearless speaks to me," I said. "He calls from the corpse hole. He wants vengeance, Ubba. Vengeance on the Danes, for Ragnar was killed treacherously by his own folk. I'm his messenger now, a thing from the corpse hole, and I have come for you." "I didn't kill him," Ubba snarled. "Why should Ragnar care?" I asked. "He just wants vengeance, and to him one Danish life is as good as another. So cast your runes again, and then offer us your sword. You are doomed, Ubba." "And you're a piece of weasel shit," he said, and said no more, but just turned and hurried away. Elderman Odder was still staring at me. "You know him?" he asked. "I've known Ubba since I was 10 years old," I said, watching the Danish chieftain walk away. I was thinking that if I had a choice, that if I could follow my warrior's heart, I would rather fight alongside Ubba than against him. But the spinners had decreed otherwise. "Since I was 10, I went on, "and the one thing I know about Ubba is that he fears the gods. He's terrified now. You can attack him and his heart will let him down, because he thinks he will lose." "Alfred will come," Odder said. "Alfred watches Guthrum," I said. I was not certain of that, of course. For all I knew, Alfred could be watching us now from the hills, but I doubted he would leave Guthrum free to plunder Wessex. "He watches Guthrum," I said, "because Guthrum's army is twice as large as Ubba's. Even with his fleet half drowned, Guthrum has more men. And why would Alfred let them loose from Exenchester?" "Alfred won't come," I finished, "and we shall all die of thirst before Ubba attacks us." "We have water," his son said sulkily, "and ale." He had been watching me resentfully, awed that I had spoken so familiarly with Ubba. "You have ale and water for a day," I said scornfully, and saw from the Elderman's expression that I was right. Odder turned and stared south down the Pedrodens Valley. He was hoping to see Alfred's troops, yearning for a glimpse of sunlight on spearheads. But of course there was nothing there except the trees stirring in the wind. Odder the younger sensed his father's uncertainty. "We can wait for 2 days, he urged. "Death will be no better after 2 days, Odder said heavily. I admired him then. He had been hoping not to fight, hoping that his king would rescue him. But in his heart he knew I was right, and knew that these Danes were his responsibility, and that the men of Devonshire held England in their hands and must preserve it. "Dawn," he said, not looking at me. "We shall attack at dawn." We slept in war gear. Or rather, men tried to sleep when they were wearing leather or mail, with sword belts buckled, helmets and weapons close. And we lit no fires, for Odder did not want the enemy to see that we were readied for battle. But the enemy had fires, and our sentries could watch down the slopes and use the enemy's light to look for infiltrators. None came. There was a waning moon sliding in and out of ragged clouds. The Danish fires ringed us, heaviest to the south by Canterton, where Guthrum camped. More fires burned to the east beside the Danish ships, the flames reflecting off the gilded beast heads and painted dragon prows. Between us and the river was a meadow, at the far side of which the Danes watched the hill, and beyond them was a wide stretch of marsh, and at the marsh's far side was a strip of firmer land, beside the river where some hovels offered the Danish ship guards shelter. The hovels had belonged to fishermen, long fled, and fires were lit between them. A handful of Danes paced the bank beside those fires, walking beneath the carved prows,
and I stood on the ramparts and gazed at those long, graceful ships and prayed that Wind Viper still lived. I could not sleep. I was thinking of shields and Danes and swords and fear. I was thinking of my child that I had never seen, and of Ragnar the Fearless, wondering if he watched me from Valhalla. I was worrying that I would fail the next day, when at last I came to the life gate of a shield wall. And I was not the only one denied sleep, for at the heart of the night, a man climbed the grassy rampart to stand beside me, and I saw it was Ealdorman Odda. "How do you know Ubba?" he asked. "I was captured by the Danes," I said, "and was raised by them. The Danes taught me to fight." I touched one of my arm rings. "Ubba gave me this one." "You fought for him?" Odda asked, not accusingly, but with curiosity. "I fought to survive," I said evasively. He looked back to the moon-touched river. "When it comes to a fight," he said, "the Danes are no fools. They will be expecting an attack at dawn." I said nothing, wondering whether Odda's fears were changing his mind. "And they outnumber us," he went on. I still said nothing. Fear works on a man, and there is no fear like the prospect of confronting a shield wall. I was filled with fear that night, for I had never fought man-to-man in the clash of armies. I had been at Esqu's Hill, and at the other battles of that far-off summer, but I had not fought in the shield wall. Tomorrow, I thought. Tomorrow. And like Odda, I wanted to see Alfred's army rescue us. But I knew there would be no rescue. "They outnumber us," Odda said again, "and some of my men have nothing but reaping hooks as weapons." "A reaping hook can kill," I said, though it was a stupid thing to say. I would not want to face a Dane if I carried nothing but a reaping hook. "How many have proper weapons?" I asked. "Half," he guessed. "Then those men are our front ranks," I said, "and the rest pick up weapons from the enemy dead." I had no idea what I was speaking of, but only knew I must sound confident. Fear might work on a man, but confidence fights against fear. Odda paused again, gazing at the dark ships below. "Your wife and son are well," he said after a while. "Good. My son merely rescued her, and prayed I was dead," I said. He shrugged. "Mildred lived with us after her father's death, and my son became fond of her. He meant no harm, and he gave none." He held a hand out to me, and I saw in the small moonlight that he offered me a leather purse. "The rest of the bride price," he said. "Keep it, Lord," I said, "and give it to me after the battle. And if I die, give it to Mildred." An owl went overhead, pale and fast, and I wondered what augury that was. Far off to the east, up the coast, far beyond the Pedrodon, a tiny fire flickered, and that too was an augury, but I could not read it. "My men are good men," Odda said, "but if they are outflanked..." Fear was still haunting him. "It would be better," he went on, "if Ubba were to attack us." "It would be better," I agreed. "But Ubba will do nothing unless the runesticks tell him to do it. Fate is all. Ubba knew that, which is why he read the signs from the gods. And I knew the owl had been a sign, and it had flown over our heads, across the Danish ships, and gone toward that distant fire burning along the Sefern's shore. And I suddenly remembered King Edmund's 4 boats coming to the East Anglian beach, and the fire arrows thumping into the beached Danish ships, and I realized I could read the auguries after all. "If your men are outflanked," I said, "they will die. But if the Danes are outflanked, they will die. So we must outflank them." "How?" Odda asked bitterly. All he could see was slaughter in the dawn, an attack, a fight, and a defeat. But I had seen the owl. The owl had flown from the ships to the fire, and that was the sign.
burn the ships. How do we outflank them? Odda asked. And still I remained silent, wondering if I should tell him. If I followed the augury, it would mean splitting our forces, and that was the mistake the Danes had made at Aesks Hill, and so I hesitated. But Odda had not come to me because he suddenly liked me, but because I had been defiant with Ubba. I alone on Sinwit was confident of victory, or seemed to be, and that, despite my age, made me the leader on this hill. Ealdorman Odda, old enough to be my father, wanted my support. He wanted me to tell him what to do, me who had never been in the Great Shield Wall. But I was young, and I was arrogant, and the auguries had told me what must be done, and so I told Odda. Have you ever seen the Shade Gengen? I asked him. His response was to make the sign of the cross. When I was a child, I said, I dreamed of the Shade Gengen. I went out at night to find them, and I learned the ways of the night so I could join them. What has that got to do with the dawn? He asked. Give me 50 men, I said, and they will join my men, and at dawn they will attack there. I pointed toward the ships. We'll start by burning their ships. Odda looked down the hill at the nearer fires, which marked where the enemy sentries were posted in the meadow to our east. They'll know you're coming, he said, and be ready for you. He meant that 100 men could not cross Sinuit's skyline, go downhill, break through the sentries and cross the marsh in silence. He was right. Before we had gone 10 paces, the sentries would have seen us, and the alarm would be sounded, and Ubba's army, which was surely as ready for battle as our own, would stream from its southern encampment to confront my men in the meadow before they reached the marsh. But when the Danes see their ships burning, I said, they will go to the river's bank, not to the meadow, and the river bank is hemmed by marsh. They can't outflank us there. They could, of course, but the marsh would give them uncertain footing, so it would not be so dangerous as being outflanked in the meadow. But you will never reach the river bank, he said, disappointed in my idea. A shadow walker can reach it, I said. He looked at me and said nothing. I can reach it, I said. And when the first ship burns, every Dane will run to the bank. And that's when the 100 men make their charge. The Danes will be running to save their ships, and that will give the 100 men time to cross the marsh. They go as fast as they can. They join me, we burn more ships, and the Danes will be trying to kill us. I pointed to the riverbank, showing where the Danes would go from their camp along the strip of firm ground to where the ships were beached. And when the Danes are all on that bank, I went on, between the river and the marsh, you lead the third to take them in the rear. He brooded, watching the ships. If we attacked at all, then the obvious place was down the southern slope, straight into the heart of Ubba's forces, and that would be a battle of shield wall against shield wall. Our 900 men against his 1,200. And at the beginning we would have the advantage, for many of Ubba's men were posted around the hill, and it would take time for those men to hurry back and join the Danish ranks, and in that time we would drive deep into their camp. But their numbers would grow, and we might well be stopped, outflanked, and then would come the hard slaughter. And in that hard slaughter they would have the advantage of numbers, and they would wrap around our ranks, and our rearmost men, those with sickles instead of weapons, would begin to die. But if I went down the hill and began to burn the boats, then the Danes would race down the riverbank to stop me, and that would put them on the narrow strip of riverside land. And if the 100 men under Leofric joined me, then we might hold them long enough for Odda to reach their rear, and then it would be the Danes who would die, trapped between Odda, my men, the marsh and the river. They would be trapped like the Northumbrian army had been trapped at Leofric. But at Aesks Hill, disaster had come to the side that first split its forces. It could work, Odda said tentatively. Give me 50 men, I urged him. Young ones. Young? They have to run down the hill, I said. They have to go fast. They have to reach the ships before the Danes, and they must do it in the dawn.
I spoke with a confidence I did not feel, and I paused for his agreement, but he said nothing. "Win this, Lord," I said, and I did not call him Lord because he outranked me, but because he was older than me. "Then you will have saved Wessex. Alfred will reward you." He thought for a while, and maybe it was the thought of a reward that persuaded him, for he nodded. "I will give you 50 men," he said. Raven had given me much advice, and all of it was good. But now in the night wind, I remembered just one thing he had said to me on the night we first met. Something I had never forgotten. "Never," he had said, "never fight Ubba." The 50 men were led by the Shire Reeve, Ador, a man who looked as hard as Leofric, and like Leofric had fought in the big shield walls. He carried a cut-off boar spear as his favourite weapon, though a sword was strapped to his side. The spear, he said, had the weight and strength to punch through mail, and could even break through a shield. Ador, like Leofric, had simply accepted my idea. It never occurred to me that they might not accept it. Yet looking back, I am astonished that the Battle of Sinwit was fought according to the idea of a 20-year-old who had never stood in a slaughter wall. Yet I was tall. I was a lord. I had grown up among warriors, and I had the arrogant confidence of a man born to battle. I am Uhtred, son of Uhtred, son of another Uhtred, and we had not held Bebbanburg and its lands by whimpering at altars. We are warriors. Ador's men and mine assembled behind Sinwit's eastern rampart, where they would wait until the first ship burned in the dawn. Leofric was on the right, with the Hayhengel's crew, and I wanted him there because that was where the blow would fall when Ubba led his men to attack us at the river's edge. Ador and the men of Devonshire were on the left, and their chief job, apart from killing whomever they first met on the riverbank, was to snatch up flaming timbers from the Danish fires and hurl them into more ships. "We're not trying to burn all the ships," I said. "Just get 4 or 5 ablaze. That'll bring the Danes like a swarm of bees." "Stinging bees?" a voice said from the dark. "You're frightened?" I asked scornfully. "They're frightened. Their auguries are bad. They think they're going to lose. And the last thing they want is to face men of Devonshire in a grey dawn. We'll make them scream like women. We'll kill them, and we'll send them to their Danish hell." That was the extent of my battle speech. I should have talked more, but I was nervous because I had to go down the hill first. First and alone. I had to live my childhood dream of shadow walking, and Leofric and Ador would not lead the 100 men down to the river until they saw the Danes go to rescue their ships. And if I could not touch fire to the ships, then there would be no attack, and Odda's fears would come back, and the Danes would win, and Wessex would die, and there would be no more England. "So rest now," I finished lamely. "It will be 3 or 4 hours till dawn." I went back to the rampart, and Father Willibald joined me there, holding out his crucifix that had been carved from an ox's thigh bone. "You want God's blessing?" he asked me. "What I want, Father," I said, "is your cloak." He had a fine woolen cloak, hooded and dyed a dark brown. He gave it me, and I tied the cords around my neck, hiding the sheen of my mail coat. "And in the dawn, Father," I said, "I want you to stay up here. The riverbank will be no place for priests." "If men die there," he said, "then it is my place." "You want to go to heaven in the morning?" "No." "Then stay here." I spoke more savagely than I intended, but that was nervousness. And then it was time to go, for though the night was still dark and the dawn a long way off, I needed time to slink through the Danish lines. Leofric saw me off, walking with me to the northern flank of Sinwit, which was in moon-cast shadow. It was also the least guarded side of the hill, for the northern slope led to nothing except marshes and the Severn Sea. I gave Leofric my shield. "I don't need it," I said. "It will just make me clumsy." He touched my arm. "You're a cocky bastard, Earthling, aren't you?" "Is that a fault?" "No, Lord," he said. And that last word was high praise. "God go with you," he added. "Whichever God it is." I touched Thor's hammer, then tucked it under my mail. "Bring the men fast when you see the Danes go to the ships," I said. "We'll come fast," he promised me, "if the Marsh lets us." I had seen Danes cross the marsh in the daylight, and had noted that it was soft ground, but not rank bogland. "You can cross it fast," I said, then pulled the cloak's hood over my helmet. "Time to go," I said. Leofric said nothing, and I dropped down from the rampart into the shallow ditch. So now I would become what I had always wanted to be, a shadow walker. Childhood's dream had become life and death, and touching Serpent Breath's hilt for luck, I crossed the ditch's lip. I went at a crouch, and halfway down the hill I dropped to my belly and slithered like a serpent, black against the grass, inching my way toward a space between two dying fires. The Danes were sleeping, or close to sleep. I could see them sitting by the dying fires, and once I was out of the hill's shadow, there was enough moonlight to reveal me, and there was no cover, for the meadow had been cropped by sheep. But I moved like a ghost, a belly-crawling ghost, inching my way, making no noise, a shadow on the grass. And all they had to do was look, or walk between the fires, but they heard nothing, suspected nothing, and so saw nothing. It took an age, but I slipped through them, never going closer to an enemy than 20 paces. And once past them I was in the marsh, and there the tussocks offered shadow, and I could move faster, wriggling through slime and shallow water. And the only scare came when I startled a bird from its nest, and it leapt into the air with a cry of alarm and a swift whir of wings. I sensed the Danes staring toward the marsh, but I was motionless, black and unmoving in the broken shadow, and after a while there was only silence. I waited, water seeping through my mail, and I prayed to Hodr, blind son of Odin and god of the night. "Look after me," I prayed. And I wished I had made a sacrifice to Hodr, but I had not, and I thought that Eldwulf would be looking down at me, and I vowed to make him proud. I was doing what he had always wanted me to do, carrying Serpent Breath against the Danes. I worked my way eastward, behind the sentries, going to where the ships were beached. No grey showed in the eastern sky. I still went slowly, staying on my belly, going slowly enough for the fears to work on me. I was aware of a muscle quivering in my right thigh, of a thirst that could not be quenched, of a sourness in the bowels. I kept touching Serpent Breath's hilt, remembering the charms that Eldwulf and Breda had worked on the blade. "Never," Raven had said, "never fight Ubba." The east was still dark. I crept on, close to the sea now, so I could gaze up at the wide Severn and see nothing except the shimmer of the sinking moon on the rippled water that looked like a sheet of hammered silver. The tide was flooding, the muddy shore narrowing as the sea rose. There would be salmon in the Pedredon, I thought, salmon swimming with the tide, going back to the sea, and I touched the sword hilt, for I was close to the strip of firm land where the hovels stood and the ship guards waited. My thigh shivered. I felt sick. But blind Hodr was watching over me. The ship guards were no more alert than their comrades at the hill's foot. And why should they be? They were farther from Odda's forces, and they expected no trouble. Indeed, they were there only because the Danes never left their ships unguarded, and these ship guards had mostly gone into the fishermen's hovels to sleep, leaving just a handful of men sitting by the small fires. Those men were motionless, probably half asleep, though one was pacing up and down beneath the high prows of the beached ships. I stood. I had shadow walked, but now I was on Danish ground, behind their sentries, and I undid the cloak's cords, took it off and wiped the mud from my mail, and then walked openly toward the ships, my boots squelching in the last yards of marshland. And then I just stood by the northernmost boat, threw my helmet down in the shadow of the ship, and waited for the one Dane who was on his feet to discover me. And what would he see? A man in mail, a lord, a shipmaster, a Dane. And I leaned on the ship's prow and stared up at the stars. My heart thumped, my thigh quivered, and I thought that if I died this morning, at least I would be with Ragnar again. I would be with him in Valhalla's Hall of the Dead. Except some men believed that those who did not die in battle went instead to Niflheim, that dreadful cold hell of the Norsemen, where the corpse goddess Hel stalks through the mists, and the serpent corpse ripper slithers across the frost to gnaw the dead. But surely, I thought, a man who died in a hall burning would go to Valhalla, not to grey Niflheim. Surely Ragnar was with Odin. And then I heard the Dane's footsteps, and I glanced at him with a smile. "A chilly morning," I said. "It is." He was an older man with a grizzled beard, and he was plainly puzzled by my sudden appearance. But he was not suspicious. "All quiet," I said, jerking my head to the north to suggest I'd been visiting the sentries on the Sefern's side of the hill. "They are frightened of us," he said. "So they should be." I faked a huge yawn, then pushed myself away from the ship and walked a couple of paces north as though I was stretching tired limbs, then pretended to notice my helmet at the water's edge. "What's that?" He took the bait, going into the ship's shadow to bend over the helmet, and I drew my knife, stepped close to him, and drove the blade up into his throat. I did not slit his throat, but stabbed it, plunging the blade straight in and twisting it, and at the same time I pushed him forward, driving his face into the water, and I held him there so that if he did not bleed to death, he would drown. And it took a long time, longer than I expected, but men are hard to kill. He struggled for a time, and I thought the noise he made might bring the men from the nearest fire. But that fire was 40 or 50 paces down the beach, and the small waves of the river were loud enough to cover the Dane's death throes. And so I killed him, and no one knew of it. None but the gods saw it. And when his soul was gone, I pulled the knife from his throat, retrieved my helmet, and went back to the ship's prow, and waited there until dawn lightened the eastern horizon. Waited till there was a rim of grey at the edge of England. And it was time. I strolled toward the nearest fire. 2 men sat there. "Kill 1, I sang softly, and 2, then 3, kill 4 and 5, and then some more." It was a Danish rowing chant, one that I had heard so often on the Wind Viper. "You'll be relieved soon," I greeted them cheerfully. They just stared at me. They did not know who I was, but just like the man I had killed, they were not suspicious even though I spoke their tongue with an English twist. There were plenty of English in the Danish armies. "A quiet night," I said, and leaned down, and took the unburned end of a piece of flaming wood from the fire. "Egil left a knife on his ship," I explained, and Egil was a common enough name among the Danes to arouse no suspicion, and they just watched as I walked north, presuming I needed the flame to light my way onto the ships. I passed the hovels, nodded to 3 men resting beside another fire, and kept walking until I had reached the center of the line of beached ships. There, whistling softly as though I did not have a care in the world, I climbed the short ladder left leaning on the ship's prow, and jumped down into the hull, and made my way between the rowers' benches. I had half expected to find men asleep in the ships, but the boat was deserted, except for the scrabble of rats' feet in the bilge. I crouched in the ship's belly, where I thrust the burning wood beneath the stacked oars. But I doubted it would be sufficient to set those oars aflame, and so I used my knife to shave kindling off a rower's bench. When I had enough scraps of wood, I piled them over the flame and saw the fire spring up. I cut more, then hacked at the oar shafts to give the flames purchase, and no one shouted at me from the bank. Anyone watching must have thought I merely searched the bilge, and the flames were still not high enough to cause alarm, but they were spreading, and I knew I had very little time, and so I sheathed the knife and slid over the boat's side. I lowered myself into the Pedrodon, careless what the water would do to my mail and weapons, and once in the river, I waded northward from ship's stern to ship's stern until at last I had cleared the last boat and had come to where the grey-bearded corpse was thumping softly in the river's small waves. And there I waited. And waited. The fire, I thought, must have gone out. I was cold. And still I waited. The grey on the world's rim lightened. And then, suddenly, there was an angry shout, and I moved out of the shadow and saw the Danes running toward the flames that were bright and high on the ship I had fired. And so I went to their abandoned fire and took another burning brand and hurled that into a second ship, and the Danes were scrambling onto the burning boat that was 60 paces away, and none saw me. Then a horn sounded again and again, sounding the alarm, and I knew Ubba's men would be coming from their camp at Canticton. And I carried a last piece of fiery wood to the ships, burning my hand as I thrust it under a pile of oars. Then I waded back into the river to hide beneath the shadowed belly of a boat. The horn still sounded. Men were scrambling from the fishermen's hovels, going to save their fleet, and more men were running from their camp to the south. And so Ubba's Danes fell into our trap. They saw their ships burning and went to save them. They streamed from the camp in disorder, many without weapons, intent only on quenching the flames that flickered up the rigging, and threw lurid shadows on the bank. I was hidden, but knew Leofric would be coming, and now it was all timing. Timing and the blessing of the spinners, the blessing of the gods. And the Danes were using their shields to scoop water into the first burning ship. But then another shout sounded, and I knew they had seen Leofric, and he had surely burst past the first line of sentries, slaughtering them as he went, and was now in the marsh. I waded out of the shadow, out from beneath the ship's overhanging hull, and saw Leofric's men coming, saw 30 or 40 Danes running north to meet his charge. But then those Danes saw the new fires in the northernmost ships, and they were assailed by panic, because there was fire behind them and warriors in front of them, and most of the other Danes were still 100 paces away, and I knew that so far the gods were fighting for us. I waded from the water. Leofric's men were coming from the marsh, and the first swords and spears clashed. But Leofric had the advantage of numbers, and Hayhengel's crew overran the handful of Danes, chopping them with axe and sword. And one crewman turned fast, panic in his face when he saw me coming, and I shouted my name, stooped to pick up a Danish shield, and Ador's men were behind us. And I called to them to feed the ship fires while the men of Hayhengel formed a shield wall across the strip of firm land. Then we walked forward, walked toward Ubba's army that was only just realizing that they were being attacked. We marched forward. A woman scrambled from a hovel, screamed when she saw us, and fled up the bank toward the Danes, where a man was roaring at men to form a shield wall. "Ador!" I shouted, knowing we would need his men now, and he brought them to thicken our line, so that we made a solid shield wall across the strip of firm land, and we were 100 strong, and in front of us was the whole Danish army, though it was an army in panicked disorder. And I glanced up at Sinwit and saw no sign of Odda's men. They would come, I thought. They would surely come. And then Leofric bellowed that we were to touch shields, and the limewood rattled on limewood, and I sheathed serpent breath and drew wasp sting. Shield wall. It is an awful place, my father had said, and he had fought in 7 shield walls, and was killed in the last one. Never fight Ubba, Raven had said. Behind us, the northernmost ships burned, and in front of us a rush of maddened Danes came for revenge, and that was their undoing, for they did not form a proper shield wall, but came at us like mad dogs, intent only on killing us. Sure, they could beat us, for they were Danes, and we were West Saxons. And we braced, and I watched a scar-faced man, spittle flying from his mouth as he screamed, charge at me. And it was then that the battle calm came. Suddenly there was no more sourness in my bowels, no dry mouth, no shaking muscles, but only the magical battle calm. I was happy. I was tired too. I had not slept. I was soaking wet. I was cold. Yet suddenly I felt invincible. It is a wondrous thing, that battle calm. The nerves go. The fear wings off into the void, and all is clear as precious crystal, and the enemy has no chance because he is so slow. And I swept the shield left, taking the scar-faced man's spear thrust, lunged Wasp Sting forward, and the Dane ran on to her point. I felt the impact run up my arm as her tip punctured his belly muscles, and I was already twisting her, ripping her up and free, sawing through leather, skin, muscle and guts, and his blood was warm on my cold hand, and he screamed, ale breath in my face, and I punched him down with the shield's heavy boss, stamped on his groin, killed him with Wasp Sting's tip in his throat. And a second man was on my right, beating at my neighbour's shield with an axe, and he was easy to kill, pointing to the throat, and then we were going forward. A woman, hair unbound, came at me with a spear, and I kicked her brutally hard, then smashed her face with the shield's iron rim, so that she fell screaming into a dying fire, and her unbound hair flared up bright as burning kindling. And Hayhengel's crew was with me, and Leofric was bellowing at them to kill, and to kill fast. This was our chance to slaughter Danes, who had made a foolish attack on us, who had not formed a proper shield wall, and it was axe work and sword work, butcher's work with good iron, and already there were 30 or more Danish dead, and 7 ships were burning, their flames spreading with astonishing speed. "Shield wall!" I heard the cry from the Danes. The world was light now, the sun just beneath the horizon. The northernmost ships had become a furnace. A dragon's head reared in the smoke, its gold eyes bright. Gulls screamed above the beach. A dog chased along the ships, yelping. A mast fell, spewing sparks high into the silver air. And then I saw the Danes make their shield wall, saw them organize themselves for our deaths, and saw the raven banner, the triangle of cloth that proclaimed that Ubba was here, and coming to give us slaughter. "Shield wall!" I shouted. And that was the first time I ever gave that order. Shield wall! We had grown ragged, but now it was time to be tight, to be shield to shield. There were hundreds of Danes in front of us, and they came to overwhelm us, and I banged Wasp Sting against the metal rim of my shield. "They're coming to die," I shouted. "They're coming to bleed. They're coming to our blades." My men cheered. We had started 100 strong, but had lost half a dozen men in the early fighting. The remaining men cheered, even though 5 or 6 times their number came to kill them. And Leofric began the battle chant of Hegge, an English rower's chant, rhythmic and harsh, telling of a battle fought by our ancestors against the men who had held Britain before we came. And now we fought for our land again. And behind me a lone voice uttered a prayer, and I turned to see Father Willibald holding a spear. I laughed at his disobedience. Laughter in battle. That was what Ragnar had taught me. To take joy from the fight. Joy in the morning, for the sun was touching the east now, filling the sky with light, driving darkness beyond the world's western rim. And I hammered Wasp Sting against my shield, making a noise to drown the shouts of the Danes. And I knew we would be hard hit, and that we must hold until Odda came. But I was relying on Leofric to be the bastion on our right flank, where the Danes were sure to try and lap around us by going through the marsh. Our left was safe, for that was by the ships, and the right was where we would be broken if we could not hold. "Shields!" I bellowed. And we touched shields again, for the Danes were coming, and I knew they would not hesitate in their attack. We were too few to frighten them. They would not need to work up courage for this battle. They would just come. And come they did. A thick line of men, shield to shield, new morning light touching axe heads and spear heads and swords. The spears and throwing axes came first, but in the front rank we crouched behind shields, and the second rank held their shields above ours, and the missiles thumped home, banging hard, but doing no injury. And then I heard the wild war shout of the Danes, felt a last flutter of fear, and then they were there. The thunder of shield hitting shield. My shield knocked back against my chest. Shouts of rage. A spear between my ankles. Wasp sting lunging forward and blocked by a shield. A scream to my left. An axe flailing overhead. I ducked, lunged again, hit shield again. Pushed back with my own shield. Twisted the sacks free. Stamped on the spear. Stabbed wasp sting over my shield into a bearded face, and he twisted away, blood filling his mouth from his torn cheek. I took a half pace forward, stabbed again, and a sword glanced off my helmet and thumped my shoulder. A man pulled me hard backward because I was ahead of our line, and the Danes were shouting, pushing, stabbing, and the first shield wall to break would be the shield wall to die. I knew Leofric was hard pressed on the right, but I had no time to look or help, because the man with the torn cheek was thrashing at my shield with a short axe, trying to splinter it. I lowered the shield suddenly, spoiling his stroke, and slashed wasp sting at his face a second time. She grated on skull bone, drew blood, and I hammered his shield with my own. He staggered back, but was pushed forward by the men behind him. This time wasp sting took his throat, and he was bubbling blood and air from a slit gullet. He fell to his knees, and the man behind him slammed a spear forward that broke through my shield but stuck there, and the Danes were still heaving, but their own dying man obstructed them, and the spearman tripped on him. The man to my right chopped his shield edge onto his head, and I kicked him in the face, then slashed wasp sting down. A Dane pulled the spear from my shield, stabbed with it, and was cut down by the man on my left. More Danes came, and we were stepping back, bending back, because there were Danes in the marshland who were turning our right flank. But Leofric brought the men steadily around till our backs were to the burning ships. I could feel the heat of their burning, and I thought we must die here. We would die with swords in our hands and flames at our back, and I hacked frantically at a red-bearded Dane trying to shatter his shield. Ida, the man to my right, was on the ground, guts spilling through torn leather, and a Dane came at me from that side, and I flicked wasp sting at his face, ducked, took his axe blow on my breaking shield, shouted at the men behind to fill the gap, and stabbed wasp sting at the axeman's feet, slicing into an ankle. A spear took him in the side of the head, and I gave a great shout and heaved at the oncoming Danes. But there was no space to fight, no space to see, just a grunting mass of men hacking and stabbing and dying and bleeding. And then Odda came. The ealdormen had waited till the Danes were crowded on the riverbank, waited till they were pushing one another in their eagerness to reach and to kill us. And then he launched his men across Sinwit's brow, and they came like thunder, with swords and axes and sickles and spears. The Danes saw them, and there were shouts of warning, and almost immediately I felt the pressure lessen to my front as the rearward Danes turned to meet the new threat. I rammed wasp sting out to pierce a man's shoulder, and she went deep in, grating against bone. But the man twisted away, snatching the blade out of my hand. So I drew serpent breath and shouted at my men to kill the bastards. This was our day, I shouted, and Odin was giving us victory. Forward now.
Forward to battle slaughter. Beware the man who loves battle. Raven had told me that only 1 man in 3, or perhaps 1 man in 4 is a real warrior, and the rest are reluctant fighters. But I was to learn that only 1 man in 20 is a lover of battle. Such men were the most dangerous, the most skillful, the ones who reaped the souls, and the ones to fear. I was such a one. And that day beside the river where the blood flowed into the rising tide, and beside the burning boats, I let Serpent Breath sing her song of death. I remember little except a rage, an exultation, a massacre. This was the moment the Skalds celebrate, the heart of the battle that leads to victory. And the courage had gone from those Danes in a heartbeat. They had thought they were winning, thought they had trapped us by the burning ships, and thought to send our miserable souls to the afterworld. And instead, the Fyrd of Devonshire came on them like a storm. "Forward!" I shouted. "Wessex!" Leofric bellowed. "Wessex!" He was hacking with his axe, chopping men to the ground, leading the Hayhengel's crew away from the fiery ships. The Danes were going backward, trying to escape us, and we could choose our victims. Serpent Breath was lethal that day. Hammer a shield forward, strike a man off balance, thrust the blade forward, push him down, stab into the throat, find the next man. I pushed a Dane into the smouldering remnants of a campfire, killed him while he screamed, and some Danes were now fleeing to their unburned ships, pushing them into the flooding tide, but Ubba was still fighting. Ubba was shouting at his men to form a new shield wall to protect the boats, and such was Ubba's hard will, such his searing anger, that the new shield wall held. We hit it hard, hammered it with sword and axe and spear, but again there was no space, just the heaving, grunting, breath-stinking struggle. Only this time it was the Danes who stepped back, pace by pace, as Odda's men joined mine to wrap around the Danes and hammer them with iron. But Ubba was holding his rearguard firm, holding them under the Raven banner. In every moment that he held us off, another ship was pushed away from the river's bank. All he wanted to achieve now was to save men and ships, to let a part of his army escape, to let them get away from this press of shield and blade. 6 Danish ships were already rowing out to the Severn Sea, and more were filling with men. I screamed at my troops to break through, to kill them. But there was no space to kill, only blood-slicked ground and blades stabbing under shields, and men heaving at the opposing wall, and the wounded crawling away from the back of our line. And then, with a roar of fury, Ubba hacked into our line with his great war axe. I remembered how he had done that in the fight beside the Yuwash, how he had seemed to disappear into the ranks of the enemy only to kill them, and his huge blade was whirling again, making space, and our line went back, and the Danes followed Ubba, who seemed determined to win this battle on his own, and to make a name that would never be forgotten among the annals of the Northmen. The battle madness was on him, the rune sticks were forgotten, and Ubba Lothbrokson was making his legend. Another man went down, crushed by the axe, and Ubba bellowed defiance. The Danes stepped forward behind him, and now Ubba threatened to pierce our line clean through. I shoved backward, going through my men, and went to where Ubba fought. There I shouted his name, called him the son of a goat, a turd of men, and he turned, eyes wild, and saw me. "You bastard whelp!" he snarled, and the men in front of me ducked aside as he came forward. Mail coat drenched in blood, a part of his shield missing, his helmet dented and his axe blade red. "Yesterday," I said, "I saw a raven fall." "You bastard liar," he said, and the axe came around, and I caught it on the shield, and it was like being struck by a charging bull. He wrenched the axe free, and a great sliver of wood was torn away to let the new daylight through the broken shield. A raven, I said, fell from a clear sky. You whore's pup, he said, and the axe came again, and again the shield took it, and I staggered back, the rent in the shield widening. It called your name as it fell, I said. English filth, he shouted, and swung a third time. But this time I stepped back and flicked serpent breath out in an attempt to cut off his axe hand. But he was fast, snake fast, and he pulled back just in time. Raven told me I would kill you, I said. He foretold it in a dream by Odin's pit. Among the blood he saw the raven banner fall. Liar, he screamed, and came at me, trying to throw me down with weight and brute force. I met him, shield boss to shield boss, and I held him, swinging serpent breath at his head. But the blow glanced off his helmet, and I leaped back a heartbeat before the axe swung where my legs had been, lunged forward, and took him clean on the chest with serpent breath's point. But I did not have any force in the blow, and his mail took the lunge and stopped it. And he swung the axe up, trying to gut me from crotch to chest. But my ragged shield stopped his blow, and we both stepped back. 3 brothers, I said, and you alone of them live. Give my regards to Ivar and to Halfdan. Say that Uhtred Ragnarson sent you to join them. Bastard, he said, and he stepped forward, swinging the axe in a massive sideways blow that was intended to crush my chest. But the battle calm had come on me, and the fear had flown, and the joy was there, and I rammed the shield sideways to take his axe strike, felt the heavy blade plunge into what was left of the wood, and I let go of the shield's handle so that the half-broken tangle of metal and wood dangled from his blade. And then I struck at him. Once, twice, both of them huge blows using both hands on Serpent Breath's hilt, and using all the strength I had taken from the long days at Hayhengel's Oar. I drove him back, cracked his shield, and he lifted his axe, my shield still cumbering it, and then slipped. He had stepped on the spilt guts of a corpse, and his left foot slid sideways. While he was unbalanced, I stabbed Serpent Breath forward, and the blade pierced the mail above the hollow of his elbow, and his axe arm dropped, all strength stolen from it. Serpent Breath flicked back to slash across his mouth, and I was shouting. There was blood in his beard, and he knew then, knew he would die, knew he would see his brothers in the corpse hall. He did not give up. He saw death coming and fought it by trying to hammer me with his shield again. But I was too quick, too exultant, and the next stroke was in his neck, and he staggered, blood pouring onto his shoulder, more blood trickling between the links of his chainmail. And he looked at me as he tried to stay upright. "Wait for me in Valhalla, Lord," I said. He dropped to his knees, still staring at me. He tried to speak, but nothing came, and I gave him the killing stroke. "Now finish them!" Ealdorman Odda shouted, and the men who had been watching the duel screamed in triumph and rushed at the enemy. And there was panic now as the Danes tried to reach their boats. Some were throwing down weapons, and the cleverest were lying flat, pretending to be dead, and men with sickles were killing men with swords. The women from Sinwit's summit were in the Danish camp now, killing and plundering. I knelt by Ubba and closed his nerveless right fist about the handle of his war axe. "Go to Valhalla, Lord," I said. He was not dead yet, but he was dying, for my last stroke had pierced deep into his neck. And then he gave a great shudder, and there was a croaking noise in his throat, and I kept on holding his hand tight to the axe as he died. A dozen more boats escaped, all crowded with Danes,
but the rest of Ubba's fleet was ours. And while a handful of the enemy fled into the woods where they were hunted down, the remaining Danes were either dead or prisoners, and the Raven banner fell into Odda's hands, and we had the victory that day. And Willibald, spear point reddened, was dancing with delight. We took horses, gold, silver, prisoners, women, ships, weapons, and mail. I had fought in the shield wall. Ealdorman Odda had been wounded, struck on the head by an axe that had pierced his helmet and driven into his skull. He lived, but his eyes were white, his skin pale, his breath shallow, and his head matted with blood. Priests prayed over him in one of the small village houses, and I saw him there, but he could not see me, could not speak, perhaps could not hear. But I shoved 2 of the priests aside, knelt by his bed, and thanked him for taking the fight to the Danes. His son, unwounded, his armour apparently unscratched in the battle, watched me from the darkness of the room's far corner. I straightened from his father's low bed. My back ached, and my arms were burning with weariness. I am going to Cridgenton, I told young Odda. He shrugged as if he did not care where I went. I ducked under the low door where Leofric waited for me. "Don't go to Cridgenton," he told me. "My wife is there," I said. "My child is there." "Alfred is at Exenchester," he said. "So?" "So the man who takes news of this battle to Exenchester gets the credit for it," he said. "Then you go," I said. The Danish prisoners wanted to bury Ubba, but Odda the Younger had ordered the body to be dismembered and its pieces given to the beasts and birds. That had not been done yet, though the great battle-axe that I had put in Ubba's dying hand was gone, and I regretted that, for I had wanted it. But I wanted Ubba treated decently as well, and so I let the prisoners dig their grave. Odda the Younger did not confront me, but let the Danes bury their leader and make a mound over his corpse, and thus send Ubba to his brothers in the corpse hall. And when it was done, I rode south with a score of my men, all of us mounted on horses we had taken from the Danes. I went to my family. These days, so long after that battle at Sinwit, I employ a harpist. He is an old Welshman, blind but very skillful, and he often sings tales of his ancestors. He likes to sing of Arthur and Guinevere, of how Arthur slaughtered the English, but he takes care not to let me hear those songs, instead praising me in my battles with outrageous flattery by singing the words of my poets, who describe me as Uhtred Strongsword, or Uhtred Deathgiver, or Uhtred the Beneficent. I sometimes see the old blind man smiling to himself as his hands pluck the strings, and I have more sympathy with his skepticism than I do with the poets who are a pack of snivelling sycophants. But in the year 877, I employed no poets and had no harpist. I was a young man who had come dazed and dazzled from the shield wall, and who stank of blood as I rode south. Yet for some reason, as we threaded the hills and woods of Devonshire, I thought of a harp. Every lord has a harp in the hall. As a child, before I went to Ragnar, I would sometimes sit by the harp in Bebbanburg's hall, and I was intrigued by how the strings would play themselves. Pluck one string, and the others would shiver to give off a tiny music. "Wasting your time, boy?" my father had snarled as I crouched by the harp one day. And I suppose I had been wasting it. But on that spring day in 877, I remembered my childhood's harp, and how its strings would quiver if just one was touched. It was not music, of course, just noise, and scarcely audible noise at that. But after the battle in Pedrodon's Valley, it seemed to me that my life was made of strings, and if I touched one, then the others, though separate, would make their sound. I thought of Ragnar the Younger, and wondered if he lived, and whether his father's killer Kjartan still lived, and how he would die if he did. And thinking of Ragnar made me remember Breda, and her memory slid on to an image of Mildred, and that brought to my mind Alfred and his bitter wife Ellsworth, and all those separate people were a part of my life, strings strung on the frame of Uhtred, and though they were separate, they affected one another, and together they would make the music of my life. Daft thoughts, I told myself. Life is just life. We live, we die, we go to the corpse hole. There is no music, just chance. Fate is relentless. "What are you thinking?" Leofric asked me. We were riding through a valley that was pink with flowers. "I thought you were going to Exenchester," I said. "I am, but I'm going to Cridgenton first, then taking you on to Exenchester. So what are you thinking? You look gloomy as a priest." "I'm thinking about a harp." "A harp?" he laughed. "Your head's full of rubbish." "Touch a harp," I said, "and it just makes noise. But play it, and it makes music." "Sweet Christ!" He looked at me with a worried expression. "You're as bad as Alfred. You think too much." He was right. Alfred was obsessed by order, obsessed by the task of marshalling life's chaos into something that could be controlled. He would do it by the church and by the law, which are much the same thing. But I wanted to see a pattern in the strands of life. In the end, I found one. And it had nothing to do with any god, but with people. With the people we love. My harpist is right to smile when he chants that I am Uhtred the Gift-Giver, or Uhtred the Avenger, or Uhtred the Widow-Maker. For he is old, and he has learned what I have learned. That I am really Uhtred the Lonely. We are all lonely, and all seek a hand to hold in the darkness. It is not the harp, but the hand that plays it. "It will give you a headache," Leofric said. "Thinking too much." "Airsling," I said to him. Mildred was well. She was safe. She had not been raped. She wept when she saw me, and I took her in my arms, and wondered that I was so fond of her. And she said she had thought I was dead, and told me she had prayed to her God to spare me. And she took me to the room where our son was in his swaddling clothes. And for the first time, I looked at Uhtred, son of Uhtred. And I prayed that one day he would be the lawful and sole owner of lands that are carefully marked by stones and by dikes, by oaks and by ash, by marsh and by sea. I am still the owner of those lands that were purchased with our family's blood, and I will take those lands back from the man who stole them from me, and I will give them to my sons, for I am Uhtred, Earl Uhtred, Uhtred of Bebbanburg, and destiny is everything. Historical note. Alfred, famously, is the only monarch in English history to be accorded the honour of being called the Great, and this novel, with the ones that follow, will try to show why he gained that title. I do not want to anticipate those other novels, but broadly, Alfred was responsible for saving Wessex, and ultimately English society from the Danish assaults, and his son Edward, daughter Ethelflaed, and grandson Ethelstan finished what he began to create, which was, for the first time, a political entity they called Englerland. I intend Uhtred to be involved in the whole story. But the tale begins with Alfred, who was indeed a very pious man and frequently sick. A recent theory suggests that he suffered from Crohn's disease, which causes acute abdominal pains, and from chronic piles, details we can glean from a book written by a man who knew him very well, Bishop Asser, who came into Alfred's life after the events described in this novel. Currently, there is a debate whether Bishop Asser did write that life, or whether it was forged 100 years after Alfred's death. And I am utterly unqualified to judge the arguments of the contending academics. But even if it is a forgery, It contains much that has the smack of truth, suggesting that whoever wrote it knew a great deal about Alfred. The author, to be sure, wanted to present Alfred in a glowing light, as warrior, scholar, and Christian, but he does not shy away from his hero's youthful sins. Alfred, he tells us, was unable to abstain from carnal desire until God generously made him sick enough to resist temptation. Whether Alfred did have an illegitimate son, Osferth, is debatable, but it seems very possible. The biggest challenge Alfred faced was an invasion of England by the Danes. Some readers may be disappointed that those Danes are called Northmen or pagans in the novel, but are rarely described as Vikings. In this, I follow the early English writers, who suffered from the Danes and who rarely used the word Viking, which anyway describes an activity rather than a people or a tribe. To go Viking meant to go raiding, and the Danes who fought against England in the 9th century, though undoubtedly raiders, were preeminently invaders and occupiers. Much fanciful imagery has been attached to them, chief of which are the horned helmet, the berserker, and the ghastly execution called the spread eagle, by which a victim's ribs were splayed apart to expose the lungs and heart. That seems to have been a later invention, as does the existence of the berserker, the crazed naked warrior who attacked in a mad frenzy. Doubtless there were insanely frenzied warriors, but there is no evidence that lunatic nudists made regular appearances on the battlefield. The same is true of the horned helmet, for which there is not a scrap of contemporary evidence. Viking warriors were much too sensible to place a pair of protuberances on their helmets, so ideally positioned as to enable an enemy to knock the helmet off. It is a pity to abandon the iconic horned helmets, but alas, they did not exist. The assault on the church by the Danes is well recorded. The invaders were not Christians and saw no reason to spare churches, monasteries, and nunneries from their attacks, especially as those places often contained considerable treasures. Whether the concerted attack on the northern monastic houses happened is debatable. The source is extremely late, a 13th century chronicle written by Roger of Wendover, but what is certain is that many bishoprics and monasteries did disappear during the Danish assault, and that assault was not a great raid, but a deliberate attempt to eradicate English society and replace it with a Danish state. Ivar the Boneless, Ubba, Halfdan, Guthrum, the various kings, Alfred's nephew Ethelwold, Ealdorman Odda, and the ealdorman whose names began with A, a vanished letter called the Ash, all existed. Alfred should properly be spelt Aelfred, but I preferred the usage by which he is known today. It is not certain how King Edmund of East Anglia died, though he was certainly killed by the Danes, and in one ancient version, the future saint was indeed riddled with arrows like Saint Sebastian. Ragnar and Uhtred are fictional, though a family with Uhtred's name did hold Bebbanburg, now Bamber Castle. Later in the Anglo-Saxon period, and as that family are my ancestors, I decided to give them that magical place a little earlier than the records suggest. Most of the major events happened. The assault on York, the siege of Nottingham, the attacks on the Four Kingdoms, all are recorded in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, or in Asser's Life of King Alfred, which together are the major sources for the period. I used both those sources and also consulted a host of secondary works. Alfred's life is remarkably well documented for the period, some of that documentation written by Alfred himself. But even so, as Professor James Campbell wrote in an essay on the king, arrows of insight have to be winged by the feathers of speculation. I have feathered lavishly, as historical novelists must, yet as much of the novel as possible is based on real events. Guthrum's occupation of Wareham, the exchange of hostages and his breaking of the truce, his murder of the hostages and occupation of Exeter all happened, as did the loss of most of his fleet in a great storm off Durlston Head near Swanage. The one large change I have made was to bring Ubba's death forward by a year, so that in the next book Uhtred can be elsewhere. And persuaded by the arguments in John Peddy's book Alfred, Warrior King, I placed that action at Cannington in Somerset, rather than at the more traditional site of Countisbury Head in North Devon. Alfred was the king who preserved the idea of England, which his son, daughter, and grandson made explicit. At a time of great danger, when the English kingdoms were perilously near to extinction, he provided a bulwark that allowed the Anglo-Saxon culture to survive. His achievements were greater than that. But his story is far from over, so Uhtred will campaign again.
The Last Kingdom by Bernard Cornwell. Read
by Bernard Cornwell. Read by Tom Selwood.
Chapter 1. These days, I look at 20-year-olds and think they are pathetically young, scarcely weaned from their mother's tits. But when I was 20, I considered myself a full-grown man. I had fathered a child, fought in the shield wall, and was loath to take advice from anyone. In short, I was arrogant, stupid, and headstrong, which is why, after our victory at Sinuit, I did the wrong thing. We had fought the Danes beside the ocean, where the river runs from the great swamp and the Safen Sea slaps on a muddy shore, and there we had beaten them. We had made a great slaughter, and I, Uhtred of Bebbanburg, had done my part. More than my part, for at the battle's end, when the great Ubba Lothbrokson, most feared of all the Danish leaders, had carved into our shield wall with his great war axe, I had faced him, beaten him, and sent him to join the Iron Hairjar, that army of the dead who feast and swive in Odin's corpse hall. What I should have done then, what Leofric told me to do, was ride hard to Exenchester, where Alfred, King of the West Saxons, was besieging Guthrum. I should have arrived deep in the night, woken the king from his sleep, and laid Ubba's battle banner of the Black Raven and Ubba's great war axe, its blade still crusted with blood, at Alfred's feet. I should have given the king the good news that the Danish army was beaten, that the few survivors had taken to their dragon-headed ships, that Wessex was safe, and that I, Uhtred of Bebbanburg, had achieved all of those things. Instead, I rode to find my wife and child. At 20 years old, I would rather have been ploughing Mildrith than reaping the rewards of my good fortune, and that is what I did wrong. But, looking back, I have few regrets. Fate is inexorable, and Mildrith, though I had not wanted to marry her, and though I came to detest her, was a lovely field to plough. So, in that late spring of the year 877, I spent the Saturday riding to Cridionton instead of going to Alfred. I took 20 men with me, and I promised Leofric that we would be at Exenchester by midday on Sunday, and I would make certain Alfred knew we had won his battle and saved his kingdom. Odda the Younger will be there by now, Leofric warned me. Leofric was almost twice my age, a warrior hardened by years of fighting the Danes. "Did you hear me?" he asked, when I said nothing. "Odda the Younger will be there by now," he said again, "and he's a piece of goose shit who'll take all the credit." "The truth cannot be hidden," I said loftily. Leofric mocked that. He was a bearded, squat brute of a man, who should have been the commander of Alfred's fleet. But he was not well born, and Alfred had reluctantly given me charge of the 12 ships because I was an ealdorman, a noble, and it was only fitting that a high-born man should command the West Saxon fleet, even though it had been much too puny to confront the massive array of Danish ships that had come to Wessex's south coast. "There are times," Leofric grumbled, "when you are an earthling." An earthling was something that had dropped out of a creature's backside, and was one of Leofric's favourite insults. We were friends. "We'll see Alfred tomorrow," I said. "And Odda the Younger," Leofric said patiently, "has seen him today." Odda the Younger was the son of Odda the Elder, who had given my wife shelter, and the son did not like me. He did not like me because he wanted to plough Mildrith, which was reason enough for him to dislike me. He was also, as Leofric said, a piece of goose shit, slippery and slick, which was reason enough for me to dislike him. "We shall see Alfred tomorrow," I said again, And next morning we all rode to Exenchester, my men escorting Mildreth, our son, and his nurse, and we found Alfred on the northern side of Exenchester, where his green and white dragon banner flew above his tents. Other banners snapped in the damp wind, a colourful array of beasts, crosses, saints and weapons, announcing that the great men of Wessex were there with their king. One of those banners showed a black stag, which confirmed that Leofric had been right, and that Odda the Younger was here in South Devonshire. Outside the camp, between its southern margin and the city walls, was a great pavilion made of sailcloth, stretched across guide poles, and that told me that Alfred, instead of fighting Guthrum, was talking to him. They were negotiating a truce, though not on that day, for it was a Sunday, and Alfred would do no work on a Sunday if he could help it. I found him on his knees in a makeshift church made from another poled sailcloth, and all his nobles and thanes were arrayed behind him, and some of those men turned as they heard our horses' hoofs. Odda the Younger was one of those who turned, and I saw the apprehension show on his narrow face. The bishop, who was conducting the service, paused to let the congregation make a response, and that gave Odda an excuse to look away from me. He was kneeling close to Alfred, very close, suggesting that he was high in the king's favour, and I did not doubt that he had brought the dead Ubba's raven banner and war axe to Exenchester and claimed the credit for the fight beside the sea. "One day," I said to Leofric, "I shall slit that bastard from the crotch to the gullet and dance on his offal." "You should have done it yesterday." A priest had been kneeling close to the altar, one of the many priests who always accompanied Alfred, and he saw me and slid backward as unobtrusively as he could until he was able to stand and hurry toward me. He had red hair, a squint, a palsied left hand, and an expression of astonished joy on his ugly face. "Uhtred," he called as he ran toward our horses. "Uhtred, we thought you were dead." "Me?" I grinned at the priest. "Dead?" "You were a hostage." I had been one of the dozen English hostages in Wareham, but while the others had been murdered by Guthrum, I had been spared because of Earl Ragnar, who was a Danish war chief and as close to me as a brother. "I didn't die, father," I said to the priest, whose name was Beocca, "and I'm surprised you did not know that." "How could I know it?" "Because I was at Sinuit, father, and Odda the Younger could have told you that I was there and that I lived." I was staring at Odda as I spoke, and Beocca caught the grimness in my voice. "You were at Sinuit?" he asked nervously. "Odda the Younger didn't tell you?" "He said nothing." "Nothing." I kicked my horse forward, forcing it between the kneeling men and thus closer to Odda. Beocca tried to stop me, but I pushed his hand away from my bridle. Leofric, wiser than me, held back, but I pushed the horse into the back rows of the congregation until the press of worshippers made it impossible to advance farther, and then I stared at Odda as I spoke to Beocca. "He didn't describe Ubba's death?" I asked. "He says Ubba died in the shield wall," Beocca said, his voice a hiss so that he did not disturb the liturgy, "and that many men contributed to his death." "Is that all he told you?" "He says he faced Ubba himself," Beocca said. "So, who do men think killed Ubba Lothbrokson?" I asked. Beocca could sense trouble coming, and he tried to calm me. "We can talk of these things later," he said. "But for now, Uhtred, join us in prayer." He used my name rather than calling me Lord, because he had known me since I was a child. Beocca, like me, was a Northumbrian, and he had been my father's priest. But when the Danes took our country, he had come to Wessex to join those Saxons who still resisted the invaders. "This is a time for prayer," he insisted, "not for quarrels." But I was in a mood for quarrels. "Who do men say killed Ubba Lothbrokson?" I asked again. "They give thanks to God that the pagan is dead." Beocca evaded my question and tried to hush my voice with frantic gestures from his palsied left hand. "Who do you think killed Ubba?" I asked. And when Beocca did not answer, I provided the answer for him. You think Odda the Younger killed him? I could see that Beocca did believe that, and the anger surged in me. Ubba fought me man on man, I said too loudly now. 1-on-1, just me and him. My sword against his axe. And he was unwounded when the fight began, father, and at the end of it he was dead. He had gone to his brothers in the corpse hall. I was furious now, and my voice had risen until I was shouting, and the distracted congregation all turned to stare at me. The bishop, whom I recognized as the Bishop of Exenchester, the same man who had married me to Mildred, frowned nervously. Only Alfred seemed unmoved by the interruption. But then, reluctantly, he stood and turned toward me as his wife, the pinch-faced Aelswith, hissed into his ear. "Is there any man here," I was still shouting, "who will deny that I, Uhtred of Bebbanburg, killed Ubba Lothbrokson in single combat?" There was silence. I had not intended to disrupt the service, but monstrous pride and ungovernable rage had driven me to defiance. The faces gazed at me. The banners flapped in the desultory wind, and the small rain dripped from the edges of the sailcloth awning. Still, no one answered me. But men saw that I was staring at Odda the Younger, and some looked to him for a response. But he was struck dumb. "Who killed Ubba?" I shouted at him. "This is not seemly," Alfred said angrily. "This killed Ubba," I declared, and I drew serpent breath. And that was my next mistake. In the winter, while I was mewed up in Wareham as one of the hostages given to Guthrum, a new law had been passed in Wessex. A law which decreed that no man other than the royal bodyguards was to draw a weapon in the presence of the king. The law was not just to protect Alfred, but also to prevent the quarrels between his great men becoming lethal. And, by drawing serpent breath, I had unwittingly broken the law, so that his household troops were suddenly converging on me with spears and drawn swords, until Alfred, red-cloaked and bare-headed, shouted for every man to be still. Then he walked toward me, and I could see the anger on his face. He had a narrow face, with a long nose and chin, a high forehead, and a thin-lipped mouth. He normally went clean-shaven, but he had grown a short beard that made him look older. He was not lived 30 years yet, but looked closer to 40. He was painfully thin, and his frequent illnesses had given his face a crabbed look. He looked more like a priest than the king of the West Saxons, for he had the irritated, pale face of a man who spends too much time out of the sun and poring over books. But there was an undoubted authority in his eyes. They were very light eyes, as grey as mail, unforgiving. "You have broken my peace," he said, "and offended the peace of Christ." I sheathed serpent breath, mainly because Beocca had muttered at me to stop being a damned fool and to put my sword away, and now the priest was tugging my right leg, trying to make me dismount and kneel to Alfred, whom he adored. Aelswith, Alfred's wife, was staring at me with pure scorn. "He should be punished," she called out. "You will go there," the king said, pointing toward one of his tents, "and wait for my judgment." I had no choice but to obey, for his household troops, all of them in mail and helmets, pressed about me, and so I was taken to the tent, where I dismounted and ducked inside. The air smelled of yellowed, crushed grass. The rain pattered on the linen roof, and some leaked through onto an altar that held a crucifix and 2 empty candle holders. The tent was evidently the king's private chapel, and Alfred made me wait there a long time. The congregation dispersed, the rain ended, and a watery sunlight emerged between the clouds. A harp played somewhere, perhaps serenading Alfred and his wife as they ate. A dog came into the tent, looked at me, lifted its leg against the altar, and went out again. The sun vanished behind cloud, and more rain pattered on the canvas. Then there was a flurry at the tent's opening, and 2 men entered. One was Ethelwald, the king's nephew, and the man who should have inherited Wessex's throne from his father, except he had been reckoned too young, and so the crown had gone to his uncle instead. He gave me a sheepish grin, deferring to the second man, who was heavy-set, full-bearded, and 10 years older than Ethelwald. He introduced himself by sneezing, then blew his nose into his hand and wiped the snot onto his leather coat. "Call it springtime," he grumbled, then stared at me with a truculent expression. "Damned rain never stops. You know who I am?" "Wulfhere," I said, "Ealdorman of Wilton Skier." He was a cousin to the king and a leading power in Wessex. He nodded. "And you know who this damn fool is?" he asked, gesturing at Ethelwald, who was holding a bundle of white cloth. "We know each other," I said. Ethelwald was only a month or so younger than I, and he was fortunate, I suppose, that his uncle Alfred was such a good Christian, or else he could have expected a knife in the night. He was much better looking than Alfred, but foolish, flippant, and usually drunk, though he appeared sober enough on that Sunday morning. "I'm in charge of Ethelwald now," Wulfhere said, "and of you. And the king sent me to punish you." He brooded on that for a heartbeat. "What his wife wants me to do," he went on, "is pull the guts out of your smelly arse and feed them to the pigs." He glared at me. "You know what the penalty is for drawing a sword in the king's presence?" "A fine," I guessed. "Death, you fool, death. They made a new law a month ago." "How was I supposed to know?" "But Alfred's feeling merciful?" Wulfhere ignored my question. "So, you're not to dangle off a gallows. Not today, anyhow. But he wants your assurance you'll keep the peace." "What peace?" "His damned peace, you fool. He wants us to fight the Danes, not slice each other up. So for the moment you have to swear to keep the peace." "For the moment?" "For the moment," he said tonelessly, and I just shrugged. He took that for acceptance. "So, you killed Ubba?" he asked. "I did." "That's what I hear." He sneezed again. "You know Ador?" "I know him," I said. Ador was one of Ealdorman Odda's battle chiefs, a warrior of the men of Defnaskir, and he had fought beside us at Sinuit. "Ador told me what happened," Wulfhere said, "but only because he trusts me. For God's sake, stop fidgeting." This last shout was directed at Ethelwald, who was poking beneath the altar's linen cover, presumably in search of something valuable. Alfred, rather than murder his nephew, seemed intent on boring him to death. Ethelwald had never been allowed to fight, lest he make a reputation for himself. Instead, he had been forced to learn his letters, which he hated, and so he idled his time away, hunting, drinking, whoring, and filled with resentment that he was not the king. "Just stand still, boy," Wulfhere snarled. "Ador told you?" I said, unable to keep the outrage from my voice. "Because he trusts you? You mean what happened at Sinuit is a secret?" 1,000 men saw me kill Ubba. "But Odda the Younger took the credit," Wulfhere said, "and his father is badly wounded, and if he dies, then Odda the Younger will become one of the richest men in Wessex, and he'll lead more troops and pay more priests than you can ever hope to do. So men won't want to offend him, will they? They'll pretend to believe him, to keep him generous. And the king already believes him, and why shouldn't he? Odda arrived here with Ubba Lothbroksson's banner and war axe. He dropped them at Alfred's feet, then knelt and gave the praise to God, and promised to build a church and monastery at Sinuit. And what did you do? Ride a damned horse into the middle of Mass and wave your sword about. Not a clever thing to do with Alfred." I half smiled at that, for Wulfhere was right. Alfred was uncommonly pious, and a sure way to succeed in Wessex was to flatter that piety, imitate it, and ascribe all good fortune to God. "Odda's a prick," Wulfhere growled, surprising me. "But he's Alfred's prick now, and you're not going to change that." "But I killed—" "I know what you did," Wulfhere interrupted me. And Alfred probably suspects you're telling the truth. But he believes Odda made it possible. He thinks Odda and you both fought Ubba. He may not even care if neither of you did, except that Ubba's dead, and that's good news. And Odda brought that news, and so the sun shines out of Odda's arse. And if you want the king's troops to hang you off a high branch, then you'll make a feud with Odda. Do you understand me? Yes. Wulfhere sighed. Leofric said you'd see sense if I beat you over the head long enough. I want to see Leofric, I said. You can't, Wulfhere said sharply. He's being sent back to Hampton where he belongs. But you're not going back. The fleet will be put in someone else's charge. You're to do penance. For a moment, I thought I had misheard. I'm to do what? I asked. You're to grovel. Ethelwald spoke for the first time. He grinned at me. We were not exactly friends, but we had drunk together often enough, and he seemed to like me. You're to dress like a girl, Ethelwald continued. Go on your knees and be humiliated. And you're to do it right now, Wulfhere added. I'll be damned. You'll be damned anyway, Wulfhere snarled at me, then snatched the white bundle from Ethelwald's grasp and tossed it at my feet. It was a penitent's robe, and I left it on the ground. For God's sake, lad, Wulfhere said. Have some sense. You've got a wife and land here, don't you? So what happens if you don't do the king's bidding? You want to be outlawed? You want your wife in a nunnery? You want the church to take your land? I stared at him. All I did was kill Ubba and tell the truth. Wulfhere sighed. You're a Northumbrian, he said. And I don't know how they did things up there, but this is Alfred's Wessex. You can do anything in Wessex except piss all over his church, and that's what you just did. You pissed, son, and now the church is going to piss all over you. He grimaced as the rain beat harder on the tent. Then he frowned, staring at the puddle spreading just outside the entrance. He was silent a long time before turning and giving me a strange look. You think any of this is important? I did, but I was so astonished by his question that had been asked in a soft, bitter voice that I had nothing to say. You think Ubba's death makes any difference? He asked. And again I thought I had misheard. And even if Guthrum makes peace, he went on, you think we've won? His heavy face was suddenly savage. How long will Alfred be king? How long before the Danes rule here? I still had nothing to say. Ethelwald, I saw, was listening intently. He longed to be king, but he had no following, and Wulfhere had plainly been appointed as his guardian to keep him from making trouble. But Wulfhere's words suggested the trouble would come anyway. Just do what Alfred wants, the older man advised me, and afterward find a way to keep living. That's all any of us can do. If Wessex falls, we'll be looking for a way to stay alive, but in the meantime, put on that damned robe and get it over with. Both of us, Ethelwald said, and he picked up the robe, and I saw he had fetched two of them, folded together. You? Wulfhere snarled at him. Are you drunk? I'm penitent for being drunk. Or I was drunk. Now I'm penitent. He grinned at me, then pulled the robe over his head. I shall go to the altar with Attrid, he said, his voice muffled by the linen. Wulfhere could not stop him, but Wulfhere knew, as I knew, that Ethelwald was making a mockery of the rite. And I knew Ethelwald was doing it as a favour to me, though as far as I knew, he owed me no favour. But I was grateful to him, so I put on the damned frock, and side by side with the king's nephew, went to my humiliation. I meant little to Alfred. He had a score of great lords in Wessex, while across the frontier in Mercia there were other lords and thanes who lived under Danish rule, but who would fight for Wessex if Alfred gave them an opportunity. All of those great men could bring him soldiers, could rally swords and spears to the dragon banner of Wessex, while I could bring him nothing except my sword, Serpent Breath. True, I was a lord, but I was from far off Northumbria, and I led no men, and so my only value to him was far in the future. I did not understand that yet. In time, as the rule of Wessex spread northward, my value grew. But back then in 877, when I was an angry 20-year-old, I knew nothing except my own ambitions. And I learned humiliation. Even today, a lifetime later, I remember the bitterness of that penitential grovel. Why did Alfred make me do it? I had won him a great victory, yet he insisted on shaming me. And for what? Because I had disturbed a church service? It was partly that, but only part. He loved his God, loved the church, and passionately believed that the survival of Wessex lay in obedience to the church, and so he would protect the church as fiercely as he would fight for his country. And he loved order. There was a place for everything, and I did not fit. And he genuinely believed that if I could be brought to God's heel, then I would become part of his beloved order. In short, he saw me as an unruly young hound that needed a good whipping before it could join the disciplined pack. So, he made me grovel. And Ethelwald made a fool of himself. Not at first. At first it was all solemnity. Every man in Alfred's army was there to watch, and they made 2 lines in the rain. The lines stretched to the altar under the guide sailcloth, where Alfred and his wife waited with the bishop and a gaggle of priests. "On your knees," Wulfhere said to me. "You have to go on your knees," he insisted tonelessly, "and crawl up to the altar. Kiss the altar cloth, then lie flat." "Then what?" "Then God and the king forgive you," he said, and waited. "Just do it," he snarled. So I did it. I went down on my knees and I shuffled through the mud, and the silent lines of men watched me. And then Ethelwald, close beside me, began to wail that he was a sinner. He threw his arms in the air, fell flat on his face, howled that he was penitent, shrieked that he was a sinner, and at first men were embarrassed, and then they were amused. "I've known women," Ethelwald shouted at the rain, "and they were bad women. Forgive me." Alfred was furious, but he could not stop a man making a fool of himself before God. Perhaps he thought Ethelwald's remorse was genuine. "I've lost count of the women," Ethelwald shouted, then beat his fists in the mud. "Oh, God, I love tits. God, I love naked women. God, forgive me for that." The laughter spread, and every man must have remembered that Alfred, before piety caught him in its clammy grip, had been notorious for the women he had pursued. "You must help me, God," Ethelwald cried as we shuffled a few feet farther. "Send me an angel." "So you can hump her," a voice called from the crowd, and the laughter became a roar. Aelswith was hurried away, lest she hear something unseemly. The priests whispered together, but Ethelwald's penitence, though extravagant, seemed real enough. He was weeping. I knew he was really laughing, but he howled as though his soul was in agony. "No more tits, God," he called. "No more tits." He made a fool of himself, but as men already thought him a fool, he did not mind. "Keep me from tits, God," he shouted. And now Alfred left, knowing that the solemnity of the day was ruined, and most of the priests left with him, so that Ethelwald and I crawled to an abandoned altar, where Ethelwald turned in his mud-spattered robe and leaned against the table. "I hate him," he said softly, and I knew he referred to his uncle. "I hate him," he went on. "And now You owe me a favour, Uhtred. I do, I said. I'll think of one, he said. Odda the Younger had not left with Alfred. He seemed bemused. My humiliation, which he had surely thought to enjoy, had turned into laughter, and he was aware that men were watching him, judging his truthfulness, and he moved closer to a huge man who was evidently one of his bodyguards. That man was tall and very broad about the chest, but it was his face that commanded attention, for it looked as though his skin had been stretched too tight across his skull, leaving his face incapable of making any expression other than one of pure hatred and wolfish hunger. Violence came off the men like the stench of a wet hound, and when he looked at me, it was like a beast's soulless stare, and I instinctively understood that this was the man who would kill me if Odda found a chance to commit murder. Odda was nothing, a rich man's spoiled son, but his money gave him the means to command men who were killers. Then Odda plucked at the tall man's sleeve, and they both turned and walked away. Father Beocca had stayed by the altar. "Kiss it," he ordered me, "then lie flat." I stood up instead. "You can kiss my arse, Father," I said. I was angry, and my anger frightened Beocca, who backed away. But I had done what the king wanted. I had been penitent. The tall man beside Odda the Younger was named Steapa. Steapa Snortor, men called him, or Steapa the Clever. "It's a joke," Wulfhere told me, as I ripped off the penitent's frock and pulled on my mail coat. "A joke? Because he's as dumb as an ox," Wulfhere said. "He's got frog spawn instead of a brain. He's stupid, but he's not a stupid fighter. You didn't see him at Sinuit?" "No," I said curtly. "So what's Steapa to you?" Wulfhere asked. "Nothing," I said. I'd asked the elder man who Odda's bodyguard was, so that I could learn the name of the man who might try to kill me. But that possible murder was none of Wulfhere's business. Wulfhere hesitated, wanting to ask more, then deciding he would fetch no better answer. "When the Danes come," he said, "you'll be welcome to join my men." Ethelwald, Alfred's nephew, was holding my two swords, and he drew serpent breath from her scabbard and stared at the wispy patterns in her blade. "If the Danes come," he spoke to Wulfhere, "you must let me fight." "You don't know how to fight." "Then you must teach me." He slid serpent breath back into the scabbard. "Wessex needs a king who can fight," he said, "instead of pray." "You should watch your tongue, lad," Wulfhere said, "in case it gets cut out." He snatched the swords from Ethelwald and gave them to me. "The Danes will come," he said, "so join me when they do." I nodded, but said nothing. When the Danes came, I thought, I planned to be with them. I had been raised by Danes after being captured at the age of 10, and they could have killed me. But instead, they had treated me well. I had learned their language and worshipped their gods until I no longer knew whether I was Danish or English. Had Earl Ragnar the Elder lived, I would never have left them. But he had died, murdered in a night of treachery and fire, and I had fled south to Wessex. But now I would go back. Just as soon as the Danes left Exenchester, I would join Ragnar's son, Ragnar the Younger, if he lived. Ragnar the Younger's ship had been in the fleet that had been hammered in the great storm. Scores of ships had sunk, and the remnants of the fleet had limped to Exenchester, where the boats were now burned to ash on the riverbank beneath the town. I did not know if Ragnar lived. I hoped he lived, and I prayed he would escape Exenchester, and then I would go to him, offer him my sword, and carry that blade against Alfred of Wessex. Then, one day I would dress Alfred in a frock and make him crawl on his knees to an altar of Thor, then kill him. Those were my thoughts as we rode to Oxton. That was the estate Mildred had brought me in marriage, and it was a beautiful place, but so saddled with debt that it was more of a burden than a pleasure. The farmland was on the slopes of hills facing east toward the broad sea reach of the Uisk, and above the house were thick woods of oak and ash, from which flowed small clear streams that cut across the fields where rye, wheat, and barley grew. The house, it was not a hall, was a smoke-filled building made from mud, dung, oak, and rye straw, and so long and low that it looked like a green, moss-covered mound from which smoke escaped through the roof's central hole. In the attached yard were pigs, chickens, and mounds of manure as big as the house. Mildred's father had farmed it, helped by a steward named Oswald, who was a weasel. And he caused me still more trouble on that rainy Sunday as we rode back to the farm. I was furious, resentful and vengeful. Alfred had humiliated me, which made it unfortunate for Oswald that he had chosen that Sunday afternoon to drag an oak tree down from the high woods. I was brooding on the pleasures of revenge as I let my horse pick its way up the track through the trees and saw 8 oxen hauling the great trunk toward the river. 3 men were goading the oxen, while a 4th, Oswald, rode the trunk with a whip. He saw me and jumped off, and for a heartbeat it looked as if he wanted to run into the trees. But then he realized he could not evade me, and so he just stood and waited as I rode up to the great oak log. "Lord," Oswald greeted me. He was surprised to see me. He probably thought I'd been killed with the other hostages, and that belief had made him careless. My horse was nervous because of the stink of blood from the oxen's flanks, and he stepped backward and forward in small steps until I calmed him by patting his neck. Then I looked at the oak trunk, that must have been 40 feet long and as thick about as a man as tall. "A fine tree," I said to Oswald. He glanced toward Mildred, who was 20 paces away. "Good day, lady," he said, clawing off the woolen hat he wore over his springy red hair. "A wet day, Oswald," she said. Her father had appointed the steward, and Mildred had an innocent faith in his reliability. "I said," I spoke loudly, "a fine tree. So where was it felled?" Oswald tucked the hat into his belt. "On the top ridge, Lord," he said vaguely. "The top ridge on my land?" He hesitated. He was doubtless tempted to claim it came from a neighbour's land, but that lie could easily have been exposed, and so he said nothing. "From my land?" I asked again. "Yes, Lord," he admitted. "And where is it going?" He hesitated again, but had to answer. "Wigolf's mill." "Wigolf buys it?" "He'll split it, Lord." "I didn't ask what he will do with it," I said, "but whether he will buy it." Mildred, hearing the harshness in my voice, intervened to say that her father had sometimes sent timber to Wigolf's mill, but I waved her to silence. "Will he buy it?" I asked Oswald. "We need the timber, Lord, to make repairs," the steward said, "and Wigolf takes his fee in split wood." "And you drag the tree on a Sunday?" He had nothing to say to that. "Tell me," I went on, "if we need planks for repairs, then why we don't split the trunk ourselves? Do we lack men, or wedges, or mauls?" "Wigolf has always done it," Oswald said in a surly tone. "Always?" I repeated, and Oswald said nothing. "Wigolf lives in Exonminster?" I guessed. Exonminster lay a mile or so northward, and was the nearest settlement to Oxton. "Yes, Lord," Oswald said. "So, If I ride to Exonminster now, I said, Wiggles will tell me how many similar trees you've delivered to him in the last year. There was silence, except for the rain dripping from leaves and the intermittent burst of birdsong. I edged my horse a few steps closer to Oswald, who gripped his whip's handle as if readying it to lash out at me. "How many?" I asked. Oswald said nothing. "How many?" I demanded, louder. "Husband," Mildred called. "Quiet," I shouted at her. And Oswald looked from me to her and back to me. "And how much has Wiggle paid you?" I asked. "What does a tree like this fetch? 8 shillings? 9? The anger that had made me act so impetuously at the King's church service rose again. It was plain that Oswald was stealing the timber and being paid for it, and what I should have done was charge him with theft, and have him arraigned before a court where a jury of men would decide his guilt or innocence. But I was in no mood for such a process. I just drew serpent breath and kicked my horse forward. Mildred screamed a protest, but I ignored her. Oswald ran, and that was a mistake because I caught him easily, and serpent breath swung once and opened up the back of his skull so I could see brains and blood as he fell. He twisted in the leaf mould, and I wheeled the horse back and stabbed down into his throat. "That was murder!" Mildred shouted at me. "That was justice," I snarled at her. "Something lacking in Wessex." I spat on Oswald's body that was still twitching. The bastard's been stealing from us. Mildred kicked her horse, leading the nurse who carried our child uphill. I let her go. "Take the trunk up to the house," I ordered the slaves who had been goading the oxen. "If it's too big to drag uphill, then split it here and take the planks to the house." I searched Oswald's house that evening and discovered 53 shillings buried in the floor. I took the silver, confiscated his cooking pots, spit, knives, buckles, and a deerskin cloak, then drove his wife and 3 children off my land. I had come home. Chapter 2. My anger was not slaked by Oswald's killing. The death of a dishonest steward was no consolation for what I perceived as a monstrous injustice. For the moment, Wessex was safe from the Danes, but it was only safe because I had killed Ubba Lothbroxen, and my reward had been humiliation. Poor Mildred. She was a peaceable woman who thought well of everyone she met, and now she found herself married to a resentful, angry warrior. She was frightened of Alfred's wrath, terrified that the church would punish me for disturbing its peace, and worried that Oswald's relatives would demand a weregild from me. And so they would. A weregild was the blood price that every man, woman, and child possessed. Kill a man, and you must pay his price, or else die yourself. And I had no doubt that Oswald's family would go to Odda the Younger, who had been named the Ealdorman of Defnaskeer because his father was too badly wounded to continue as Ealdorman, and Odda would instruct the Shire Reeve to pursue me and place me on trial. But I did not care. I hunted boar and deer. I brooded and waited for news of the negotiations at Exonchester. I was expecting Alfred to do what he always did, which was to make peace with the Danes and so release them. And when he did, I would go to Ragnar. And as I waited, I found my first retainer. He was a slave, and I discovered him in Exonminster on a fine spring day. There was a hiring fair, where men looked for employment through the busy days of haymaking and harvest. And like all fairs, there were jugglers, storytellers, stilt walkers, musicians, and acrobats. There was also a tall, white-haired man with a lined, serious face, who was selling enchanted leather bags that turned iron into silver. He showed us how it was done, and I saw him place 2 common nails into the bag, and a moment later they were pure silver. He said we had to place a silver crucifix in the bag, and then sleep one night with it tied around our necks before the magic worked, and I paid him 3 silver shillings for one bag, and it never worked. I spent months searching for the man, but never found him. Even these days I come across such men and women selling sorcerous pouches or boxes, and now I have them whipped and run off my land. But I was only 20 then, and I believed my own eyes. That man had attracted a large crowd, but there were even more people gathered by the church gate, where shouts erupted every few minutes. I pushed my horse into their rear ranks, getting dirty looks from folk who knew I had killed Oswald. But none dared accuse me of the murder, for I carried both serpent breath and wasp sting. A young man was by the church gate. He was stripped to the waist, barefooted, and had a rope round his neck, and the rope was tied to the gatepost. In his hand was a short, stout stave. He had long, unbound fair hair, blue eyes, a stubborn face, and blood all over his chest, belly, and arms. 3 men guarded him. They, too, were fair-haired and blue-eyed, and they shouted in a strange accent, "Come and fight the heathen. 3 pennies to make the bastard bleed. Come and fight." "Who is he?" I asked. "A Dane, Lord. A pagan Dane." The man tugged off his hat when he spoke to me, then turned back to the crowd. "Come and fight him. Get your revenge. Make a Dane bleed. Be a good Christian. Hurt a pagan." The 3 men were Frisians. I suspected they had been in Alfred's army, and now that he was talking to the Danes rather than fighting them, the 3 had deserted. Frisians come from across the sea, and they come for one reason only: money. And this trio had somehow captured the young Dane and were profiting from him so long as he lasted. And that could have been some time, for he was good. A strong young Saxon paid his 3 pence and was given a sword with which he hacked wildly at the prisoner. But the Dane parried every blow, wood chips flying from his stave. And when he saw an opening, he cracked his opponent around the head hard enough to draw blood from his ear. The Saxon staggered away, half-stunned, and the Dane rammed the stave into his belly. And, as the Saxon bent to gasp for breath, the stave whistled round in a blow that would have cracked his skull open like an egg. But the Frisians dragged on the rope so that the Dane fell backward. "Do we have another hero?" a Frisian shouted as the young Saxon was helped away. "Come on, lads, show your strength. Beat a Dane bloody." "I'll beat him," I said. I dismounted and pushed through the crowd. I gave my horse's reins to a boy, then drew serpent breath. 3 pence? I asked the Frisians. No, Lord," one of them said. "Why not?" "We don't want a dead Dane, do we?" the man answered. "We do," someone shouted from the crowd. The folk in the Uisk Valley did not like me, but they liked the Danes even less, and they relished the prospect of watching a prisoner being slaughtered. "You can only wound him, Lord," the Frisian said, "and you must use our sword." He held out the weapon. I glanced at it, saw its blunt edge, and spat. "Must?" I asked. The Frisian did not want to argue. "You can only draw blood, Lord," he said. The Dane flicked hair from his eyes and watched me. He held the stave low. I could see he was nervous, but there was no fear in his eyes. He had probably fought 100 battles since the Frisians captured him, but those fights had been against men who were not soldiers, and he must have known from my 2 swords that I was a warrior. His skin was blotched with bruises and laced by blood and scars, and he surely expected another wound from serpent breath, but he was determined to give me a fight. "What's your name?" I asked in Danish. He blinked at me, surprised. "Your name, boy," I said. I called him boy, though he was not much younger than I. "Hasten," he said. "Hasten who?" "Hasten Storison," he said, giving me his father's name. "Fight him, don't talk to him," a voice shouted from the crowd. I turned to stare at the man who had shouted, and he could not meet my gaze. Then I turned fast, very fast, and whipped serpent breath in a quick sweep that Hasten instinctively parried so that serpent breath cut through the stave as if it was rotten. Hasten was left with a stub of wood, while the rest of his weapon, a yard of thick ash, lay on the ground. "Kill him!" someone shouted. "Just draw blood, Lord," a Frisian said.
Please, Lord, he's not a bad lad for a Dane. Just make him bleed and we'll pay you. I kicked the ash stave away from Hayston. Pick it up, I said. He looked at me nervously. To pick it up, he would have to go to the end of his tether, then stoop, and at that moment he would expose his back to serpent breath. He watched me, his eyes bitter beneath the fringe of dirty hair, then decided I would not attack him as he bent over. He went to the stave, and as he leaned down, I kicked it a few inches farther away. Pick it up, I ordered him again. He still held the stub of ash, and as he took a further step, straining against the rope, he suddenly whipped round and tried to ram the broken end into my belly. He was fast, but I had half expected the move and caught his wrist in my left hand. I squeezed hard, hurting him. Pick it up, I said, a third time. This time he obeyed, stooping to the stave. And to reach it, he stretched his tether tight, and I slashed serpent breath onto the taut rope, severing it. Hayston, who had been straining forward, fell onto his face as the hide rope was cut. I put my left foot onto his back and let the tip of serpent breath rest on his spine. Alfred, I said to the Frisians, has ordered that all Danish prisoners are to be taken to him. The three looked at me, said nothing. So why have you not taken this man to the king? I demanded. We didn't know, Lord, one of them said. No one told us. Which was not surprising, because Alfred had given no such order. We'll take him to the king now, Lord, another reassured me. I'll save you the trouble, I said. I took my foot off Hayston. Get up, I told him in Danish. I threw a coin to the boy holding my horse and hauled myself into the saddle, where I offered Hayston a hand. Get up behind me, I ordered him. The Frisians protested, coming at me with their swords drawn. So I pulled the wasp's sting from her scabbard and gave it to Hayston, who had still not mounted. Then I turned the horse toward the Frisians and smiled at them. These people, I waved serpent breath at the crowd, already think I am a murderer. I'm also the man who met Ubba Lothbrokson beside the sea and killed him there. I tell you this, so you may boast that you killed Uhtred of Bebbanburg. I lowered the sword so it pointed at the nearest man, and he backed away. The others, no more eager to fight than the first, went with him. Hayston then pulled himself up behind me, and I spurred the horse into the crowd that parted reluctantly. Once free of them, I made Hayston dismount and give me back Wasp's sting. How did you get captured? I asked him. He told me he had been on one of Guthrum's ships caught in the storm, and his ship had sunk, but he had clung to some wreckage and been washed ashore where the Frisians had found him. There were 2 of us, Lord, he said, but the other died. You're a free man now, I told him. Free? You're my man, I said, and you'll give me an oath and I'll give you a sword. Why? He wanted to know. Because a Dane saved me once, I said, and I like the Danes. I also wanted Hayston because I needed men. I did not trust Odda the Younger, and I feared Steapa Snotor, Odda's warrior, and so I would have swords at Oxton. Mildred, of course, did not want sword Danes at her house. She wanted ploughmen and peasants, milkmaids and servants, but I told her I was a lord, and a lord has swords. I am indeed a lord of Northumbria. I am Uhtred of Bebbanburg. My ancestors, who can trace their lineage back to the god Woden, the Danish Odin, were once kings in northern England, and if my uncle had not stolen Bebbanburg from me when I was just 10 years old, I would have lived there still as a Northumbrian lord, safe in his sea-washed fastness. The Danes had captured Northumbria, and their puppet king, Rixig, ruled in Jorfarik. But Bebbanburg was too strong for any Dane, and my uncle Aelfric ruled there, calling himself Ealdorman Aelfric, and the Danes left him in peace, so long as he did not trouble them. And I often dreamed of going back to Northumbria to claim my birthright. But how? To capture Bebbanburg, I would need an army, and all I had was one young Dane, Hayston.
And I had other enemies in Northumbria. There was Earl Kjartan and his son Sven, who had lost an eye because of me, and they would kill me gladly. And my uncle would pay them to do it, and so I had no future in Northumbria. Not then. But I would go back. That was my soul's wish, and I would go back with Ragnar the Younger, my friend, who still lived because his ship had weathered the storm. I heard that from a priest who had listened to the negotiations outside Exenchester, and he was certain that Earl Ragnar had been one of the Danish lords in Guthrum's delegation. "A big man," the priest told me, "and very loud." That description convinced me that Ragnar lived, and my heart was glad for it, for I knew that my future lay with him, not with Alfred. When the negotiations were finished and a truce made, the Danes would doubtless leave Exenchester, and I would give my sword to Ragnar and carry it against Alfred, who hated me. And I hated him. I told Mildred that we would leave Defnaskeer and go to Ragnar, that I would be his man, and that I would pursue my blood feud against Kjartan and against my uncle under Ragnar's eagle banner. And Mildred responded with tears, and more tears. I cannot bear a woman's crying. Mildred was hurt, and she was confused, and I was angry, and we snarled at each other like wildcats, and the rain kept falling, and I raged like a beast in a cage, and wished Alfred and Guthrum would finish their talking, because everyone knew that Alfred would let Guthrum go, and once Guthrum left Exenchester, then I could join the Danes, and I did not care whether Mildred came or not, so long as my son, who bore my name, went with me. So by day I hunted. At night I drank and dreamed of revenge. And then one evening I came home to find Father Willibald waiting in the house. Willibald was a good man. He had been chaplain to Alfred's fleet when I commanded those 12 ships, and he told me he was on his way back to Hampton, but he thought I would like to know what had unfolded in the long talks between Alfred and Guthrum. "There is peace, Lord," he told me. "Thanks be to God, there is peace." "Thanks be to God," Mildred echoed. I was cleaning the blood from the blade of a boar spear and said nothing. I was thinking that Ragnar was released from the siege now, and I could join him. "The treaty was sealed with solemn oaths yesterday," Willibald said, "and so we have peace." "They gave each other solemn oaths last year," I said sourly. Alfred and Guthrum had made peace at Wareham, but Guthrum had broken the truce and murdered the hostages he had been holding. 11 of the 12 had died, and only I had lived, because Ragnar was there to protect me. "So, what have they agreed?" I asked. "The Danes are to give up all their horses," Willibald said, "and march back into Mercia." Good, I thought, because that was where I would go. I did not say that to Willibald, but instead sneered that Alfred was just letting them march away. "Why doesn't he fight them?" I asked. "Because there are too many, Lord. Because too many men would die on both sides. He should kill them all." "Peace is better than war," Willibald said. "Amen," Mildred said. I began sharpening the spear, stroking the whetstone down the long blade. It seemed to me that Alfred had been absurdly generous. Guthrum, after all, was the one remaining leader of any stature on the Danish side, and he had been trapped. And if I had been Alfred, there would have been no terms, only a siege, and at its end the Danish power in southern England would have been broken. Instead, Guthrum was to be allowed to leave Exenchester. "It is the hand of God," Willibald said. I looked at him. He was a few years older than I was, but always seemed younger. He was earnest, enthusiastic, and kind. He had been a good chaplain to the 12 ships, though the poor man was ever seasick and blanched at the sight of blood. "God made the peace?" I asked skeptically. "Who sent the storm that sank Guthrum's ships?" Willibald retorted fervently. "Who delivered Abba into our hands?" "I did," I said. He ignored that. "We have a godly king, Lord," he said, "and God rewards those who serve him faithfully. Alfred has defeated the Danes, and they see it. Guthrum can recognize divine intervention. He has been making inquiries about Christ." I said nothing. "Our king believes,"
the priest went on, that Guthrum is not far from seeing the true light of Christ. He leaned forward and touched my knee. "We have fasted, Lord," he said. "We have prayed. And the king believes that the Danes will be brought to Christ. And when that happens, there will be a permanent peace." He meant every word of that nonsense. And, of course, it was sweet music to Mildred's ears. She was a good Christian and had great faith in Alfred. And if the king believed that his God would bring victory, then she would believe it too. It seemed madness to me, but I said nothing as a servant brought us barley ale, bread, smoked mackerel and cheese. "We shall have a Christian peace," Willibald said, making the sign of the cross above the bread before he ate. "Sealed by hostages." "We've given Guthrum hostages again?" I asked, astonished. "No," Willibald said, "but he has agreed to give us hostages, including 6 earls." I stopped sharpening the spear and looked at Willibald. 6 earls? "Including your friend Ragnar." Willibald seemed pleased by this news, but I was appalled. If Ragnar was not with the Danes, then I could not go to them. He was my friend and his enemies were my enemies. But without Ragnar to protect me, I would be horribly vulnerable to Kjartan and Sven, the father and son who had murdered Ragnar's father and who wanted me dead. Without Ragnar, I knew I could not leave Wessex. "Ragnar's one of the hostages?" I asked. "You're sure?" "Of course I'm sure. He will be held by Ealdorman Wulfhere. All the hostages are to be held by Wulfhere." "For how long?" "For as long as Alfred wishes, or until Guthrum is baptized. And Guthrum has agreed that our priests can talk to his men." Willibald gave me a pleading look. "We must have faith in God," he said. "We must give God time to work on the hearts of the Danes. Guthrum understands now that our God has power." I stood and went to the door, pulling aside the leather curtain and staring down at the wide sea reach of the Uisk. I was sick at heart. I hated Alfred, did not want to be in Wessex, but now it seemed I was doomed to stay there. "What do I do?" I asked. "The king will forgive you, Lord," Willibald said nervously. "Forgive me?" I turned on him. "And what does the king believe happened at Sinuit? You were there, father," I said. "So, did you tell him?" "I told him." "And?" "He knows you are a brave warrior, Lord," Willibald said, "and that your sword is an asset to Wessex. He will receive you again, I'm sure, and he will receive you joyfully. Go to church, pay your debts, and show that you are a good man of Wessex." "I'm not a West Saxon," I snarled at him. "I'm a Northumbrian." And that was part of the problem. I was an outsider. I spoke a different English. The men of Wessex were tied by family, and I came from the strange north, and folk believed I was a pagan, and they called me a murderer because of Oswald's death. And sometimes, when I rode about the estate, men would make the sign of the cross to avert the evil they saw in me. They called me Uhtred Airway, which means Uhtred the Wicked, and I was not unhappy with the insult, but Mildred was. She assured them that I was a Christian, but she lied, and our unhappiness festered all that summer. She prayed for my soul, I fretted for my freedom, and when she begged me to go with her to the church at Exonminster, I growled at her that I would never set foot in another church all my days. She would weep when I said that, and her tears drove me out of the house to hunt. And sometimes the chase would take me down to the water's edge, where I would stare at Hayhengle. She lay canted on the muddy foreshore, lifted and dropped repeatedly by the tides, abandoned. She was one of Alfred's fleet, one of the 12 large warships he had built to harry the Danish boats that raided Wessex's coast. And Leofric and I had brought Hayhengle up from Hampton in pursuit of Guthrum's fleet, and we had survived the storm that sent so many Danes to their deaths. And we had beached Hayhengle here, left her mastless and without a sail, and she was still on the Uisk's foreshore, rotting, and apparently forgotten. Archangel. That was what her name meant. Alfred had named her, and I had always hated the name. A ship should have a proud name, not a snivelling religious word. And she should have a beast on her prow, high and defiant, a dragon's head to challenge the sea, or a snarling wolf to terrify an enemy. I sometimes climbed on board Hayhengel and saw how the local villagers had plundered some of her upper strakes, and how there was water in her belly. And I remembered her proud days at sea, and the wind whipping through her seal-hide rigging, and the crash as we had rammed a Danish boat. Now, like me, Hayhengel had been left to decay, and sometimes I dreamed of repairing her, of finding new rigging and a new sail, of finding men and taking her long hull to sea. I wanted to be anywhere but where I was. I wanted to be with the Danes. And every time I said that, Mildred would weep again. "You can't make me live among the Danes." "Why not? I did." "They're pagans. My son won't grow up a pagan." "He's my son too," I said, "and he will worship the gods I worship." There would be more tears then, and I would storm out of the house and take the hounds up to the high woods and wonder why love soured like milk. After Sinuit, I had so wanted to see Mildred. Yet now I could not abide her misery and piety, and she could not endure my anger. All she wanted me to do was till my fields, milk my cows, and gather my harvest to pay the great debt she had brought me in marriage. That debt came from a pledge made by Mildred's father, a pledge to give the church the yield of almost half his land. That pledge was for all time, binding on his heirs. But Danish raids and bad harvests had ruined him. Yet the church, venomous as serpents, still insisted that the debt be paid, and said that if I could not pay, then our land would be taken by monks. And every time I went to Exonchester, I could sense the priests and monks watching me and enjoying the prospect of their enrichment. Exonchester was English again, for Guthrum had handed over the hostages and gone north, so that peace of a sort had come to Wessex. The Feards, the armies of each shire, had been disbanded and sent back to their farms. Psalms were being sung in all the churches, and Alfred, to mark his victory, was sending gifts to every monastery and nunnery. Oddy the Younger, who was being celebrated as the champion of Wessex, had been given all the land about the place where the battle had been fought at Sinuit, and he had ordered a church to be built there. And it was rumoured that the church would have an altar of gold, as thanks to God for allowing Wessex to survive. Though how long would it survive? Guthrum lived, and I did not share the Christian belief that God had sent Wessex peace. Nor was I the only one, for in midsummer Alfred returned to Exonchester, where he summoned his Witan, a council of the kingdom's leading thanes and churchmen, and Wulfhere of Wiltonskier was one of the men summoned. And I went into the city one evening, and was told the ealdorman and his followers had lodgings in the Swan, a tavern by the east gate. He was not there, but Ethelwald, Alfred's nephew, was doing his best to drain the tavern of ale. "Don't tell me the bastard summoned you to the Witan," he greeted me sourly. The bastard was Alfred, who had snatched the throne from the young Ethelwald. "No," I said. "I came to see Wulfhere." "The ealdorman is in church," Ethelwald said, "and I am not." He grinned and waved to the bench opposite him. "Sit and drink. Get drunk. Then we'll find 2 girls, 3 if you like. 4 if you want." "You forget I'm married," I said. "As if that ever stopped anyone." I sat, and one of the maids brought me ale. "Are you in the Witan?" I asked Ethelwald. "What do you think? You think that bastard wants my advice? Lord King, I'd say, why don't you jump off a high cliff and pray that God gives you wings?" He pushed a plate of pork ribs towards me. "I'm here so they can keep an eye on me. They're making sure I'm not plotting treason." "Are you?" "Of course I am." He grinned. "Are you going to join me? You do owe me a favour." "You want my sword at your service?" I asked. "Yes." He was serious. So, it's you and me, I said, against all Wessex. Who else will fight with us? He frowned, thinking, but came up with no names. He stared down at the table, and I felt sorry for him. I'd always liked Ethelwald, but no one would ever trust him, for he was as careless as he was irresponsible. Alfred, I thought, had judged him right. Let him be free, and he would drink and whore himself into irrelevance. What I should do, he said, is go and join Guthrum. Why don't you? He looked up at me, but had no answer. Maybe he knew the answer, that Guthrum would welcome him, honour him, use him, and eventually kill him. But maybe that was a better prospect than his present life. He shrugged and leaned back, pushing hair off his face. He was a startlingly handsome young man, and that too distracted him, for girls were attracted to him like priests to gold. "What Wulfhere thinks," he said, his voice slurring slightly, "is that Guthrum is going to come and kill us all." "Probably," I said. "And if my uncle dies," he said, not bothering to lower his voice even though there were a score of men in the tavern, "his son is much too young to be king." "True." "So, it'll be my turn," he smiled. "Or Guthrum's turn," I said. "So drink, my friend," he said, "because we're all in the cesspit." He grinned at me, his charm suddenly evident. "So, if you won't fight for me," he asked, "how do you propose to pay back the favour?" "How would you like it paid?" "You could kill Abbot Hewald, very nastily. Slowly." "I could do that," I said. Hewald was abbot at Winburnen, and famous for the harshness with which he taught boys to read. "On the other hand," Ethelwald went on, "I'd like to kill that scrawny bastard myself, so don't do it for me. I'll think of something that won't make my uncle happy." "You don't like him, do you?" "No." "Then we'll brew up some mischief." "Oh, God." This last imprecation was because Wulfhere's voice was suddenly loud just outside the door. "He's angry at me." "Why?" "One of the dairy maids is pregnant. I think he wanted to do it himself, but I churned her first." He drained his ale. "I'm going to the Three Bells. Want to come?" "I have to speak to Wulfhere." Ethelwald left by the back door as the ealdorman ducked through the front. Wulfhere was accompanied by a dozen thanes, but he saw me and crossed the room. "They've been reconsecrating the bishop's church," he grumbled. "Hours upon damned hours. Nothing but chanting and prayers, hours of prayers, just to get the taint of the Danes out of the place." He sat heavily. "Did I see Ethelwald here?" "Yes." "Wanted you to join his rebellion, did he?" "Yes." "Damned fool. So, why are you here? Come to offer me your sword?" He meant swear my allegiance to him, and so become his warrior. "I want to see one of the hostages," I said. "So, I seek your permission." "Hostages?" He sat down opposite me, and snapped his fingers for ale. "Damned hostages. I've had to make new buildings to house them, and who pays for that? You do?" "Of course I do. And I'm supposed to feed them too? Feed them, guard them, ward them in, and does Alfred pay anything?" "Tell him you're building a monastery," I suggested. He looked at me as if I was mad, then saw the jest and laughed. "True enough. He'd pay me then, wouldn't he? Have you heard about the monastery they're building at Sinuit? I hear it's to have an altar of gold." He laughed again. "That's what I hear. I don't believe it, but I hear it." He watched one of the tavern girls cross the floor. "It's not my permission you need to see the hostages," he said, "but Alfred's. And he won't give it to you." "Alfred's permission?" I asked. "They're not just hostages," he said, "but prisoners. I have to wall them in and watch them day and night. Alfred's orders. He might think God brought us peace, but he's made damn sure he's got high-born hostages. 6 earls? You know how many retainers they have? How many women? How many mouths to feed? If I go to Wiltonskire, I said, can I see Earl Ragnar? Wulfhere frowned at me. Earl Ragnar? The noisy one? I like him. No, lad, you can't, because no one's allowed to see them except a damned priest who talks their language. Alfred sent him, and he's trying to make them into Christians. And if you go without my permission, then Alfred will hear you've been there, and he'll want an explanation from me. No one can see the poor bastards. He paused to scratch at a louse under his collar. I have to feed the priest, too. And Alfred doesn't pay for that, either. He doesn't even pay me to feed that lout Ethelwald. When I was a hostage in Wareham, I explained, Earl Ragnar saved my life. Guthrum killed the others, but Ragnar guarded me. He said they'd have to kill him before they killed me. And he looks like a hard man to kill, Wulfhere said. But if Guthrum attacks Wessex, that's what I'm supposed to do. Kill the lot of them. Maybe not the women. He stared gloomily into the tavern's yard, where a group of his men were playing dice in the moonlight. And Guthrum will attack, he added in a low voice. That's not what I hear. He looked at me suspiciously. And what do you hear, young man? That God has sent us peace. Wulfhere laughed at my mockery. Guthrum's in Gloucester, he said, and that's just a half-day's march from our frontier. And they say more Danish ships arrive every day. They're in London, they're in the Humber, they're in the Gavesh. He scowled. More ships, more men, and Alfred's building churches. And there's this fellow Svein. Svein? Brought his ships from Ireland. Bastard's in Wales now, but he won't stay there, will he? He'll come to Wessex. And they say more Danes are joining him from Ireland. He brooded on this bad news. I did not know whether it was true, for such rumours were ever current, but Wulfhere plainly believed it. We should march on Gloucester, he said, and slaughter the lot of them before they slaughter us. But we've got a kingdom ruled by priests. That was true, I thought, just as it was certain that Wulfhere would not make it easy for me to see Ragnar. Will you give a message to Ragnar? I asked. How? I don't speak Danish. I could ask the priest, but he'll tell Alfred. Does Ragnar have a woman with him? I asked. They all do. A thin girl, I said. Black hair, face like a hawk. He nodded cautiously. Sounds right. Has a dog, yes? She has a dog, I said, and its name is Neat Genga. He shrugged as if he did not care what the dog was called. Then he understood the significance of the name. An English name? He asked. A Danish girl calls her dog Goblin? She isn't Danish, I said. Her name is Breda, and she's a Saxon. He stared at me, then laughed. The cunning little bitch. She's been listening to us, hasn't she? Breda was indeed cunning. She had been my first lover, an East Anglian girl who had been raised by Ragnar's father, and who now slept with Ragnar. Talk to her, I said, and give her my greetings, and say that if it comes to war... I paused, not sure what to say. There was no point in promising to do my best to rescue Ragnar, for if war came, then the hostages would be slaughtered long before I could reach them. If it comes to war? Wulfhere prompted me. If it comes to war, I said, repeating the words he had spoken to me before my penance. We'll all be looking for a way to stay alive. Wulfhere stared at me for a long time, and his silence told me that though I had failed to find a message for Ragnar, I had given a message to Wulfhere. He drank ale. So, the bitch speaks English, does she? She's a Saxon. As was I, But I hated Alfred, and I would join Ragnar when I could, if I could. Whatever Mildred wanted, or so I thought. But deep under the earth, where the corpse serpent gnaws at the roots of Yggdrasil, the tree of life, there are 3 spinners. 3 women who make our fate. We might believe we make choices, but in truth our lives are in the spinner's fingers. They make our lives, and destiny is everything. The Danes know that, and even the Christians know it. We're bith full arid, we Saxons say. Fate is inexorable, and the spinners had decided my fate, because a week after the Witan had met, when Exenchester was quiet again, they sent me a ship. The first I knew of it was when a slave came running from Oxton's fields, saying that there was a Danish ship in the estuary of the Uisk, and so I pulled on boots and mail, snatched my swords from their peg, shouted for a horse to be saddled, and rode to the foreshore, where Hayhingle rotted. And where, standing in from the long sand spit that protects the Uisk from the greater sea, another ship approached. Her sail was furled on the long yard, and her dripping oars rose and fell like wings, and her long hull left a spreading wake that glittered silver under the rising sun. Her prow was high, and standing there was a man in full mail, a man with a helmet and spear, and behind me, where a few fisherfolk lived in hovels beside the mud, people were hurrying toward the hills, and taking with them whatever few possessions they could snatch. I called to one of them, "It's not a Dane." "Lord?" "It's a West Saxon ship," I called, though they did not believe me and hurried away with their livestock. For years they had done this. They would see a ship and they would run, for ships brought Danes and Danes brought death. But this ship had no dragon or wolf or eagle's head on its prow. I knew the ship. It was the Eftweird, the best named of all Alfred's ships, that otherwise bore pious names like Hayhingle or Apostle or Christenlick. Eftweird meant Judgment Day, which, though Christian in inspiration, accurately described what she had brought to many Danes. The man in the prow waved, and for the first time since I had crawled on my knees to Alfred's altar, my spirits lifted. It was Leofric, and then the Eftweird's bow slid onto the mud, and the long hull judded to a halt. Leofric cupped his hands. "How deep is this mud?" "It's nothing," I shouted back. "A hand's depth, no more." "Can I walk on it?" "Of course you can," I shouted back. He jumped and, as I had known he would, he sank up to his thighs in the thick black slime, and I bent over my saddle's pommel in laughter, and the Eftweird's crew laughed with me as Leofric cursed, and it took 10 minutes to extricate him from the muck, by which time a score of us were plastered in the stinking stuff. But then the crew, who were mostly my old oarsmen and warriors, brought ale ashore and bread and salted pork, and we made a midday meal beside the rising tide. "You're an Ursling," Leofric grumbled, looking at the mud clogging up the links of his mail coat. "I'm a bored Ursling," I said. "You're bored?" Leofric said. "So are we." It seemed the fleet was not sailing. It had been given into the charge of a man named Bergweird, who was a dull, worthy soldier, whose brother was Bishop of Skyer Burnen, and Bergweird had orders not to disturb the peace. "If the Danes aren't off the coast," Leofric said, "then we aren't." "So, what are you doing here?" "He sent us to rescue that piece of shit." He nodded at Hayhingle. "He wants 12 ships again, see?" "I thought they were building more." "They were building more. Only it all stopped because some thieving bastard stole the timber while we were fighting at Sinuit. And then someone remembered Hayhingle, and here we are. Bergweird can't manage with just 11. "If he isn't sailing," I asked, "why does he want another ship?" "In case he has to sail," Leofric explained. "And if he does, then he wants 12. Not 11, 12. 12? Why?"
Because...
Leofric paused to bite off a piece of bread.
Because it says in the Gospel book that Christ sent out his disciples 2 by 2. And that's how we have to go. 2 ships together, all holy, and if we've only got 11, then that means we've only got 10, if you follow me.
I stared at him, not sure whether he was jesting. Bergweird insists you sail 2 by 2. Leofric nodded.
Because it says so in Father Willibald's book.
In the Gospel book?
That's what Father Willibald tells us.
Leofric said with a straight face, then saw my expression and shrugged.
Honest. And Alfred approves.
Of course he does.
And if you do what the Gospel book tells you,
Leofric said, still with a straight face,
then nothing can go wrong, can it?
Nothing, I said. So you're here to rebuild Hengel?
New mast,
Leofric said.
New sail, new rigging, patch up those timbers, caulk her, then tow her back to Hampton. It could take a month.
At least.
And I never was much good at making things. Good at fighting, I am, and I can drink ale as well as any man. But I was never much good with a mallet and wedge, or with adzes. They are.
He nodded at a group of 12 men who were strangers to me. Who were they?
Shipwrights.
So they do the work?
Can't expect me to do it,
Leofric protested.
I'm in command of the Eftweird.
So, I said, you're planning to drink my ale and eat my food for a month while those 12 men do the work.
You have any better ideas?
I gazed at the Eftweird. She was a well-made ship, longer than most Danish boats and with high sides that made her a good fighting platform. What did Bergweird tell you to do? I asked.
Pray,
Leofric said sourly.
And help repair Hengel.
I hear there's a new Danish leader in the Severn Sea, I said, and I'd like to know if it's true. A man called Svein, and I hear more ships are joining him from Ireland.
He's in Wales, this Svein?
That's what I hear.
He'll be coming to Wessex then,
Leofric said. If it's true.
So, you're thinking?
Leofric said, then stopped when he realized just what I was thinking. I'm thinking that it doesn't do a ship or crew any good to sit around for a month, I said. And I'm thinking that there might be plunder to be had in the Severn Sea.
And if Alfred hears we've been fighting up there,
Leofric said,
he'll gut us.
I nodded upriver toward Exonchester. They burned 100 Danish ships up there, I said, and their wreckage is still on the riverbank. We should be able to find at least one dragon's head to put on her prow. Leofric stared at the Eftweird.
Disguise her?
Disguise her, I said, because if I put a dragon head on Eftweird, no one would know she was a Saxon ship. She would be taken for a Danish boat, a sea raider, part of England's nightmare. Leofric smiled.
I don't need orders to go on patrol, do I?
Of course not.
And we haven't fought since Sinuit,
he said wistfully.
And no fighting means no plunder.
What about the crew? I asked. He turned and looked at them.
Most of them are evil bastards, he said. They won't mind. And they all need plunder.
And between us and the Severn Sea, I said, there are the Britons.
And they're all thieving bastards, a lot of them,
Leofric said. He looked at me and grinned.
So, if Alfred won't go to war, we will.
You have any better ideas? I asked. Leofric did not answer for a long time. Instead, idly, as if he was just thinking, he tossed pebbles toward a puddle. I said nothing, just watched the small splashes, watched the pattern the fallen pebbles made, and knew he was seeking guidance from fate. The Danes cast rune sticks. We all watched for the flight of birds. We tried to hear the whispers of the gods. And Leofric was watching the pebbles fall to find his fate. The last one clicked on another and skidded off into the mud, and the trail it left pointed south toward the sea. "No," he said. "I don't have any better ideas." And I was bored no longer, because we were going to be Vikings. We found a score of carved beasts' heads beside the river, beneath Exenchester's walls, all of them part of the sodden, tangled wreckage that showed where Guthrum's fleet had been burned, and we chose 2 of the least scorched carvings and carried them on board Eftweird. Her prow and stern culminated in simple posts, and we had to cut the posts down until the sockets of the 2 carved heads fitted. The creature at the stern, the smaller of the 2, was a gape-mouthed serpent, probably intended to represent Corpse Ripper, the monster that tore at the dead in the Danish underworld, while the beast we placed at the bow was a dragon's head, though it was so blackened and disfigured by fire that it looked more like a horse's head. We dug into the scorched eyes until we found unburned wood, and did the same with the open mouth. And when we were finished, the thing looked dramatic and fierce.
Looks like a fear dracker now,
Leofric said happily. A fire dragon. The Danes could always remove the dragon or beast heads from the bows and sterns of their ships, because they did not want the horrid-looking creatures to frighten the spirits of friendly lands, and so they only displayed the carved monsters when they were in enemy waters. We did the same, hiding our fear dracker and serpent head in Eftweird's bilges as we went back downriver to where the shipwrights were beginning their work on Hayhengel. We hid the beast heads because Leofric did not want the shipwrights to know he planned mischief.
That one,
he said, as he jerked his head toward a tall, lean, grey-haired man who was in charge of the work.
Is more Christian than the Pope. He'd bleat to the local priests if he thought we were going off to fight someone, and the priests will tell Alfred. And then Bergweird will take Eftweird away from me.
You don't like Bergweird? Leofric spat for answer.
It's a good thing there are no Danes on the coast.
He's a coward?
No coward. He just thinks God will fight the battles. We spend more time on our knees than at the oars. When you commanded the fleet, we made money. Now even the rats on board are begging for crumbs.
We had made money by capturing Danish ships and taking their plunder, and though none of us had become rich, we'd all possessed silver to spare. I was still wealthy enough because I had a hoard hidden at Oxton, a hoard that was the legacy of Ragnar the Older, and a hoard that the church and Oswald's relatives would make their own if they could. But a man can never have enough silver. Silver buys land. It buys the loyalty of warriors. It is the power of a lord. And without silver, a man must bend the knee or else become a slave. The Danes led men by the lure of silver, and we were no different. If I was to be a lord, if I was to storm the walls of Bebbanburg, then I would need men, and I would need a great hoard to buy the swords and shields and spears and hearts of warriors. And so we would go to sea and look for silver, though we told the shipwrights that we merely planned to patrol the coast. We shipped barrels of ale, boxes of hard-baked bread, cheeses, kegs of smoked mackerel, and flitches of bacon. I told Mildred the same story, that we would be sailing back and forth along the shores of Defnaskir and Thornseta.
Which is what we should be doing anyway,
Leofric said.
Just in case a Dane arrives.
The Danes are lying low, I said. Leofric nodded.
And when a Dane lies low, you know there's trouble coming.
I believed he was right. Guthrum was not far from Wessex, and Svein, if he existed, was just a day's voyage from her north coast. Alfred might believe his truce would hold, and that the hostages would secure it, but I knew from my childhood how land-hungry the Danes were, and how they lusted after the lush fields and rich pastures of Wessex. They would come, and if Guthrum did not lead them, then another Danish chieftain would gather ships and men and bring his swords and axes to Alfred's kingdom. The Danes, after all, ruled the other 3 English kingdoms. They held my own Northumbria. They were bringing settlers to East Anglia. Their language was spreading southward through Mercia, and they would not want the last English kingdom flourishing to their south. They were like wolves, shadow skulking for the moment, but watching a flock of sheep fatten. I recruited 11 young men from my land and took them on board Eftweird, and brought Haston too, and he was useful, for he had spent much of his young life at the oars. Then, one misty morning, as the strong tide ebbed westward, we slid Eftweird away from the river's bank, rowed her past the low sand spit that guards the Uisk, and so out to the long swells of the sea. The oars creaked in their leather-lined holes. The bow's breast split the waves to shatter water white along the hull, and the steering oar fought against my touch. I felt my spirits rise to the small wind, and I looked up into the pearly sky and said a prayer of thanks to Thor, Odin, Njord, and Hodr. A few small fishing boats dotted the inshore waters, but as we went south and west away from the land, the sea emptied. I looked back at the low dun hills, slashed brighter green where rivers pierced the coast, and then the green faded to grey. The land became a shadow, and we were alone with the white birds crying. It was then that we heaved the serpent's head and the Fyrdraka from the bilge and slotted them over the posts at stem and stern, pegged them into place, and turned our bow westward. The Eftweird was no more. Now the Fyrdraka sailed, and she was hunting trouble. Chapter 3. The crew of the Eftweird, turned Fyrdraka, had been at Sinuit with me. They were fighting men, and they were offended that Odda the Younger had taken credit for a battle they had won. They had also been bored since the battle. Once in a while, Leofric told me, Bergweird exercised his fleet by taking it to sea, but most of the time they waited in Hampton.
We did go fishing once, though,
Leofric admitted. Fishing?
Father Willibald preached a sermon about feeding 5,000 folk with 2 scraps of bread and a basket of herring, he said. So, Bergweird said we should take nets out and fish. He wanted to feed the town, see? Lots of hungry folk.
Did you catch anything?
Mackerel. Lots of mackerel.
But no Danes?
No Danes, Leofric said. And no herring. Only mackerel. The bastard Danes have vanished.
We learned later that Guthrum had given orders that no Danish ships were to raid the Wessex coast and so break the truce. Alfred was to be lulled into a conviction that peace had come, and that meant there were no pirates roaming the seas between Kent and Cornwall, and their absence encouraged traders to come from the lands to the south to sell wine or to buy fleeces. The Fyrdraka took 2 such ships in the first 4 days. They were both Frankish ships, tubby in their hulls, and neither with more than 6 oars a side, and both believed the Fyrdraka was a Viking ship, for they saw her beast heads, and they heard Haston and me speaking Danish, and they saw my arm rings. We did not kill the crews, but just stole their coins, weapons, and as much of their cargo as we could carry. One ship was heaped with bales of wool, for the folk across the water prized Saxon fleeces, but we could only take 3 of the bales for fear of cluttering the Fyrdraka's benches. At night we found a cove, or river's mouth, and by day we rowed to sea and looked for prey, and each day we went farther westward until I was sure we were off the coast of Cornwall, and that was enemy country. It was the old enemy that had confronted our ancestors when they first came across the North Sea to make England. That enemy spoke a strange language, and some Britons lived north of Northumbria, and others lived in Wales or in Cornwall, all places on the wild edges of the Isle of Britain, where they had been pushed by our coming. They were Christians. Indeed, Father Beorca had told me they had been Christians before we were, and he claimed that no one who was a Christian could be a real enemy of another Christian. But nevertheless, the Britons hated us. Sometimes they allied themselves with the Northmen to attack us. Sometimes the Northmen raided them. Sometimes they made war against us on their own. In the past, the men of Cornwall had made much trouble for Wessex, although Leofric claimed they had been punished so badly that they now pissed themselves whenever they saw a Saxon. Not that we saw any Britons at first. The places we sheltered were deserted, all except one river mouth where a skin boat pushed offshore and a half-naked man paddled out to us and held up some crabs which he wanted to sell to us. We took a basket full of the beasts and paid him 2 pennies. Next night we grounded Feardracker on a rising tide and collected fresh water from a stream. And Leofric and I climbed a hill and stayed inland. Smoke rose from distant valleys, but there was no one in sight, not even a shepherd.
What are you expecting?
Leofric asked.
Enemies?
A monastery, I said.
A monastery?
He was amused.
You want to pray?
Monasteries have silver, I said.
Not down here, they don't. They're poor as stoats. Besides...
Besides what? He jerked his head toward the crew.
You've got a dozen good Christians aboard. Lots of bad ones too, of course, but at least a dozen good ones. They won't raid a monastery with you.
He was right. A few of the men had showed some scruples about piracy, but I assured them that the Danes used trading ships to spy on their enemies. That was true enough, though I doubt either of our victims had been serving the Danes. But both ships had been crewed by foreigners, and like all Saxons, the crew of the Feardracker had a healthy dislike of foreigners, though they made an exception for Haston and the dozen crewmen who were Frisians. The Frisians were natural pirates, bad as the Danes, and these 12 had come to Wessex to get rich from war, and so were glad that the Feardracker was seeking plunder. As we went west, we began to see coastal settlements, and some were surprisingly large. Cenwulf, who had fought with us at Sinuit and was a good man, told us that the Britons of Cornwallis dug tin out of the ground and sold it to strangers. We knew that because his father had been a trader and had frequently sailed this coast. If they sell tin, I said, then they must have money. And men to guard it, Cenwulf said dryly. Do they have a king? No one knew. It seemed probable, though where the king lived or who he was we could not know. And perhaps, as Haston suggested, there was more than one king. They did have weapons, because one night, as the Feardracker crept into a bay, an arrow flew from a cliff top, to be swallowed in the sea beside our oars. We might never have known that arrow had been shot, except I happened to be looking up and saw it, fledged with dirty grey feathers, flickering down from the sky to vanish with a plop. One arrow, and no others followed, so perhaps it was a warning, and that night we let the ship lie at its anchor. And in the dawn, we saw 2 cows grazing close to a stream, and Leofric fetched his axe. The cows are there to kill us, Haston warned us in his new and not very good English. The cows will kill us? I asked in amusement. I have seen it before, Lord. They put cows to bring us on land, then they attack. We granted the cows mercy, hauled the anchor and pulled toward the bay's mouth. A howl sounded behind us, and I saw a crowd of men appear from behind bushes and trees. I took one of the silver rings from my left arm and gave it to Haston. It was his first arm ring, and being a Dane, he was inordinately proud of it. He polished it all morning. The coast became wilder, and refuge more difficult to find, but the weather was placid. We captured a small 8-oared ship that was returning to Ireland and relieved it of 16 pieces of silver, 3 knives, a heap of tin ingots, a sack of goose feathers, and 6 goatskins. We were hardly becoming rich, though Feardracker's belly was becoming cluttered with pelts, fleeces, and ingots of tin.
We need to sell it all,
Leofric said. But to whom? We knew no one who traded here. What I needed to do, I thought, was land close to one of the larger settlements and steal everything. Burn the houses, kill the men, plunder the headman's hall, and go back to sea. But the Britons kept lookouts on the headlands, and they always saw us coming. And whenever we were close to one of their towns, we would see armed men waiting. They'd learned how to deal with Vikings, which was why, Haston told me, the Northmen now sailed in fleets of 5 or 6 ships. Things will be better, I said, when we turn the coast. I knew Cornwallis ended somewhere to the west, and we could then sail up into the Severn Sea, where we might find a Danish ship on its voyage from Ireland. But Cornwallis seemed to be without end. Whenever we saw a headland that I thought must mark the end of the land, it turned out to be a false hope. For another cliff would lie beyond, and then another, and sometimes the tide flowed so strongly that even when we sailed due west we were driven back east. Being a Viking was more difficult than I thought. And then one day the wind freshened from the west, and the waves heaved higher, and their tops were torn ragged, and rain squalls hissed dark from a low sky, and we ran northward to seek shelter in the lee of a headland. We dropped our anchor there, and felt Fyrdraka jerk and tug like a fretful horse to a long rope of twisted hide. All night and all the next day the weather raged past the headland. Water shattered white on high cliffs. We were safe enough, but our food was getting low, and I had half decided we must abandon our plans to make ourselves rich and sail back to the Wisk, where we could pretend we had only been patrolling the coast. But on our second dawn under the lee of that high cliff, as the wind subsided and the rain dropped to a chill drizzle, a ship appeared about the eastern spit of land. "She holds!" Leofric shouted, and the men, cold and unhappy, found their weapons and lined the ship's side. The ship was smaller than ours, much smaller. She was squat, high-bowed, with a stumpy mast holding a wide yard on which a dirty sail was furled. A half-dozen oarsmen manned her, and the steersman was bringing her directly toward Fyrdraka. And then, as she came closer, and as her small bow broke the water white, I saw a green bough had been tied to her short mast. "They want to talk," I said. "Let's hope they want to buy," Leofric grumbled. There was a priest in the small ship. I did not know he was a priest at first, for he looked as ragged as any of the crewmen. But he shouted that he wished to speak with us, and he spoke Danish, though not well. And I let the boat come up on the flank, protected from the wind, where her crewmen gazed up at a row of armed men holding shields. Senwolf and I pulled the priest over our side. 2 other men wanted to follow, but Leofric threatened them with a spear, and they dropped back, and the smaller ship drew away to wait while the priest spoke with us. He was called Father Mardok, and once he was aboard and sitting wetly on one of Fyrdraka's rowing benches, I saw the crucifix about his neck. "I hate Christians," I said. "So why should we not feed you to Njord?" He ignored that. Or perhaps he did not know that Njord was one of the sea gods. "I bring you a gift," he said, "from my master." And he produced, from beneath his cloak, 2 battered arm rings. I took them. They were poor things, mere ringlets of copper, old, filthy with verdigris, and of almost no value. And for a moment I was tempted to toss them scornfully into the sea, but reckoned our voyage had made such small profit that even those scabby treasures must be kept. "Who is your master?" I asked. "King Peredur." I almost laughed. King Peredur? A man can expect a king to be famous, but I had never heard of Peredur, which suggested he was little more than a local chieftain with a high-sounding title. "And why does this Peredur," I asked, "send me miserable gifts?" Father Mardok still did not know my name, and was too frightened to ask it. He was surrounded by men in leather, by men in mail, and by shields and swords, axes and spears, and he believed all of us were Danes, for I had ordered any of Fyrdraka's crew who wore crosses or crucifixes to hide them beneath their clothes. Only Haston and I spoke, and if Father Mardok thought that strange, he did not say anything of it. Instead, he told me how his lord, King Peredur, had been treacherously attacked by a neighbour called Callan, and Callan's forces had taken a high fort close to the sea, and Peredur would pay us well if we were to help him recapture the fort that was called Drain Dinas. I sent Father Mardok to sit in the Fyrdraka's bow while we talked about his request. Some things were obvious. Being paid well did not mean we would become rich, but that Peredur would try to fob us off with as little as possible, and, most likely, having given it to us, he would then try to take it back by killing us all. "What we should do," Leofric advised,
is find this man Callan and see what he'll pay us. Which was good enough advice, except none of us knew how to find Callan, whom we later learned was King Callan, which did not mean much, for any man with a following of more than 50 armed men called himself a king in Cornwallum. And so I went to the Feardraca's bow and talked with Father Marduk again, and he told me that Drain Dinas was a high fort built by the old people, and that it guarded the road eastward. And so long as Callan held the fort, so long were Peredur's people trapped in their lands. You have ships, I pointed out. And Callan has ships, he said, and we cannot take cattle in ships. Cattle? We need to sell cattle to live, he said. So, Callan had surrounded Peredur, and we represented a chance to tip the balance in this little war. So, how much will your king pay us? I asked. 100 pieces of silver, he said. I drew serpent breath. I worship the real gods, I told him, and I am a particular servant of Hodor, and Hodor likes blood, and I have given him none in many days. Father Marduk looked terrified, which was sensible of him. He was a young man, though it was hard to tell, for his hair and beard were so thick that most of the time he was just a broken nose and pair of eyes surrounded by a greasy black tangle. He told me he had learned to speak Danish when he had been enslaved by a chieftain called Godfred, but that he had managed to escape when Godfred raided the Sillans, islands that lay well out in the western sea wastes. Is there any wealth in the Sillans? I asked him. I had heard of the islands, though some men claimed they were mythical, and others said the islands came and went with the moons. But Father Marduk said they existed, and were called the Isles of the Dead. So no one lives there? I asked. Some folk do, he said, but the dead have their houses there. Do they have wealth as well? Your ships have taken it all, he said. This was after he had promised me that Peredur would be more generous, though he did not know how generous. He said the king was willing to pay far more than 100 silver coins for our help, and so we had him shout to his ship that they were to lead us around the coast to Peredur's settlement. I did not let Father Marduk go back to his ship, for he would serve as a hostage if the tale he had told us was false, and Peredur was merely luring us to an ambush. He was not. Peredur's home was a huddle of buildings built on a steep hill beside a bay, and protected by a wall of thorn bushes. His people lived within the wall. Some were fishermen and some were cattle herders, and none was wealthy. The king himself, however, had a high hall where he welcomed us, though not before we had taken more hostages. 3 young men, all of whom we were assured were Peredur's sons, were delivered to Feardraca, and I gave the crew orders that the 3 were to be killed if I did not return. And then I went ashore with Haston and Senwolf. I went dressed for war, with mail coat and helmet polished, and Peredur's folk watched with frightened eyes as the 3 of us passed. The place stank of fish and shit. The people were ragged and their houses mere hovels that were built up the side of the steep hill that was crowned with Peredur's Hall. There was a church beside the hall, its thatch thick with moss and its gable decorated with a cross made from sea-whitened driftwood. Peredur was twice my age, a squat man with a sly face and a forked black beard. He greeted us from a throne which was just a chair with a high back, and he waited for us to bow to him. But none of us did, and that made him scowl. A dozen men were with him, evidently his courtiers, though none looked wealthy, and all were elderly, except for one much younger man who was in the robes of a Christian monk, and he stood out in that smoke-darkened hall like a raven in a clutch of gulls, for his black robes were clean, his face close-shaven, and his hair and tonsure neatly trimmed. He was scarcely older than I, was thin and stern-faced, and that face looked clever. It also carried an expression of marked distaste for us. We were pagans,
Or at least Hasten and I were pagans, and I had told Senwolf to keep his mouth shut and his crucifix hidden. And so the monk assumed all three of us were heathen Danes. The monk spoke Danish. Far better Danish than Father Marduk.
"The king greets you," he said. He had a voice as thin as his lips and as unfriendly as his pale green eyes. "He greets you and would know who you are."
My name is Uhtred Ragnarsson, I said.
"Why are you here, Uhtred Ragnarsson?" the priest asked.
I contemplated him. I did not just look at him, but I studied him, as a man might study an ox before killing it. I gave him a look that suggested I was wondering where to make the cuts, and he got my meaning, and did not wait for an answer to his question, an answer that was obvious if we were Danes. We were here to thieve and kill, of course. What else did he think a Viking ship would be doing? Peredur spoke to the monk, and they muttered for some time, and I looked around the hall searching for any evidence of wealth. I saw almost nothing except for 3 whalebones stacked in a corner, but Peredur plainly had some treasure, for he wore a great heavy torque of bronze about his neck, and there were silver rings on his grubby fingers, an amber brooch at the neck of his cloak, and a golden crucifix hidden in the cloak's lice-ridden folds. He would keep his hoard buried, I thought, but I doubted any of us would become rich from this alliance. In truth, we were not becoming rich from our voyage either, and at least Peredur would have to feed us while we haggled.
"The king," the monk interrupted my thoughts, "wishes to know how many men you can lead against the enemy."
Enough, I said flatly.
"Does that not depend," the monk observed slyly, "on how many enemy there are?"
No, I said. It depends on this. And I slapped Serpent Breath's hilt. It was a good arrogant reply, and probably what the monk expected. And in truth it was convincing, for I was broad in the chest, and a giant in this hall, where I was a full head taller than any other man. "And who are you, monk?" I demanded.
"My name is Asa," he said.
It was a British name, of course, and in the English tongue it meant a he-ass, and ever after I thought of him as the ass. And there was to be a lot of the ever after, for though I did not know it, I had just met a man who would haunt my life like a louse. I had met another enemy, though on that day in Peredur's Hall he was just a strange British monk who stood out from his companions because he washed. He invited me to follow him to a small door at the side of the hall, and motioning Hasten and Senwolf to stay where they were, I ducked through the door to find myself standing beside a dung heap. But the point of taking me outside had been to show me the view eastward. I stared across a valley. On the nearer slope were the smoke-blackened roofs of Peredur's settlement. Then came the thorn fence that had been made along the stream that flowed to the sea. On the stream's far side, the hills rose gently to a far-off crest, and there, breaking the skyline like a boil, was Drain Dinas.
"The enemy," Asa said.
A small fort, I noted. How many men are there?
"Does it matter to you?" Asa asked sourly,
paying me back for my refusal to tell him how many men I led, though I assumed Father Marduk had made a count of the crew while he was on board Fierdraka, so my defiance had been pointless. "You Christians," I said, "believe that at death you go to heaven. Isn't that right?"
"What of it?"
"You must surely welcome such a fate," I asked, "to be near your God?"
"Are you threatening me?"
"I don't threaten vermin," I said, enjoying myself. "How many men are in that fort?"
40, 50?
He plainly did not know.
"We can assemble 40.
"So tomorrow," I said, "your king can have his fort back."
"He is not my king,"
Asa said, irritated by the assumption. "Your king or not," I said, He can have his fort back, so long as he pays us properly. That negotiation lasted until dark. Peredur, as Father Marduk had said, was willing to pay more than 100 shillings, but he feared we would take the money and leave without fighting, and so he wanted some kind of surety from me. He wanted hostages, which I refused to give, and after an hour or more of argument we had still not reached an agreement, and it was then that Peredur summoned his queen. That meant nothing to me, but I saw the ass stiffen as though he were offended, then sensed that every other man in the hall was strangely apprehensive. Asa made a protest, but the king cut him off with an abrupt slice of his hand, and then a door at the back of the hall was opened, and Iseult came to my life. Iseult. Finding her there was like discovering a jewel of gold in a midden. I saw her, and I forgot Mildred. Dark Iseult, black-haired Iseult, huge-eyed Iseult. She was small, thin as an elf, with a luminous face and hair as black as a raven's feathers. She wore a black cloak and had silver bands about her neck and silver bracelets at her wrists and silver rings at her ankles, and the jewelry clinked gently as she walked toward us. She was maybe 2 or 3 years younger than I, but somehow, despite her youth, she managed to scare Peredur's courtiers, who backed away from her. The king looked nervous, while Asa, standing beside me, made the sign of the cross, then spat to ward off evil. I just stared at her, entranced. There was pain on her face, as if she found life unbearable, and there was fear on her husband's face when he spoke to her in a quiet, respectful voice. She shuddered when he talked, and I thought that perhaps she was mad, for the grimace on her face was awful, disfiguring her beauty. But then she calmed and looked at me, and the king spoke to Asa.
You will tell the queen who you are and what you will do for King Peredur,
Asa told me in a distant, disapproving voice. She speaks Danish? I asked.
Of course not, he snapped. Just tell her and get this farce over.
I looked into her eyes, those big, dark eyes, and had the uncanny suspicion that she could see right through my gaze and decipher my innermost thoughts. But at least she did not grimace when she saw me, as she had when her husband spoke. My name is Uhtred Ragnarsson, I said, and I am here to fight for your husband if he pays what I am worth. And if he doesn't pay, we go. I thought Asa would translate, but the monk stayed silent. Iseult still stared at me, and I stared back. She had a flawless skin, untouched by illness, and a strong face, but sad. Sad and beautiful. Fierce and beautiful. She reminded me of Breda, the East Anglian who had been my lover, and who was now with Ragnar, my friend. Breda was as full of fury as a scabbard is filled with blade, and I sensed the same in this queen who was so young and strange, and dark and lovely. I am Uhtred Ragnarsson, I heard myself say as I spoke again, though I'd scarcely been aware of any urge to talk. And I work miracles. Why I said that, I do not know. I later learned that she had no idea what I had said, for at that time the only tongue she spoke was that of the Britons. But nevertheless, she seemed to understand me, and she smiled. Asa caught his breath.
Be careful, Dane, he hissed. She is a queen.
A queen? I asked, still staring at her. Or the queen?
The king is blessed with 3 wives, the monk said disapprovingly.
Iseult turned away and spoke to the king. He nodded, then gestured respectfully toward the door through which Iseult had come. She was evidently dismissed, and she obediently went to the door, but paused there and gave me a last speculative look. Then she was gone. And suddenly it was easy. Peredur agreed to pay us a hoard of silver. He showed us the hoard that had been hidden in a back room. There were coins, broken jewellery, battered cups, and 3 candle holders that had been taken from the church. And when I weighed the silver using a balance fetched from the marketplace, I discovered there was 316 shillings worth, which was not negligible. Asa divided it into 2 piles, one only half the size of the other.
We shall give you the smaller portion tonight, the monk said, and the rest you will get when Drain Dinas is recovered.
You think I am a fool? I asked, knowing that after the fight it would be hard to get the rest of the silver.
You take me for one, he retorted, knowing that if he gave us all the silver, then Feardraka would vanish in the dawn.
We agreed in the end that we would take the 1/3 now, and that the other 2/3 would be carried to the battlefield so that it was easily accessible. Peredur had hoped I would leave that larger portion in his hall, and then I would have faced an uphill fight through his dung-spattered streets, and that was a fight I would have lost. And it was probably the prospect of such a battle that had stopped Callin's men from attacking Peredur's hall. They hoped to starve him, or at least Asa believed that. Tell me about Iseult, I demanded of the monk when the bargaining was done. He sneered at that.
I can read you like a missile, he said.
Whatever a missile is, I said, pretending ignorance.
A book of prayers, he said, and you will need prayers if you touch her. He made the sign of the cross. She is evil, he said, vehemently. She's a queen, a young queen, I said, so how can she be evil? What do you know of the Britons?
That they stink like stoats, I said, and thieve like jackdaws. He gave me a sour look, and for a moment I thought he would refuse to say more, but he swallowed his British pride.
We are Christians, he said, and God be thanked for that great mercy. But among our people there are still some old superstitions, pagan ways. Iseult is part of that.
What part? He did not like talking about it, but he had raised the subject of Iseult's evil, and so he reluctantly explained.
She was born in the springtime, he said, 18 years ago, and at her birth there was an eclipse of the sun, and the folk here are credulous fools, and they believe a dark child born at the sun's death has power. They have made her into a... He paused, not knowing the Danish word. A gwerach. He said a word that meant nothing to me. Dewinnes, he said irritably. And when I still showed incomprehension, he at last found a word. A sorceress.
A witch?
And Peredur married her, made her his shadow queen. That is what kings did with such girls. They take them into their household so they may use their power.
What power?
The skills the devil gives to shadow queens, of course, he said irritably. Peredur believes she can see the future, but it is a skill she will retain only so long as she is a virgin.
I laughed at that. If you disapprove of her, monk, then I would be doing you a favor if I raped her. He ignored that, or at least he made no reply other than to give me a harsh scowl. Can she see the future? I asked.
She saw you victorious, he said, and told the king he could trust you. So you tell me.
Then assuredly she can see the future, I said. Brother Asa sneered at that answer.
They should have strangled her with her own birth cord, he snarled. She is a pagan bitch, a devil's thing, evil.
There was a feast that night. A feast to celebrate our pact, and I hoped Iseult would be there, but she was not. Peredur's older wife was present, but she was a sullen, grubby creature with 2 weeping boils on her neck, and she hardly spoke. Yet it was a surprisingly good feast. There was fish, beef, mutton, bread, ale, mead and cheese, and while we ate, Asa told me he had come from the kingdom of Dyfed, which lay north of the Severn Sea, and that his king, who had an impossible British name that sounded like a man coughing and spluttering, had sent him to Cornwallis to dissuade the British kings from supporting the Danes. I was surprised by that. So surprised that I looked away from the girls serving the food. A harpist played at the hall's end, and two of the girls swayed in time to the music as they walked. "You don't like Danes?" I said. "You are pagans," Asa said scornfully. "So how come you speak the pagan tongue?" I asked. "Because my abbot would have us send missionaries to the Danes." "You should go," I said. "It would be a quick route to heaven for you." He ignored that. "I learned Danish among many other tongues," he said loftily, "and I speak the language of the Saxons too. And you, I think, were not born in Denmark." "How do you know?" "Your voice," he said. "You are from Northumbria." "I am from the sea," I said. He shrugged. "In Northumbria," he said severely, "the Danes have corrupted the Saxons so that they think of themselves as Danes." He was wrong, but I was scarcely in a position to correct him. "Worse," he went on, "they have extinguished the light of Christ." "Is the light of Thor too bright for you?" "The West Saxons are Christians," he said, "and it is our duty to support them, not because of a love for them, but because of our fellow love for Christ." "You have met Alfred of Wessex?" I asked sourly. "I look forward to meeting him," he said fervently, "for I hear he is a good Christian." "I hear the same." "And Christ rewards him," Asa went on. "Rewards him?" "Christ sent the storm that destroyed the Danish fleet," Asa said, "and Christ's angels destroyed Abba. That is proof of God's power. If we fight against Alfred, then we range ourselves against Christ. So we must not do it. That is my message to the kings of Cornwallis." I was impressed that a British monk at the end of the land of Britain knew so much of what happened in Wessex, and I reckoned Alfred would have been pleased to hear Asa's nonsense. Though of course Alfred had sent many messengers to the British. His messengers had all been priests or monks, and they had preached the gospel of their God slaughtering the Danes, and Asa had evidently taken up their message enthusiastically. "So why are you fighting Calin?" I asked. "He would join the Danes," Asa said. "And we're going to win," I said. "So Calin is sensible." Asa shook his head. "God will prevail." "You hope," I said, fingering Thor's hammer. "But if you are wrong, monk, then we'll take Wessex, and Calin will share the spoils." "Calin will share nothing," Asa said spitefully, "because you will kill him tomorrow." The Britons have never learned to love the Saxons. Indeed, they hate us, and in those years when the last English kingdom was on the edge of destruction, they could have tipped the balance by joining Guthrum. Instead, they held back their sword arms, and for that the Saxons can thank the Church. Men like Asa had decided that the Danish heretics were a worse enemy than English Christians, and if I were a Briton, I would resent that, because the Britons might have taken back much of their lost lands if they had allied themselves with the pagan Northmen. Religion makes strange bedfellows. So does war. And Peredur offered Haston and myself 2 of the serving girls to seal our bargain. I had sent Senwulf back to Fear-Draka with a message for Leofric, warning him to be ready to fight in the morning, and I thought perhaps Haston and I should retreat to the ship. But the serving girls were pretty, and so we stayed. And I need not have worried, for no one tried to kill us in the night. And no one even tried when Haston and I carried the first third of the silver down to the water's edge, where a small boat carried us to our ship. There's twice as much as that waiting for us, I told Leofric. He stirred the sack of silver with his foot.
And where were you last night?
In bed with a Briton,
Earthling,
he said.
So, who are we fighting?
A pack of savages. We left 10 men as ship guards. If Peredur's men made a real effort to capture Fir Draka, then those 10 would have had a hard fight, and probably a losing fight. But they had the 3 hostages, who may or may not have been Peredur's sons, so that was a risk we had to take. And it seemed safe enough, because Peredur had assembled his army on the eastern side of the town. I say army, though it was only 40 men, and I brought 30 more, and my 30 were well armed and looked ferocious in their leather. Leofric, like me, wore mail, as did half a dozen of my crewmen, and I had my fine helmet with its faceplate, so I, at least, looked like a lord of battles. Peredur was in leather, and he had woven black horsetails into his hair and onto the twin forks of his beard, so that the horsetails hung down wild and long and scary. His men were mostly armed with spears, though Peredur himself possessed a fine sword. Some of his men had shields, and a few had helmets, and though I did not doubt their bravery, I did not reckon them formidable. My crewmen were formidable. They had fought Danish ships off the Wessex coast, and they had fought in the shield wall at Sinuit, and I had no doubt that we could destroy whatever troops Calin had placed in Drain Dinas. It was afternoon before we climbed the hill. We should have gone in the morning, but some of Peredur's men were recovering from their night's drinking, and the women of his settlement kept pulling others away, not wanting them to die, and then Peredur and his advisors huddled and talked about how they should fight the battle, though what there was to talk about I did not know. Calin's men were in the fort. We were outside it, so we had to assault the bastards. Nothing clever, just an attack. But they talked for a long time, and Father Marduk said a prayer, or rather he shouted it, and then I refused to advance because the rest of the silver had not been fetched. It came, carried in a chest by 2 men, and so at last under the afternoon sun we climbed the eastern hill. Some women followed us, shrieking their battle screams, which was a waste of breath because the enemy was still too far away to hear them.
So, what do we do?
Leofric asked me. Form a wedge, I guessed. Our best men in the front rank, and you and me in front of them, then kill the bastards. He grimaced.
Have you ever assaulted one of the old people's forts?
Never.
It can be hard,
he warned me. If it's too hard, I said, we'll just kill Peredur and his men and take their silver anyway. Brother Asa, his neat black robes muddied about their skirts, hurried over to me.
Your men are Saxons,
he said accusingly. I hate monks, I snarled at him. I hate them more than I hate priests. I like killing them. I like slitting their bellies. I like watching the bastards die. Now, run off and die before I cut your throat. He ran off to Peredur with his news that we were Saxons. The king stared at us morosely. He had thought he had recruited a crew of Danish Vikings, and now he discovered we were West Saxons and he was not happy. So I drew serpent breath and banged her blade against my lionwood shield. You want to fight this battle or not? I asked him through Asa. Peredur decided he wanted to fight, or rather, he wanted us to fight the battle for him, and so we slogged on up the hill, which had a couple of false crests, so it was well into the afternoon before we emerged onto the long, shallow summit and could see Drain Dinas's green turf walls on the skyline. A banner flew there. It was a triangle of cloth, supported on its pole by a small cross staff, and the banner showed a white horse prancing on a green field. I stopped then. Peredur's banner was a wolf's tail hung from a pole. I carried none, though. Like most Saxons, mine would have been a rectangular flag. I only knew one people who flew triangular banners, and I turned on Brother Asa as he sweated up the hill.
They're Danes, I accused him. So? He demanded. I thought you were a Dane, and all the world knows the Danes will fight anyone for silver, even other Danes. But are you frightened of them, Saxon? Your mother didn't give birth to you, I told him, but farted you out of her shriveled arsehole. You've taken Peredur's silver, Asa said, so you must fight. Say one more word, monk, I said, and I'll cut off your scrawny balls. I was gazing uphill, trying to estimate numbers. Everything had changed since I had seen the White Horse banner, because instead of fighting against half-armed British savages, we would have to take on a crew of lethal Danes. But if I was surprised by that, then the Danes were equally surprised to see us. They were crowding Drain Dinas' wall, which was made of earth fronted with a ditch and topped with a thorn fence. It would be a hard wall to attack, I thought, especially if it was defended by Danes. I counted over 40 men on the skyline and knew there would be others I could not see, and the numbers alone told me this assault would fail. We could attack, and we might well get as far as the Thorn Palisade, but I doubted we could hack our way through, and the Danes would kill a score of us as we tried, and we would be lucky to retreat down the hill without greater loss. We're in a cesspit, Leofric said to me. Up to our necks. So, what do we do? Turn on them and take the money? I did not answer, because the Danes had dragged a section of the thorn fence aside, and 3 of them now jumped down from the ramparts and strolled toward us. They wanted to talk. Who the hell is that? Leofric asked. He was staring at the Danish leader. He was a huge man, big as Steap a Snotor, and dressed in a mail coat that had been polished with sand until it shone. His helmet, as highly polished as his mail, had a faceplate modelled as a boar's mask, with a squat, broad snout, and from the helmet's crown there flew a white horse tail. He wore arm rings over his mail, rings of silver and gold that proclaimed him to be a warrior chief, a sword Dane, a lord of war. He walked the hillside as if he owned it, and in truth, he did own it, because he possessed the fort. Asa hurried to meet the Danes, going with Peredur and 2 of his courtiers. I went after them and found Asa trying to convert the Danes. He told them that God had brought us, and we would slaughter them all, and their best course was to surrender now and yield their heathen souls to God. We shall baptize you, Asa said, and there will be much rejoicing in heaven. The Danish leader slowly pulled off his helmet, and his face was almost as frightening as the boar-snouted mask. It was a broad face, hardened by sun and wind, with the blank, expressionless eyes of a killer. He was around 30 years old, and had a tightly cropped beard, and a scar running from the corner of his left eye down across his cheek. He gave the helmet to one of his men, and without saying a word, hauled up the skirt of his mail coat and began pissing on Asa's robe. The monk leaped back. The Dane, still pissing, looked at me. Who are you? Uhtred Ragnar, son. And you? Svein of the White Horse. He said it defiantly, as though I would know his reputation, and for a heartbeat I said nothing. Was this the same Svein who was said to be gathering troops in Wales? Then what was he doing here? You're Svein of Ireland? I asked. Svein of Denmark, he said. He let the mail coat drop and glared at Asa, who was threatening the Danes with heaven's vengeance. If you want to live, he told Asa, shut your filthy mouth. Asa shut his mouth. Ragnarsson. Svein looked back to me. Ragnar? Ragnar Ravnsson?
The Ragnar who served Ivar? The same, I said. Then you are the Saxon's son. I am. And you? I asked. You're the Svein who has brought men from Ireland? I have brought men from Ireland, he admitted. And gather forces in Wales? I do what I do, he said vaguely. He looked at my men, judging how well they would fight. Then he looked me up and down, noting my mail and helmet, and noting especially my arm rings. And when the inspection was done, he jerked his head to indicate that he and I should walk away a few paces and talk privately. Asa objected, saying anything that was spoken should be heard by all. But I ignored him and followed Svein uphill. You can't take this fort, Svein told me. True. So, what do you do? Go back to Peredur's settlement, of course. He nodded. And if I attack the settlement? You'll take it, I said. But you'll lose men. Maybe a dozen. Which will mean a dozen fewer oarsmen, he said, thinking. And then he looked past Peredur to where two men carried the box. Is that your battle prize? It is. Split it, he suggested. I hesitated a heartbeat. And we'll split what's in the town, I asked. Agreed, he said. Then looked at Asa, who was hissing urgently at Peredur. He knows what we're doing, he said grimly. So, a necessary deception is about to happen. I was still trying to understand what he meant when he struck me in the face. He struck hard, and my hand went to serpent breath, and his two men ran to him, swords in hand. I'll come out of the fort and join you, Svein said to me softly, then louder. You bastard piece of goat dropping! I spat at him as his two men pretended to drag him away. Then I stalked back to Asa. We kill them all, I said savagely. We kill them all. What did he say to you? Asa asked. He had feared, rightly as it happened, that Svein and I had made our own alliance. But Svein's quick display had put doubts in the monk's mind, and I fed the doubts by raging like a madman, screaming at the retreating Svein that I would send his miserable soul to hell, who was the goddess of the dead. Are you going to fight? Asa demanded. Of course we're going to fight, I shouted at him. Then I crossed to Leofric. We're on the same side as the Danes, I told him quietly. We kill these Britons, capture their settlement, and split everything with the Danes. Tell the men, but tell them quietly. Svein, true to his word, brought his men out of Draendinus. That should have warned Asa and Peredur of treachery, for no sensible man would abandon a fine defensive position like a thorn-topped earth wall to fight a battle on open ground, but they put it down to Danish arrogance. They assumed Svein believed he could destroy us all in open battle, and he made that assumption more likely by parading a score of his men on horseback, suggesting that he intended to tear our shield wall open with his swords and axes, and then pursue the survivors with spear-armed cavalry. He made his own shield wall in front of the horsemen, and I made another shield wall on the left of Peredur's line, and once we were in the proper array, we shouted insults at each other. Leofric was going down our line, whispering to the men, and I sent Senwolf and two others to the rear with their own orders. And just then, Asa ran across to us. Attack! The monk demanded, pointing at Svein. When we're ready, I said, for Leofric had not yet given every man his orders. Attack now! Asa spat at me, and I almost gutted the bastard on the spot, and would have saved myself a good deal of future trouble if I had, but I kept my patience, and Asa went back to Peredur, where he began praying, both hands held high in the air, demanding that God send fire from heaven to consume the pagans. You trust Svein? Leofric had come back to my side. I trust Svein, I said. Why? Only because he was a Dane, and I liked the Danes. These days, of course, we are all agreed that they are the spawn of Satan, untrustworthy pagans, savages, and anything else we care to call them. But in truth, the Danes are warriors, and they like other warriors. And though it is true that Svein might have persuaded me to attack Peredur so that he could then attack us, I did not believe it. Besides, there was something I wanted in Peredur's hall, and to get her, I needed to change sides. "Fear Draka!" I shouted. And that was our signal, and we swung our shield wall around to the right and went at it. It was, of course, an easy slaughter. Peredur's men had no belly for a fight. They had been hoping that we would take the brunt of the Danish assault, and that they could then scavenge for plunder among Svein's wounded. But instead we turned on them, attacked them, and cut them down. And Svein came on their right, and Peredur's men fled. That was when Svein's horsemen kicked back their heels, levelled their spears, and charged. It was not a fight. It was a massacre. 2 of Peredur's men put up some resistance, but Leofric swatted their spears aside with his axe, and they died screaming. And Peredur went down to my sword, and he put up no fight at all, but seemed resigned to his death that I gave him quickly enough. Senwolf and his 2 companions did what I had ordered them to do, which was to intercept the chest of silver, and we rallied around them as Svein's riders chased down the fugitives. The only man to escape was Asa, the monk, which he managed by running north instead of west. Svein's horsemen were ranging down the hill, spearing Peredur's men in their backs, and Asa saw that only death lay that way, and so, with surprising quickness, he changed direction and sprinted past my men, his skirts clutched up about his knees, and I shouted at the men on the right of the line to kill the bastard, but they simply looked at me and let him go. "I said kill him," I snarled. "He's a monk," one of them answered. "You want me to go to hell?" I watched Asa run slantways into the valley, and in truth, I did not much care whether he lived or died. I thought Svein's horsemen would catch him, but perhaps they did not see him. They did catch Father Marduk, and one of them took off the priest's head with a single swing of his sword, which made some of my men cross themselves. The horsemen made their killing, but Svein's other Danes made a shield wall that faced us, and in its centre, beneath the white horse banner, was Svein himself in his boar mask helmet. His shield had a white horse painted on its boards, and his weapon was an axe, the largest war axe I had ever seen. My men shifted nervously. "Stand still," I snarled at them. "Up to our necks in it," Leofric said quietly. Svein was staring at us, and I could see the death light in his eyes. He was in a killing mood, and we were Saxons. And there was a knocking sound as his men hefted shields to make the wall, and so I tossed serpent breath into the air, tossed her high so that the big blade whirled about in the sun, and of course they were all wondering whether I would catch her, or whether she would thump onto the grass. I caught her, winked at Svein, and slid the blade into her scabbard. He laughed, and the killing mood passed, as he realized he could not afford the casualties he would inevitably take in fighting us. "Did you really think I was going to attack you?" he called across the springy turf. "I was hoping you would attack me," I called back, "so I wouldn't have to split the plunder with you." He dropped the axe and walked toward us, and I walked toward him and we embraced. Men on both sides lowered weapons. "Shall we take the bastard's miserable village?" Svein asked. So we all went back down the hill, past the bodies of Peredur's men, and there was no one defending the thorn wall about the settlement, so it was an easy matter to get inside. And a few men tried to protect their homes, but very few. Most of the folk fled to the beach, but there were not enough boats to take them away, and so Svein's Danes rounded them up and began sorting them into the useful and the dead. The useful were the young women, and those who could be sold as slaves. The dead were the rest. I took no part in that. Instead, with all of my men, I went straight to Peredur's Hall. Some Danes, reckoning that that was where the silver would be, were also climbing the hill, but I reached the hall first, pushed open the door, and saw Iseult waiting there. I swear she was expecting me, for her face showed no fear and no surprise. She was sitting in the king's throne, but stood as if welcoming me as I walked up the hall. Then she took the silver from her neck and her wrists and her ankles and held it mutely out as an offering. And I took it all and tossed it to Leofric. "We divide it with Svein," I said. "And her?" He sounded amused. "Do we share her too?" For answer, I took the cloak from about Iseult's neck. Beneath it, she wore a black dress. I still had serpent breath drawn, and I used the bloodied blade to slash at the cloak until I could tear a strip from its hem. Iseult watched me, her face showing nothing. When the strip was torn away, I gave her back the cloak, then tied one end of the cloth strip about her neck and tied the other end to my belt. "She's mine," I said. More Danes were coming into the hall, and some stared wolfishly at Iseult. And then Svein arrived and snarled at his men to start digging up the hall floor to search for hidden coins or silver. He grinned when he saw Iseult's leash. "You can have her, Saxon," he said. "She's pretty, but I like them with more meat on the bone." I kept Iseult with me as we feasted that night. There was a good deal of ale and mead in the settlement, and so I ordered my men not to fight with the Danes, and Svein told his men not to fight with us, and on the whole we were obeyed, though inevitably some men quarrelled over the captured women, and one of the boys I had brought from my estate got a knife in his belly and died in the morning. Svein was amused that we were a West Saxon ship. "Alfred sent you?" he asked me. "No." "He doesn't want to fight, does he?" "He'll fight," I said, "except he thinks his god will do the fighting for him." "Then he's an idiot," Svein said. "The gods don't do our bidding. I wish they did." He sucked on a pork bone. "So, what are you doing here?" he asked. "Looking for money," I said. "The same as you." "I'm looking for allies," he said. Allies? He was drunk enough to speak more freely than he had when we first met, and I realized this was indeed the Svein who was said to be gathering men in Wales. He admitted as much, but added that he did not have enough warriors. "Guthrum can lead 2,000 men to battle, maybe more. I have to match that." So, he was a rival to Guthrum. I tucked that knowledge away. "You think the Cornishmen will fight with you?" "They promised they would," he said, spitting out a shred of gristle. "That's why I came here. But the bastards lied. Callan isn't a proper king. He's a village chief. I'm wasting my time here." "Could the two of us beat Callan?" I asked. Svein thought about it, then nodded. "We could." He frowned, suddenly, staring into the hall's shadows, and I saw he was looking at one of his men who had a girl on his lap. He evidently liked the girl, for he slapped the table, pointed to her, beckoned, and the man reluctantly brought her. Svein sat her down, pulled her tunic open so he could see her breasts, then gave her his pot of ale. "I'll think about it," he told me. "Or are you thinking of attacking me?" I asked. He grinned. "You are Uhtred Ragnarsson," he said, "and I heard about the fight on the river where you killed Ubba." I evidently had more of a reputation among my enemies than I did among my so-called friends. Svein insisted I tell the tale of Ubba's death, which I did, and I told him the truth, which was that Ubba had slipped and fallen, and that had let me take his life.
But men say you fought well, Svein said. Iseult listened to all this. She did not speak our language, but her big eyes seemed to follow every word. When the feast was over, I took her to the small rooms at the back of the hall, and she used my makeshift leash to pull me into her wood-walled chamber. I made a bed from our cloaks. When this is done, I told her in words she could not understand, you'll have lost your power. She touched a finger to my lips to silence me, and she was a queen, so I obeyed her. In the morning, we finished ravaging the town. Iseult showed me which houses might have something of value, and generally she was right, though the search meant demolishing the houses, for folk hide their small treasures in their thatch. So we scattered rats and mice as we hauled down the mouldy straw and sifted through it, and afterward we dug under every hearth, or wherever else a man might bury silver, and we collected every scrap of metal, every cooking pot or fish hook, and the search took all day. That night we divided the hoard on the beach. Svein had evidently thought about Callan, and being sober by the time he did his thinking, he had decided that the king was too strong. "We can easily beat him," he said, "but we'll lose men." A ship's crew can only endure so many losses. We had lost none in the fight against Peredur, but Callan was a stronger king, and he was bound to be suspicious of Svein, which meant that he would have his household troops ready and armed. "And he's got little enough to take," Svein said scornfully. "He's paying you?" "He's paying me," Svein said, "just as Peredur paid you." "I split that with you," I said. "Not the money he paid you before the fight," Svein said with a grin. "You didn't split that." "What money?" I asked. "So, we're even," he said. And we had both done well enough out of Peredur's death, for Svein had slaves, and we each now possessed over 900 shillings worth of silver and metal, which was not a fortune, especially once it was divided among the men, but it was better than I had done so far on the voyage. I also had Iseult. She was no longer leashed to me, but she stayed beside me, and I sensed that she was happy about that. She had taken a vicious pleasure in seeing her home destroyed, and I decided she must have hated Peredur. He had feared her and she had hated him, and if it was true that she had been able to see the future, then she had seen me and given her husband bad advice to make that future come true. "So, where do you go now?" Svein asked. We were walking along the beach, past the huddled slaves who watched us with dark, resentful eyes. "I have a mind," I said, "to go into the Severn Sea." "There's nothing left there," he said scornfully. "Nothing?" "It's been scoured," he said, meaning that Danish and Norse ships had bled the coasts dry of any treasure. "All you'll find in the Severn Sea," he went on, "are our ships bringing men from Ireland." "To attack Wessex?" "No," he grinned at me. "I've a mind to start trading with the Welsh kingdoms." "And I have a mind," I said, "to take my ship to the moon and build a feasting hall there." He laughed. "But speaking of Wessex," he said, "I hear they're building a church where you killed Ubba." "I hear the same." "A church with an altar of gold." "I've heard that too," I allowed. I hid my surprise that he knew of Odda the Younger's plans, but I should not have been surprised. A rumor of gold would spread like couch grass. "I've heard it," I said again, "but I don't believe it." "Churches have money," he said thoughtfully, then frowned. "But that's a strange place to build a church." "Strange? Why?" "So close to the sea. An easy place to attack." "Or perhaps they want you to attack," I said, "and have men ready to defend it." "A lure, you mean?"
He thought about that. And hasn't Guthrum given orders that the West Saxons aren't to be provoked? I said. Guthrum can order what he wants, Svein said harshly. But I am Svein of the White Horse, and I don't take orders from Guthrum. He walked on, frowning, as he threaded the fishing nets that men now dead had hung to dry. Men say Alfred is not a fool. Nor is he. If he has put valuables beside the sea, he said, he will not leave them unguarded. He was a warrior, but like the best warriors, he was no madman. When folk speak of the Danes these days, they have an idea that they were all savage pagans, unthinking in their terrible violence, but most were like Svein and feared losing men. That was always the great Danish fear and the Danish weakness. Svein's ship was called the White Horse and had a crew of 53 men. And if a dozen of those men were to be killed or gravely wounded, then the White Horse would be fatally weakened. Once in a fight, of course, he was like all Danes, terrifying, but there was always a good deal of thinking before there was any fighting. He scratched at a louse, then gestured toward the slaves his men had taken. Besides, I have these. He meant he would not go to Sinuit. The slaves, once they were sold, would bring him silver, and he must have reckoned Sinuit was not worth the casualties. Svein needed my help next morning. His own ship was in Callin's harbour, and he asked me to take him and a score of his men to fetch it. We left the rest of his crew at Peredur's settlement. They guarded the slaves he would take away, and they also burned the place as we carried Svein east up the coast to Callin's settlement. We waited a day there as Svein settled his accounts with Callin, and we used the time to sell fleeces and tin to Callin's traders, and though we received a poor enough price, it was better to travel with silver than with bulky cargo. The Fyrdraka was glittering with silver now, and the crewmen, knowing they would receive their proper share, were happy. Hasten wanted to go with Svein, but I refused his request. I saved your life, I told him, and you have to serve me longer to pay for that. He accepted that, and was pleased when I gave him a second arm ring as a reward for the men he had killed at Drendinas. Svein's white horse was smaller than Fyrdraka. Her prow had a carved horse's head, and her stern a wolf's head, while at her masthead was a wind vane decorated with a white horse. I asked Svein about the horse, and he laughed. When I was 16, he said, I wagered my father's stallion against our king's white horse. I had to beat the king's champion at wrestling and swordplay. My father beat me for making the wager, but I won. So, the white horse is lucky. I ride only white horses. And so his ship was the White Horse, and I followed her back up the coast to where a thick plume of smoke marked where Peredur had ruled. Are we staying with him? Leofric asked, puzzled that we were going back west rather than turning toward Defnaskir. I have a mind to see where Britain ends, I said, and I had no wish to return to the Uisk and to Mildred's misery. Svein put the slaves into the belly of his boat. We spent one last night in the bay under the thick smoke, and in the morning as the rising sun flickered across the sea, we rowed away. As we passed the western headland, going into the wide ocean, I saw a man watching us from the cliff's top, and I saw he was robed in black, and though he was a long way off, I thought I recognized Asser. Iseult saw him too, and she hissed like a cat, made a fist and threw it at him, opening her fingers at the last moment, as if casting a spell at the monk. Then I forgot him, because Fyrdraka was back in the open sea, and we were going to the place where the world ended, and I had a Shadow Queen for company. Chapter 4. I love the sea. I grew up beside it.
though in my memories the seas off Bebbanburg are grey, usually sullen and rarely sunlit. They are nothing like the great waters that roll from beyond the Isles of the Dead to thunder and shatter against the rocks at the west of Britain. The sea heaves there, as if the ocean gods flexed their muscles, and the white birds cry endlessly, and the wind rattles the spray against the cliffs. Fear Draka, running before that bright wind, left a path in the sea, and the steering oar fought me, pulsing with the life of the water, and the flexing of the ship, and the joy of the passage. Iseult stared at me, astonished by my happiness. But then I gave her the oar, and watched her thin body heave against the sea's strength, until she understood the power of the oar, and could move the ship. And then she laughed. I would live on the sea, I told her, though she did not understand me. I had given her an arm ring from Peredur's hoard, and a silver toe ring, and a necklace of monster's teeth, all sharp and long and white, strung on a silver wire. I turned and watched Svein's white horse cut through the water. Her bow would sometimes break from a wave, so that the forepart of her hull, all green and dark with growth, would rear skyward, with her horse's head snarling at the sun, and then she would crash down, and the seas would explode white about her timbers. Her oars, like ours, were inboard, and the oar holes plugged, and we both ran under sail. Fia Draka was the faster ship, which was not because she was more cunningly built, but because her hull was longer. There is such joy in a good ship, and a greater joy to have the ship's belly fat with other men's silver. It is the Viking joy, driving a dragon-headed hull through a wind-driven sea toward a future full of feasts and laughter. The Danes taught me that, and I love them for it, pagan swine though they might be. At that moment, running before Svein's white horse, I was as happy as a man could be, free of all the churchmen and laws and duties of Alfred's Wessex. But then I gave orders that the sail was to be lowered, and a dozen men uncleated the lines, and the big yard scraped down the mast. We had come to Britain's ending, and I would turn about. And I waved to Svein as the white horse swept past us. He waved back, watching the Fia Draka wallow in the long ocean swells. "Seen enough?" Leofric asked me. I was staring at the end of Britain, where the rocks endured the sea's assault. "Penwith," Iseult said, giving me the British name for the headland. "You want to go home?" I asked Leofric. He shrugged. The crew was turning the yard, lining it fore and aft so it could be stowed on its crutches, while other men were binding the sail so it did not flap. The oars were being readied to take us eastward, and the white horse was getting smaller as it swept up into the Severn Sea. I stared after Svein, envying him. "I need to be rich," I said to Leofric. He laughed at that. "I have a path to follow," I said, "and it goes north. North, back to Bebbanburg. And Bebbanburg has never been captured, so I need many men to take it. Many good men and many sharp swords." "We have silver," he said, gesturing into the boat's bilge. "Not enough," I answered sourly. My enemies had money, and Alfred claimed that I owed the church money, and the courts of Defnaskia would be chasing me for Weregild. I could only go home if I had enough silver to pay off the church, to bribe the courts, and to attract men to my banner. I stared at the white horse, that was now little more than a sail above the wind-fretted sea, and I felt the old temptation to go with the Danes. Wait till Ragnar was free, and give him my sword arm. But then I would be fighting against Leofric, and I would still need to make money, raise men, go north and fight for my birthright. I touched Thor's hammer and prayed for a sign. Iseult spat. That was not quite true. She said a word that sounded like someone clearing their throat,
spitting and choking all at the same time. And she was pointing over the ship's side, and I saw a strange fish arching out of the water. The fish was as big as a deerhound and had a triangular fin. "Porpoise," Leofric said. "Clamhidith," Iseult said, giving the fish its British name. "They bring sailors luck," Leofric said. I had never seen a porpoise before, but suddenly there were a dozen of the creatures. They were grey and their backs glistened in the sun, and they were all going north. "Put the sail back up," I told Leofric. He stared at me. The crew was unlashing the oars and taking the plugs from the oar holes. "You want the sail up?" Leofric asked. "We're going north." I had prayed for a sign, and Thor had sent me the porpoise. "There's nothing in the Severn Sea," Leofric said. "Svein told you that." "Svein told me there was no plunder in the Severn Sea," I said, "because the Danes have taken it all. So that means the Danes have the plunder." I felt a surge of happiness so intense that I punched Leofric's shoulder and gave Iseult a hug. And he told me that their ships are coming from Ireland. "So?" Leofric rubbed his shoulder. "Men from Ireland," I told Leofric. "Danes coming from Ireland to attack Wessex. And if you brought a ship's crew from Ireland, what would you bring with you?" "Everything you possess," Leofric said flatly. "And they don't know we're here. They're sheep, and we are a fire dragon." He grinned. "You're right," he said. "Of course I'm right. I'm a lord. I'm right, and I'm going to be rich. We're all going to be rich. We shall eat off gold plates, piss down our enemies' throats, and make their wives into our whores." I was shouting this nonsense as I walked down the boat's centre, casting off the sail's lashings. "We'll all be rich with silver shoes and golden bonnets. We'll be richer than kings. We'll wallow in silver, shower our whores with gold and shit lumps of amber. Tie those oars up, plug the holes, we're going north. We're going to be rich as bishops, every man of us." The men were grinning, pleased because I was roaring my enthusiasm, and men like to be led. They did have qualms about going north, for that would take us out of sight of land, and I'd never been that far from the shore. And I was frightened too, for Ragnar the Older had often told me tales of Norsemen who had been tempted out into the sea wastes to sail ever farther westward. And he said there were lands out there, lands beyond the Isles of the Dead, lands where ghosts walked. But I'm not sure if he told the truth. I am sure, though, that he told me that many of those ships never returned. They voyage into the dying sun, and they go onward because they cannot bear to turn back, and so they sail to where the lost ships die at the world's dark ending. Yet the world did not end to the north. I knew that, though I was not certain what did lie northward. Dyfed was there, somewhere, and Ireland. And there were other places with barbarous names and savage people who lived like hungry dogs on the wild edges of the land. But there was also a waste of sea, a wilderness of empty waves. And so, once the sail was hoisted, and the wind was thrusting the Fyrdraka northward, I leaned on the oar to take her somewhat to the east, for fear we would otherwise be lost in the ocean's vastness. "You know where you're going?" Leofric asked me. "No." "Do you care?" I grinned at him for answer. The wind, which had been southerly, came more from the west, and the tide took us eastward, so that by the afternoon I could see land, and I thought it must be the land of the Britons on the north side of the Severn. But as we came closer, I saw it was an island. I later discovered it was the place the Northmen called Lundi, because that is their word for the puffin. And the island's high cliffs were thick with the birds that shrieked at us when we came into a cove on the western side of the island that was an uncomfortable place to anchor for the night, because the big seas rolled in. And so we dropped the sail, took out the oars, and rowed around the cliffs until we found shelter on the eastern side. I went ashore with Iseult, and we dug some puffin burrows to find eggs, though all were hatched, so we contented ourselves with killing a pair of goats for the evening meal. There was no one living on the island, though there had been because there were the remains of a small church and a field of graves. The Danes had burned everything, pulled down the church, and dug up the graves in search of gold. We climbed to a high place, and I searched the evening sea for ships, but saw none. Though I wondered if I could see land to the south, it was hard to be sure, for the southern horizon was thick with dark cloud. But a darker strip within the cloud could have been hills, and I assumed I was looking at Cornwalham, or the western part of Wessex. Iseult sang to herself. I watched her. She was gutting one of the dead goats, doing it clumsily, for she was not accustomed to such work. She was thin, so thin that she looked like the elf-sin, the elf kind, but she was happy. In time I would learn just how much she had hated Peredur. He had valued her and made her a queen, but he had also kept her a prisoner in his hall, so that he alone could profit from her powers. Folk would pay Peredur to hear Iseult's prophecies, and one of the reasons Calin had fought his neighbour was to take Iseult for himself. Shadow queens were valued among the Britons, for they were part of the old mysteries, the powers that had brooded over the land before the monks arrived, and Iseult was one of the last shadow queens. She had been born in the sun's darkness, but now she was free, and I was to find she had a soul as wild as a falcon. Mildred, poor Mildred, wanted order and routine. She wanted the hall swept, the clothes clean, the cows milked, the sun to rise, the sun to set, and for nothing to change. But Iseult was different. She was strange, shadow-born and full of mystery. Nothing she said to me those first days made any sense, for we had no language in common. But on the island, as the sun set, and I took the knife to finish cutting the entrails from the goat, she plucked twigs and wove a small cage. She showed me the cage, broke it, and then with her long white fingers mimed a bird flying free. She pointed to herself, tossed the twig scraps away, and laughed. Next morning, still ashore, I saw boats. There were 2 of them, and they were sailing to the west of the island, going northward. They were small craft, probably traders from Cornwalham, and they were running before the southwest wind toward the hidden shore, where I assumed Svein had taken the white horse. We followed the 2 small ships. By the time we had waded out to Feardraca, raised her anchor and rowed her from the lee of the island, both boats were almost out of sight. But once our sail was hoisted, we began to overhaul them. They must have been terrified to see a dragon ship shoot out from behind the island. But I lowered the sail a little to slow us down, and so followed them for much of the day, until at last a blue-grey line showed at the sea's edge. Land. We hoisted the sail fully and seethed past the 2 small tubby boats, and so for the first time I came to the shore of Wales. The Britons had another name for it, but we simply called it Wales, which means foreigners. And much later I worked out that we must have made that landfall in Dyfed, which is the name of the churchman who converted the Britons of Wales to Christianity and had the westernmost kingdom of the Welsh named for him. We found a deep inlet for shelter. Rocks guarded the entrance, but once inside we were safe from wind and sea. We turned the ship so that her bows faced the open sea, and the cove was so narrow that our stern scraped stone as we slewed Feardraca about, and then we slept on board, men and their women sprawled under the rowers' benches. There were a dozen women aboard, all captured from Peredur's tribe, and one of them managed to escape that night, presumably sliding over the side and swimming to shore. It was not Iseult. She and I slept in the small black space beneath the steering platform, a hole screened by a cloak, and Leofric woke me there in the dawn, worried that the missing woman would raise the country against us. I shrugged. We won't be here long. But we stayed in the cove all day. I wanted to ambush ships coming around the coast, and we saw two, but they travelled together and I could not attack more than one ship at a time. Both ships were under sail, riding the southwest wind, and both were Danish, or perhaps Norse, and both were laden with warriors. They must have come from Ireland, or perhaps from the east coast of Northumbria, and doubtless they travelled to join Svein, lured by the prospect of capturing good West Saxon land. Bergweird should have the whole fleet up here, I said. He could tear through these bastards. 2 horsemen came to look at us in the afternoon. One had a glinting chain about his neck, suggesting he was of high rank, but neither man came down to the shingled beach. They watched from the head of the small valley that fell to the cove, and after a while they went away. The sun was low now, but it was summer, so the days were long. "If they bring men," Leofric said as the 2 horsemen rode away. But he did not finish the thought. I looked up at the high bluffs, either side of the cove. Men could rain rocks down from those heights, and the Feardraca would be crushed like an egg. "We could put sentries up there," I suggested. But just then Aedric, who led the men who occupied the forward starboard benches, shouted that there was a ship in sight. I ran forward, and there she was. The perfect prey. She was a large ship, not so big as Feardraca, but large all the same. And she was riding low in the water, for she was so heavily laden. Indeed, she carried so many people that her crew had not dared raise the sail, for though the wind was not heavy, it would have bent her leeward side dangerously close to the water. So she was being rowed, and now she was close inshore, evidently looking for a place where she could spend the night, and her crew had plainly been tempted by our cove, and only now realized that we already filled it. I could see a man in her bows pointing farther up the coast, and meanwhile my men were arming themselves, and I shouted at Hasten to take the steering oar. He knew what to do, and I was confident he would do it well, even though it might mean the death of fellow Danes. We cut the lines that had tethered us to the shore as Leofric brought me my mailcoat, helmet and shield. I dressed for battle as the oars were shipped, then pulled on my helmet so that suddenly the edges of my vision were darkened by its faceplate. "Go!" I shouted, and the oars bit and the Feardraca surged out. Some of the oar blades struck rock as we pulled, but none broke, and I was staring at the ship ahead, so close now, and her prow was a snarling wolf, and I could see men and women staring at us, not believing what they saw. They thought they saw a Danish ship, one of their own, yet we were armed and we were coming for them. A man shouted a warning, and they scrambled for their weapons, and Leofric yelled at our men to put their hearts into the oars, and the long shafts bent under the strain as Feardraca leaped across the small waves, and I yelled at the men to leave the oars, to come to the bows, and Senwolf and the 12 men he commanded were already there, as our big bows slammed through the enemy oars, snapping them. Hasten had done well. I had told him to steer for the forward part of the ship, where her freeboard was low, and our bows rode up across her strakes, plunging her low in the water, and we staggered with the impact. But then I jumped down into the wolf-headed ship's belly. Senwolf and his men were behind me, and there we began the killing. The enemy ship was so loaded with men that they probably outnumbered us, but they were bone-weary from a long day's rowing. They had not expected an attack, and we were hungry for wealth. We had done this before, and the crew was well trained, and they chopped their way down the boat, swords and axes swinging, and the sea was slopping over the side so that we waded through water as we clambered over the rowers' benches. The water about our feet grew red. Some of our victims jumped overboard and clung to shattered oars in an attempt to escape us. One man, big-bearded and wild-eyed, came at us with a great sword, and Aedric drove a spear into his chest, and Leofric struck the man's head with his axe. Struck again, and blood sprayed up to the sail that was furled fore and aft on its long yard. The man sank to his knees, and Aedric ground the spear deeper so that blood spilled down to the water. I half fell as a wave tilted the half-swamped ship. A man screamed and lunged a spear at me.
I took it on my shield, knocked it aside and rammed serpent breath at his face. He half fell, trying to escape the lunge, and I knocked him over the side with my shield's heavy boss. I sensed movement to my right and swung serpent breath like a reaping scythe and struck a woman in the head. She went down like a felled calf, a sword in her hand. I kicked the sword away and stamped on the woman's belly. A child screamed and I shoved her aside, lunged at a man in a leather jerkin, raised my shield to block his axe blow and then spitted him on serpent breath. The sword went deep into his belly, so deep that the blade stuck, and I had to stand on him to tug it free. Senwolf went past me, his snarling face covered in blood, sword swinging. The water was up to my knees, and then I staggered and almost fell as the whole ship lurched, and I realized we had drifted ashore and struck rocks. 2 horses were tethered in the ship's belly, and the beasts screamed at the smell of blood. One broke its tether and jumped overboard, swimming wide-eyed toward the open sea. "Kill them! Kill them!" I heard myself shouting. It was the only way to take a ship, to empty her of fighting men. But she was now emptying herself as the survivors jumped onto the rocks and clambered away through the sucking backwash of blood-touched water. A half-dozen men had been left aboard Feardraca, and they were fending her off the rocks with oars. A blade stabbed the back of my right ankle, and I turned to see a wounded man trying to hamstring me with a short knife. I stabbed down again and again, butchering him in the weltering water. And I think he was the last man to die on board, though a few Danes were still clinging to the ship's side, and those we cut away. The Feardraca was seaward of the doomed ship now, and I shouted at the men aboard to bring her close. She heaved up and down, much higher than the half-sunk ship, and we threw our plunder up and over the side. There were sacks, boxes and barrels. Many were heavy and some clinked with coin. We stripped the enemy dead of their valuables, taking 6 coats of mail and a dozen helmets, and we found another 3 coats of mail in the flooded bilge. I took 8 arm rings off dead men. We tossed weapons aboard Feardraca, then cut away the captured ship's rigging. I loosed the remaining horse that stood shivering as the water rose. We took the ship's yard and sail, and all the time her survivors watched from the shore, where some had found a precarious refuge above the sea-washed rocks. I went to the space beneath her sleeping platform and found a great war helm there, a beautiful thing with a decorated faceplate and a wolf's head moulded in silver on the crown, and I tossed my old helmet on to Feardraca and donned the new one, and then passed out sacks of coin. Beneath the sacks was what I thought must be a small shield wrapped in black cloth, and I half thought of leaving it where it was, then threw it into Feardraca anyway. We were rich. "Who are you?" a man shouted from on shore. "Uhtred," I called back. He spat at me, and I laughed. Our men were climbing back on board Feardraca now. Some were retrieving oars from the water, and Leofric was pushing Feardraca away, fearful that she would be caught on the rocks. "Get on board," he shouted at me, and I saw I was the last man, and so I took hold of Feardraca's stern, put a foot on an oar, and heaved myself over her side. "Row!" Leofric shouted, and so we pulled away from the wreck. 2 young women had been thrown up with the plunder, and I found them weeping by Feardraca's mast. One spoke no language that I recognized, and later we discovered she was from Ireland, but the other was Danish, and as soon as I squatted beside her, she lashed out at me and spat in my face. I slapped her back, and that made her lash out again. She was a tall girl, strong with a tangled mass of fair hair and bright blue eyes. She tried to claw her fingers through the eye holes of my new helmet, and I had to slap her again, which made my men laugh. Some were shouting at her to keep fighting me, but instead she suddenly burst into tears and leaned back against the mast root. I took off the helmet and asked her name, and her only answer was to wail that she wanted to die. But when I said she was free to throw herself off the ship, she did not move.
Her name was Freya. She was 15 years old, and her father had been the owner of the ship we had sunk. He had been the big man with the sword, and his name had been Ivar, and he had held land at Difflin, wherever that was, and Freya began to weep again when she looked at my new helmet, which had belonged to her father. "He died without cutting his nails," she said accusingly, as if I was responsible for that ill luck. And it was bad fortune indeed, because now the grim things of the underworld would use Ivar's nails to build the ship that would bring chaos at the world's end. "Where were you going?" I asked her. To Svein, of course. Ivar had been unhappy in Difflin, which was in Ireland, and had more Norsemen than Danes, and also possessed savagely unfriendly native tribes, and he had been lured by the prospect of land in Wessex, and so he had abandoned his Irish steading, put all his goods and wealth aboard his ships, and sailed eastward. "Ships?" I asked her. "There were 3 when we left," Freya said. "But we lost the others in the night." I guessed they were the 2 ships we had seen earlier. But the gods had been good to me, for Freya confirmed that her father had put his most valuable possessions into his own ship, and that was the one we had captured. And we had struck lucky, for there were barrels of coins and boxes of silver. There was amber, jet, and ivory. There were weapons and armor. We made a rough count as the feared Draka wallowed offshore, and we could scarce believe our fortune. 1 box contained small lumps of gold, roughly shaped as bricks. But best of all was the wrapped bundle that I had thought was a small shield. But when we unwrapped the cloth, proved to be a great silver plate on which was modelled a crucifixion. All about the death scene, ringing the plate's heavy rim, were saints. 12 of them. I assumed they were the apostles, and that the plate had been the treasure of some Irish church or monastery before Ivar had captured it. I showed the plate to my men. "This," I said reverently, "is not part of the plunder. This must go back to the church." Leofric caught my eye, but did not laugh. "It goes back to the church," I said again, and some of my men, the more pious ones, muttered that I was doing the right thing. I wrapped the plate and put it under the steering platform. "How much is your debt to the church?" Leofric asked me. "You have a mind like a goat's arsehole," I told him. He laughed, then looked past me. "Now what do we do?" he asked. I thought he was asking what we should do with the rest of our charmed lives, but instead he was gazing at the shore where, in the evening light, I could see armed men lining the cliff top. The Britons of Diffed had come for us, but too late. Yet their presence meant we could not go back into our cove, and so I ordered the oars to be manned and for the ship to row eastward. The Britons followed us along the shore. The woman who had escaped in the night must have told them we were Saxons, and they must have been praying we would seek refuge on land so they could kill us. Few ships stayed at sea overnight, not unless they were forced to, but I dared not seek shelter, and so I turned south and rowed away from the shore. While in the west, the sun leaked red fire through rifts in the cloud, so that the whole sky glowed as if a god had bled across the heavens. "What will you do with the girl?" Leofric asked me. "Freya." "Is that her name? You want her?" "No," I said. "I do." "She'll eat you alive," I warned him. She was probably a head taller than Leofric. "I like 'em like that," he said. "All yours," I said, "and such is life. One day Freya was the pampered daughter of an earl, and the next she was a slave." I gave the coats of mail to those who deserved them. We had lost 2 men, and another 3 were badly injured, but that was a light cost. We had, after all, killed 20 or 30 Danes, and the survivors were ashore where the Britons might or might not treat them well. Best of all, we had become rich, and that knowledge was a consolation as night fell. Hoder is the god of the night, and I prayed to him. I threw my old helmet overboard as a gift to him, because all of us were scared of the dark that swallowed us. and it was a complete dark, because clouds had come from the west to smother the sky. No moon, no stars. For a time there was the gleam of firelight on the northern shore, but that vanished and we were blind. The wind rose, the seas heaved us, and we brought the oars inboard and let the air and water carry us. For we could neither see nor steer. I stayed on deck, peering into the dark, and Iseult stayed with me, under my cloak, and I remembered the look of delight on her face when we had gone into battle. Dawn was grey, and the sea was white-streaked grey, and the wind was cold, and there was no land in sight. But 2 white birds flew over us, and I took them for a sign and rowed in the direction they had gone. And late that day, in a bitter sea and cold rain, we saw land. And it was the Isle of Puffins again, where we found shelter in the cove and made fires ashore.
When the Danes know what we've done,
Leofric said. They'll look for us. I finished the sentence for him.
lots of them will look for us.
Then it's time to go home, I said. The gods had been good to us, and next dawn in a calming sea, we rowed south to the land and followed the coast toward the west. We would go around the wild headlands where the porpoises swam, turn east, and so find home. Much later, I discovered what Svein had done after we parted company, and because what he did affected my life and made the enmity between me and Alfred worse. I shall tell it here. I suspect that the thought of a gold altar at Sinuit had gnawed into his heart, for he carried the dream back to Glywysing, where his men gathered. Glywysing was another kingdom of the Britons in the south of Wales, a place where there were good harbours, and where the king welcomed the Danes, for their presence prevented Guthrum's men from raiding across the Mercian border. Svein ordered a second ship and its crew to accompany him, and together they attacked Sinuit. They came in the dawn, hidden by a mist, and I can imagine their beast-headed ships appearing in the early greyness like monsters from nightmare. They went upriver, oars splashing, then grounded the boats, and the crews streamed ashore, men in mail and helmets, spear Danes, sword Danes, and they found the half-built church and monastery. Odda the Younger was making the place, but he knew it was too close to the sea, and so he had decided to make it a fortified building. The church's tower was to be of stone and high enough for men to keep a watch from its summit, and the priests and monks were to be surrounded by a palisade and a flooded ditch. But when Svein came ashore, none of the work was finished, and so was indefensible. And besides, there were scarce 40 troops there, and those all died or fled within minutes of the Danes' landing. The Danes then burned what work had been done, and cut down the high wooden cross that customarily marked a monastery and had been the first thing the builders had made. The builders were monks, many of them novices, and Svein herded them together and demanded they show him where the valuables were hidden, and promised them mercy if they told the truth, which they did. There was not much of value, certainly no altar of gold, but supplies and timber needed to be purchased, and so the monks had a chest of silver pennies, which was reward enough for the Danes, who then pulled down the half-constructed church tower, wrecked the unfinished palisade, and slaughtered some cattle. Then Svein asked the monks where Ubba was buried, and was met by sullen silence. And the swords were drawn again, and the question asked a second time, and the monks were forced to confess that the church was being built directly over the dead chieftain's grave. That grave had been an earth mound, but the monks had dug it up and thrown the body into the river. And when the Danes heard that story, the mercy fled from their souls. The monks were made to wade in the river until some bones were found, and those bones were placed on a funeral pyre made from the timbers of the half-constructed buildings. It was, by all accounts, a huge pyre, and when it was lit, and when the bones were at the heart of a furnace blaze, the monks were thrown onto the flames. While their bodies burned, the Danes selected 2 girls captured from the soldiers' shelters, raped them, and then strangled them, sending their souls to be company for Ubba in Valhalla. We heard all this from 2 children who survived by hiding in a nettle patch, and some folk from the nearby town who were dragged to see the end of the funeral pyre. Svein of the White Horse did this, they were told, and made to repeat the words. It was a Danish custom to leave some witnesses to their horror, so that the tales would spread fear and make cowards of other folk who might be attacked. And sure enough, the story of the burned monks and murdered girls went through Wessex like a high wind through dry grass. It became exaggerated, as such tales do. The number of dead monks went from 16 to 60, the raped girls from 2 to 20, and the stolen silver from a chest of pennies to a hoard worthy of the gods. Alfred sent a message to Guthrum, demanding to know why he should not slaughter the hostages he held, and Guthrum sent him a present of gold, 2 captured gospel books, and a grovelling letter in which he claimed that the 2 ships had not been from his forces, but were pirates from beyond the sea. Alfred believed him, and so the hostages lived, and the peace prevailed. But Alfred commanded that a curse should be pronounced on Svein in every church of Wessex. The Danish chieftain was to be damned through all eternity. His men were to burn in the fires of hell, and his children and his children's children were all to bear the mark of Cain. I asked a priest what the mark was, and he explained that Cain was the son of Adam and Eve, and the first murderer. But he did not know what mark he had carried. He thought God would recognize it. So Svein's 2 ships sailed away, leaving a pillar of smoke on the Wessex shore, and I knew none of it. In time, I would know all of it. But for now, I was going home. We went slowly, sheltering each night, retracing our steps that took us past the blackened hillside where Peredur's settlement had stood. And on we went, under a summer's sun and rain, until we had returned to the Wisk. The hay-hengle was afloat now, and her mast was stepped, which meant Leofric could take her and the Eftweird, for the fear Draka was no more, back to Hampton. We divided the plunder first, and though Leofric and I took the greater share, every man went away wealthy. I was left with Haston and Iseult, and I took them up to Oxton, where Mildred wept with relief because she had thought I might be dead. I told her we had been patrolling the coast, which was true enough, and that we had captured a Danish ship laden with wealth, and I spilled the coins and gold bricks onto the floor and gave her a bracelet of amber and a necklace of jet. And the gifts distracted her from Iseult, who watched her with wide, dark eyes. And if Mildred saw the British girl's jewellery, she said nothing. We had come back in time for the harvest, though it was poor, for there had been much rain that summer. There was a black growth on the rye, which meant it could not even be fed to the animals, though the straw was good enough to thatch the hall I built. I've always enjoyed building. I made the hall from clay, gravel and straw, all packed together to make thick walls. Oak beams straddled the walls, and oak rafters held a high, long roof that looked golden when the thatch was first combed into place. The walls were painted with powdered lime and water, and one of the local men poured ox blood into the mix so that the walls were the colour of a summer sky at sunset. The hall's great door faced east toward the Uisk, and I paid a man from Exenchester to carve the doorposts and lintels with writhing wolves, for the banner of Bebenberg, my banner, is a wolf's head. Mildred wanted the carving to show saints, but she got wolves. I paid the builders well, and when other men heard that I had silver, they came looking for employment. And though they were there to build my hall, I took only those who had experience fighting. I equipped them with spades, axes, adzes, weapons, and shields. "You're making an army," Mildred accused me. Her relief at my homecoming had soured quickly when it was apparent that I was no more a Christian than when I had left her. 17 men? An army?
We are at peace, she said.
She believed that because the priests preached it, and the priests only said what they were told to say by the bishops, and the bishops took their orders from Alfred. A travelling priest sought shelter with us one night, and he insisted that the war with the Danes was over. We still have Danes on the border, I said. God has calmed their hearts, the priest insisted, and told me that God had killed the Lothbrok brothers, Ubba, Ivar, and Halfdan, and that the rest of the Danes were so shocked by the deaths that they no longer dared to fight against Christians. It is true, Lord, the priest said earnestly. I heard it preached in Chippenham, and the king was there, and he praised God for the truth of it. We are to beat our swords into ard points, and our spear blades into reaping hooks. I laughed at the thought of melting serpent breath into a tool to plough Oxton's fields. But then I did not believe the priest's nonsense. The Danes were biding their time, that was all. Yet it did seem peaceful as the summer slid imperceptibly into autumn. No enemies crossed the frontier of Wessex, and no ships harried our coasts. We threshed the corn, netted partridges, hunted deer on the hill, staked nets in the river, and practiced with our weapons. The women spun thread, gathered nuts, and picked mushrooms and blackberries. There were apples and pears, for this was the time of plenty, the time when the livestock was fattened before the winter slaughter. We ate like kings, and when my haul was finished, I gave a feast. And Mildred saw the ox head over the door and knew it was an offering to Thor, but said nothing. Mildred hated Iseult, which was hardly surprising, for I had told Mildred that Iseult was a queen of the Britons, and that I held her for the ransom that the Britons would offer. I knew no such ransom would ever come, and the story went some way to explaining Iseult's presence, but Mildred resented that the British girl was given her own house. She is a queen, I said. You take her hunting, Mildred said resentfully. I did more than that. But Mildred chose to be blind to much of it. Mildred wanted little more than her church, her baby, and an unvarying routine. She had charge of the women who milked the cows, churned the butter, spun wool, and collected honey, and she took immense pride that those things were done well. If a neighbour visited, there would be a flurry of panic as the hall was cleaned, and she worried much about those neighbours' opinions. She wanted me to pay Oswald's weregild. It did not matter to Mildred that the man had been caught thieving, because to pay the weregild would make peace in the valley of the Uisk. She even wanted me to visit Odda the Younger. You could be friends, she pleaded. With that snake? And Weirkin says you have not paid the tithe. Weirkin was the priest in Exenminster, and I hated him. He eats and drinks the tithe, I snarled. The tithe was the payment all landholders were supposed to make to the church, and by rights I should have sent Weirkin part of my harvest, but I had not. Yet the priest was often at Oxton, coming when he thought I was hunting, and he ate my food and drank my ale, and was growing fat on them. He comes to pray with us, Mildred said. He comes to eat, I said. And he says the bishop will take the land if we don't pay the debt. The debt will be paid, I said. When? We have the money. She gestured at the new hall. When? She insisted. When I want to, I snarled. I did not tell her when, or how, because if I had, then Weirkin the priest would know, and the bishop would know. It was not enough to pay the debt. Mildred's father had foolishly donated part of our land's future produce to the church, and I wanted that burden taken away so the debt would not go on through eternity. And to do that, I needed to surprise the bishop, and so I kept Mildred ignorant, and inevitably those arguments would end with her tears. I was bored with her, and she knew it. I found her beating Iseult's maid one day. The girl was a Saxon I had given to Iseult as a servant, but she also worked in the dairy, and Mildred was beating her because some cheeses had not been turned. I dragged Mildred away, and that, of course, provoked another argument, and Mildred proved not to be so blind after all, for she accused me of trying to whelp bastards on Iseult, which was true enough. But I reminded her that her own father had sired enough bastards, half a dozen of whom now worked for us. "You leave Iseult and her maid alone," I said, causing more tears. They were not happy days. It was the time when Iseult learned to speak English, or at least the Northumbrian version of English, for she learned it mostly from me. "You're my mon," she said. I was Mildred's man and Iseult's mon. She said she had been born again on the day I came into Peredur's hall. "I had dreamed of you," she said, "tall and golden-haired." "Now you don't dream?" I asked, knowing that her powers of scrying came from dreams. "I do still dream," she said earnestly. "My brother speaks to me." "Your brother?" I asked, surprised. "I was born a twin," she told me, "and my brother came first, and then, as I was born, he died. He went to the shadow world, and he speaks to me of what he sees there." "What does he see?" "He sees your king." "Alfred," I said sourly, "is that good or bad?" "I don't know. The dreams are shadowy." She was no Christian. Instead, she believed that every place and everything had its own god or goddess. A nymph for a stream, a dryad for a wood, a spirit for a tree, a god for the fire and another for the sea. The Christian god, like Thor or Odin, was just one more deity among this unseen throng of powers. And her dreams, she said, were like eavesdropping on the gods. One day, as she rode beside me on the hills above the empty sea, she suddenly said that Alfred would give me power. "He hates me," I told her. "He'll give me nothing." "He will give you power," she said flatly. I stared at her, and she gazed to where the clouds met the waves. Her black hair was unbound, and the sea wind stirred it. "My brother told me," she said, "Alfred will give you power, and you will take back your northern home, and your woman will be a creature of gold." "My woman?" She looked at me, and there was sadness in her face. "There," she said, "now you know." And she kicked back her heels and made the horse run along the ridge top, her hair streaming, her eyes wet with tears. I wanted to know more, but she said she had told me what she had dreamed, and I must be content. At summer's end, we drove the swine into the forests to feed on the fallen beech nuts and acorns. I bought bags of salt because the killing time was coming, and the meat of our pigs and cattle would have to be salted into barrels to feed us through the winter. Some of that food would come from the men who rented land at the edge of the estate, and I visited them all so they would know I expected payment of wheat, barley and livestock. And to show them what would happen if they tried to cheat me, I bought a dozen good swords from a smith in Exenchester. I gave the swords to my men, and in the shortening days we practiced with them. Mildred might not believe war was coming, but I did not think God had changed Danish hearts. The late autumn brought heavy rain, and the Shire reeve to Oxton. The reeve was called Harold, and he was charged with keeping the peace of Defnasgear. And he came on horseback, and with him were 6 other horsemen, all in mail coats and helmets, and all with swords or spears. I waited for him in the hall, making him dismount and come into the smoky shadows. He came cautiously, expecting an ambush. Then his eyes became accustomed to the gloom, and he saw me standing by the central hearth. "You are summoned to the Shire Court," he told me. His men had followed Harold into the hall. "You bring swords into my house?" I asked. Harold looked around the hall, and he saw my men armed with their spears and axes. I had seen the horsemen approaching and summoned my men and ordered them to arm themselves. Harold had the reputation of being a decent man, sensible and fair, and he knew how weapons in a hall could lead to slaughter. "You will wait outside," he told his men, and I gestured for my men to put their weapons down. "You are summoned," Harold began again. "I heard you," I said. "There is a debt to be paid," he said, "and a man's death to make good." I said nothing. One of my hounds growled softly, and I put a hand into its fur to silence it. "The court will meet on All Saints' Day," Harold said, "at the cathedral." "I shall be there," I said. He took off his helmet to reveal a balding pate fringed with brown hair. He was at least 10 years older than I, a big man with 2 fingers missing from his shield hand. He limped slightly as he walked toward me. I calmed the hounds. Waited. "I was at Sinuit," he said to me, speaking softly. "So was I," said, "though men pretend I was not." "I know what you did," he said. "So do I." He ignored my surliness. He was showing me sympathy, though I was too proud to show I appreciated it. "The Ealdorman has sent men," he warned me, "to take this place once judgment is given." There was a gasp behind me, and I realized Mildred had come into the hall. Harold bowed to her. "The hall will be taken?" Mildred asked. "If the debt is not paid," Harold said, "the land will be given to the church." He stared up at the newly hewn rafters, as if wondering why I would build a hall on land doomed to be given to God. Mildred came to stand beside me. She was plainly distressed by Harold's summons, but she made a great effort to compose herself. "I am sorry," she said, "about your wife." A flicker of pain crossed Harold's face as he made the sign of the cross. "She was sick a long time, lady. It was merciful of God, I think, to take her." I had not known he was a widower, nor did I care much. "She was a good woman," Mildred said. "She was," Harold said. "And I pray for her." "I thank you for that," Harold said. "As I pray for Odda the Elder," Mildred went on. "God be praised he lives." Harold made the sign of the cross again. "But he is feeble and in pain." He touched his scalp, showing where Odda the Elder had been wounded. "So who is the judge?" I asked harshly, interrupting the two. "The bishop," Harold said. "Not the Ealdorman." "He is at Chippenham." Mildred insisted on giving Harold and his men ale and food. She and Harold talked a long time, sharing news of neighbours and family. They were both from Defnasgear, and I was not, and so I knew few of the folk they talked about. But I pricked up my ears when Harold said that Odda the Younger was marrying a girl from Mercia. "She's in exile here," he said, "with her family." "Well born?" Mildred asked. "Exceedingly," Harold said. "I wish them much joy," Mildred said, with evident sincerity. She was happy that day, warmed by Harold's company, though when he had gone she chided me for being churlish. "Harold is a good man," she insisted. "A kind man. He would have given you advice. He would have helped you." I ignored her. But 2 days later, I went into Exenchester with Iseult and all my men, including Haston. I now had 18 warriors, and I had armed them, given them shields and leather coats, and I led them through the market that always accompanied the court's sittings. There were stilt walkers and jugglers, a man who ate fire, and a dancing bear. There were singers, harpists, storytellers, beggars, and pens of sheep, goats, cattle, pigs, geese, ducks, and hens. There were fine cheeses, smoked fish, bladders of lard, pots of honey, trays of apples, and baskets of pears.
Iseult, who had not been to Exenchester before, was amazed at the size of the city, and the life of it, and the seething closeness of its houses. And I saw folk make the sign of the cross when they saw her, for they had heard of the Shadow Queen held at Oxton, and they knew her for a foreigner and a pagan. Beggars crowded at the bishop's gate. There was a crippled woman with a blind child. Men who had lost arms or legs in the wars, a score of them, and I threw them some pence. Then, because I was on horseback, I ducked under the archway of the courtyard beside the cathedral, where a dozen chained felons were awaiting their fate. A group of young monks, nervous of the chained men, were plating beehives, while a score of armed men were clustered around 3 fires. They eyed my followers suspiciously, as a young priest, his hands flapping, hurried across the puddles. "Weapons are not to be brought into the precinct," he told me sternly. "They've got weapons," I said, nodding at the men warming themselves by the flames. "They are the Reeves men." "Then the sooner you deal with my business," I said, "the sooner my weapons will be gone." He looked up at me, his face anxious. "Your business?" "Is with the bishop." "The bishop is at prayer," the priest said reprovingly, as though I should have known that. "And he cannot see every man who comes here. You can talk to me." I smiled and raised my voice a little. "In Chippenham, 2 years ago," I said, "your bishop was friends with Eanfled. She has red hair and works her trade out of the Corncrake Tavern. Her trade is whoring." The priest's hands were flapping again in an attempt to persuade me to lower my voice. "I've been with Eanfled," I said, "and she told me about the bishop. She said—" The monks had stopped making beehives and were listening. But the priest cut me off by half shouting, "The bishop might have a moment free." "Then tell him I'm here," I said pleasantly. "You are Uhtred of Oxton?" he asked. "No," I said. "I am Lord Uhtred of Bebbanburg." "Yes, Lord." "Sometimes known as Uhtred Airway," I added mischievously. "Uhtred the Wicked." "Yes, Lord," the priest said again, and hurried away. The bishop was called Aelwald, and he was really the Bishop of Cridionton, but that place had not been thought as safe as Exenchester, and so for years the bishops of Cridionton had lived in the larger town. That, as Guthrum had shown, was not the wisest decision. Guthrum's Danes had pillaged the cathedral and the bishop's house, which was still scantily furnished, and I discovered Aelwald sitting behind a table that looked as if it had once belonged to a butcher, for its hefty top was scored with knife cuts and stained with old blood. He looked at me indignantly. "You should not be here," he said snidely. "Why not?" "You have business before the court tomorrow." "Tomorrow," I said, "you sit as a judge. Today, you are a bishop." He acknowledged that with a small nod. He was an elderly man with a heavy jowled face and a reputation as a severe judge. He had been with Alfred in Skyre Burnen when the Danes arrived in Exenchester, which is why he was still alive. And, like all the bishops in Wessex, he was a fervent supporter of the king, and I had no doubt that Alfred's dislike of me was known to Aelwald, which meant I could expect little clemency when the court sat. "I am busy," Aelwald said, gesturing at the parchments on the stained table. 2 clerks shared the table, and a half-dozen resentful priests had gathered behind the bishop's chair. "My wife," I said, "inherited a debt to the church." Aelwald looked at Iseult, who alone had come into the house with me. She looked beautiful, proud and wealthy. There was silver at her throat and in her hair, and her cloak was fastened with 2 brooches, one of jet and the other of amber. "Your wife?"
the bishop asked snidely. I would discharge the debt, I said, ignoring his question, and I tipped a bag onto his butcher's table, and the big silver plate we had taken from Ivar slid out. The silver made a satisfying noise as it thumped down, and suddenly in that small dark room, ill-lit by 3 rush lights and a small wood-barred window, it seemed as if the sun had come out. The heavy silver glowed, and Aelwold just stared at it. There are good priests. Beocca is one, and Willibald another, but I have discovered in my long life that most churchmen preach the merits of poverty while they lust after wealth. They love money, and the church attracts money like a candle brings moths. I knew Aelwold was a greedy man, as greedy for wealth as he was for the delights of a red-haired whore in Chippenham, and he could not take his eyes from that plate. He reached out and caressed the thick rim as if he scarce believed what he was seeing. And then he pulled the plate toward him and examined the 12 apostles. A pyx, he said reverently. A plate, I said casually. One of the other priests leaned over a clerk's shoulder. Irish work, he said. It looks Irish, Aelwold agreed, then looked suspiciously at me. You are returning it to the church? Returning it? I asked innocently. The plate was plainly stolen, Aelwold said, and you do well, Attrid, to bring it back. I had the plate made for you, I said. He turned the plate over, which took some effort, for it was heavy, and once it was inverted he pointed to the scratches in the silver. It is old, he said. I had it made in Ireland, I said grandly, and doubtless it was handled roughly by the men who brought it across the sea. He knew I was lying. I did not care. There are silversmiths in Wessex who could have made you a pyx, one of the priests snapped. I thought you might want it, I said, then leaned forward and pulled the plate out of the bishop's hands. But if you prefer West Saxon work, I went on, then I can... Give it back, Aelwold said. And when I made no move to obey, his voice became pleading. It is a beautiful thing. He could see it in his church, or perhaps in his hall, and he wanted it. There was silence as he stared at it. If he had known that the plate existed, if I had told Mildred of it, then he would have had a response ready. But as it was, he was overwhelmed by desire for the heavy silver. A maid brought in a flagon, and he waved her out of the room. She was, I noted, red-haired. You had the plate made? Aelwold said skeptically. In Difflin, I said. Is that where you went in the king's ship? The priest who had snapped at me asked. We patrolled the coast, I said. Nothing more. The value of the plate, Aelwold began, then stopped. Is far and above the debt Mildred inherited, I said. That was probably not true, but it was close to the amount, and I could see Aelwold did not care. I was going to get what I wanted. The debt was discharged. I insisted on having that written down, and written 3 times, and I surprised them by being able to read, and so discovering that the first scrap of parchment made no mention of the church yielding their rights to the future produce of my estate. But that was corrected, and I let the bishop keep 1 copy while I took 2. You will not be arraigned for debt, the bishop said, as he pressed his seal into the wax of the last copy. But there is still the matter of Oswald's weregild. I rely on your good and wise judgment, Bishop, I said. And I opened the purse hanging at my waist and took out a small lump of gold, making sure he could see there was more gold inside as I placed the small lump on the plate.
Oswald was a thief. His family will make oaths that he was not, the priest said. And I will bring men who will swear he was, I said. A trial relied heavily on oaths, but both sides would bring as many liars as they could muster, and judgment usually went to the better liars, or, if both sides were equally convincing, to the side who had the sympathy of the onlookers. It was better, though, to have the sympathy of the judge. Oswald's family would have many supporters around Exonchester, but gold is much the best argument in a law court. And so it proved. To Mildred's astonishment, the debt was paid, and Oswald's family denied 200 shillings of weregild. I did not even bother to go to the court, relying on the persuasive power of gold. And sure enough, the bishop peremptorily dismissed the demand for weregild, saying it was well known that Oswald had been a thief. And so I won. That did not make me any more popular. To the folk who lived in the Uisk Valley, I was a Northumbrian interloper. And worse, it was known I was a pagan. But none dared confront me, for I went nowhere beyond the estate without my men, and my men went nowhere without their swords. The harvest was in the storehouses. Now was the time for the Danes to come, when they could be sure to find food for their armies. But neither Guthrum nor Svein crossed the frontier. The winter came instead, and we slaughtered the livestock, salted the meat, scraped hides, and made calf's foot jelly. I listened for the sound of church bells ringing at an unusual time, for that would have been a sign that the Danes had attacked. But the bells did not ring. Mildred prayed that the peace would continue, and I, being young and bored, prayed it would not. She prayed to the Christian god, and I took Iseult to the high woods and made a sacrifice to Hoder, Odin, and Thor. And the gods were listening, for in the dark beneath the gallows tree, where the three spinners make our lives, a red thread was woven into my life. Fate is everything, and just after Yule the spinners brought a royal messenger to Oxton, and he, in turn, brought me a summons. It seemed possible that Iseult's dream was true, and that Alfred would give me power, for I was ordered to Chippenham to see the king. I was summoned to the Witan. Chapter 5. Mildred was excited by the summons. The Witan gave the king advice, and her father had never been wealthy or important enough to receive such a summons, and she was overjoyed that the king wanted my presence. The Witangamot, as the meeting was called, was always held on the feast of St. Stephen, the day after Christmas. But my summons required me to be there on the 12th day of Christmas, and that gave Mildred time to wash clothes for me. They had to be boiled and scrubbed and dried and brushed, and 3 women did the work, and it took 3 days before Mildred was satisfied that I would not disgrace her by appearing at Chippenham looking like a vagabond. She was not summoned, nor did she expect to accompany me, but she made a point of telling all our neighbours that I was to give counsel to the king. "You mustn't wear that," she told me, pointing to my Thor's hammer amulet. "I always wear it," I said. "Then hide it," she said, "and don't be belligerent." "Belligerent?" "Listen to what others say," she said. "Be humble, and remember to congratulate Odda the Younger." "For what?" "He's to be married. Tell him I pray for them both." She was happy again, sure that by paying the church its debt I had regained Alfred's favour, and her good mood was not even spoiled when I announced I would take Iseult with me. She bridled slightly at the news, then said that it was only right that Iseult should be taken to Alfred. "If she is a queen," Mildred said, "then she belongs in Alfred's court. This isn't a fit place for her." She insisted on taking silver coins to the church in Exonchester, where she donated the money to the poor and gave thanks that I had been restored to Alfred's favour. She also thanked God for the good health of our son Uhtred. I saw little of him, for he was still a baby, and I've never had much patience for babies. But the women of Oxton constantly assured me that he was a lusty, strong boy.
We allowed 2 days for the journey. I took Haston and 6 men as an escort, for though the Shire Reeves men patrolled the roads, there were plenty of wild places where outlaws preyed on travellers. We were in mail coats or leather tunics, with swords, spears, axes and shields. We all rode. Iseult had a small black mare I had bought for her, and I had also given her an otter-skin cloak, and when we passed through villages, folk would stare at her, for she rode like a man, her black hair bound up with a silver chain. They would kneel to her, as well as to me, and call out for alms. She did not take her maid, for I remembered how crowded every tavern and house had been in Exonchester when the Witan met, and I persuaded Iseult that we would be hard-pressed to find accommodation for ourselves, let alone a maid. "What does the king want of you?" she asked, as we rode up the Uisk Valley. Rainwater puddled in the long furrows, gleaming in the winter sunshine, while the woods were glossy with holly leaves and bright with the berries of rowan, thorn, elder, and yew. "Aren't you supposed to tell me that?" I asked her. She smiled. "Seeing the future," she said, "is like travelling a strange road. Usually you cannot see far ahead, and when you can, it is only a glimpse. And my brother doesn't give me dreams about everything." "Mildred thinks the king has forgiven me," I said. "Has he?" I shrugged. "Perhaps. I hoped so, not because I wanted Alfred's forgiveness, but because I wanted to be given command of the fleet again. I wanted to be with Leofric. I wanted the wind in my face and the sea rain on my cheek. It's odd, though," I went on, "that he didn't want me there for the whole Witangamot." "Maybe," Iseult suggested, "they discussed religious things at first." "He wouldn't want me there for that," I said. "So, that's it," she said. "They talk about their god, but at the end they will talk of the Danes, and that is why he summoned you. He knows he needs you." "Or perhaps he just wants me there for the feast," I suggested. "The feast?" "The 12th night feast," I explained, and that seemed to me the likeliest explanation, that Alfred had decided to forgive me, and, to show he now approved of me, would let me attend the winter feast. I secretly hoped that was true, and it was a strange hope. I had been ready to kill Alfred only a few months before, yet now, though I still hated him, I wanted his approval. Such is ambition. If I could not rise with Ragnar, then I would make my reputation with Alfred. "Your road, Uhtred," Iseult went on, "is like a bright blade across a dark moor. I see it clearly." "And the woman of gold?" She said nothing to that. "Is it you?" I asked. "The sun dimmed when I was born," she said. "So I am a woman of darkness and of silver, not of gold." "So who is she?" "Someone far away, Uhtred, far away." And she would say no more. Perhaps she knew no more, or perhaps she was guessing. We reached Chippenham late on the 11th day of Yule. There was still frost on the furrows, and the sun was a gross red ball poised low above the tangling black branches as we came to the town's western gate. The city was full, but I was known in the Corncrake Tavern, where the red-headed whore called Eanflade worked, and she found us shelter in a half-collapsed cattle byre where a score of hounds had been kennelled. The hounds, she said, belonged to Hupper, Ealdorman of Thornsetter, but she reckoned the animals could survive a night or two in the yard. "Hupper may not think so," she said, "but he can rot in hell." "He doesn't pay?" I asked her. She spat for answer, then looked at me curiously. "I hear Leofric's here." "He is?" I said, heartened by the news. "I haven't seen him," she said, "but someone said he was here, in the Royal Hall. Maybe Bergweird brought him." Bergweird was the new fleet commander.
the one who wanted his ships to sail 2 by 2 in imitation of Christ's disciples. Leofric had better not be here, Ainflay had finished. Why not? Because he hasn't come to see me, she said indignantly. That's why. She was 5 or 6 years older than I, with a broad face, a high forehead and springy hair. She was popular, so much so that she had a good deal of freedom in the tavern that owed its profits more to her abilities than to the quality of the ale. I knew she was friendly with Leofric, but I suspected from her tone that she wanted to be more than friends. "Who's she?" she asked, jerking her head at Iseult. "A queen," I said. "That's another name for it, I suppose. How's your wife?" "Back in deafness gear." "You're like all the rest, aren't you?" She shivered. "If you're cold tonight, bring the hounds back in to warm you. I'm off to work." We were cold, but I slept well enough, and next morning, the 12th after Christmas, I left my 6 men at the corncrake and took Iseult and Haston to the king's buildings that lay behind their own palisade to the south of the town, where the river curled about the walls. A man expected to attend the Wittengemot with retainers, though not usually with a Dane and a Briton, but Iseult wanted to see Alfred, and I wanted to please her. Besides, there was the great feast that evening, and though I warned her that Alfred's feasts were poor things, Iseult still wanted to be there. Haston, with his mail coat and sword, was there to protect her, for I suspected she might not be allowed into the hall while the Wittengemot debated, and so might have to wait until evening for her chance to glimpse Alfred. The gatekeeper demanded that we surrender our weapons, a thing I did with a bad grace. But no man, except the king's own household troops, could go armed in Alfred's presence. The day's talking had already begun, the gatekeeper told us, and so we hurried past the stables and past the big new royal chapel with its twin towers. A group of priests was huddled by the main door of the great hall, and I recognized Beorca, my father's old priest, among them. I smiled in greeting, but his face as he came toward us was drawn and pale. "You're late," he said sharply. "You're not pleased to see me?" I asked sarcastically. He looked up at me. Beorca, despite his squint, red hair and palsied left hand, had grown into a stern authority. He was now a royal chaplain, confessor and a confidant to the king, and the responsibilities had carved deep lines on his face. "I prayed," he said, "never to see this day." He made the sign of the cross. "Who's that?" he asked, staring at Iseult. "A queen of the Britons," I said. "She's what?" "A queen. She's with me. She wants to see Alfred." I don't know whether he believed me, but he seemed not to care. Instead, he was distracted, worried, and because he lived in a strange world of kingly privilege and obsessive piety, I assumed his misery had been caused by some petty theological dispute. He had been Bebbanburg's mass priest when I was a child, and after my father's death he had fled Northumberland because he could not abide living among the pagan Danes. He had found refuge in Alfred's court, where he had become a friend of the king. He was also a friend to me, a man who had preserved the parchments that proved my claim to the lordship of Bebbanburg, but on that 12th day of Yule he was anything but pleased to see me. He plucked my arm, drawing me toward the door. "We must go in," he said, "and may God in his mercy protect you." "Protect me?" "God is merciful," Beorca said, "and you must pray for that mercy." And then the guards opened the door, and we walked into the great hall. No one stopped Iseult, and indeed there were a score of other women watching the proceedings from the edge of the hall. There were also more than 100 men there, though only 40 or 50 comprised the Wittengemot, and those thanes and senior churchmen were on chairs,
and benches set in a half-circle in front of the dais where Alfred sat with 2 priests and with Aelswith, his wife, who was pregnant. Behind them, draped with a red cloth, was an altar on which stood thick candles and a heavy silver cross, while all about the walls were platforms where, in normal times, folk slept or ate to be out of the fierce draughts. This day, though, the platforms were crammed with the followers of the Thanes and noblemen of the Witan, and among them, of course, were a lot of priests and monks, for Alfred's court was more like a monastery than a royal hall. Beorca gestured that Iseult and Haston should join those spectators. Then he drew me toward the half-circle of privileged advisors. No one noticed my arrival. It was dark in the hall, for little of the wintry sunshine penetrated the small, high windows. Braziers tried to give some warmth, but failed, succeeding only in thickening the smoke in the high rafters. There was a large central hearth, but the fire had been taken away to make room for the Witengamot's circle of stools, chairs, and benches. A tall man in a blue cloak was on his feet as I approached. He was talking of the necessity of repairing bridges and how local thanes were skimping the duty, and he suggested that the king appoint an official to survey the kingdom's roads. Another man interrupted to complain that such an appointment would encroach on the privileges of the Shire Ealdorman. And that started a chorus of voices, some for the proposal, most against. And 2 priests, seated at a small table beside Alfred's dais, tried to write down all the comments. I recognized Wulfhere, the ealdorman of Wultenskir, who yawned prodigiously. Close to him was Aelwold, the Bishop of Extonchester, who was swathed in furs. Still, no one noticed me. Beorca had held me back, as if waiting for a lull in the proceedings before finding me a seat. 2 servants brought in baskets of logs to feed the braziers, and it was then that Aelswith saw me, and she leaned across and whispered in Alfred's ear. He had been paying close attention to the discussion, but now looked past his counsel to stare at me. And a silence fell on that great hall. There had been a murmur of voices when men saw the king being distracted from the argument about bridges, and they had all turned to look at me. And then there was the silence that was broken by a priest's sneeze, and a sudden odd scramble as the men closest to me, those sitting beside the cold stones of the hearth, moved to one side. They were not making way for me, but avoiding me. Aelswith was smiling, and I knew I was in trouble then. My hand instinctively went to my left side, but of course I had no sword, so could not touch her hilt for luck.
"We shall talk of bridges later,"
Alfred said. He stood. He wore a bronze circlet as a crown, and had a fur-trimmed blue robe matching the gown worn by his wife. "What is happening?" I asked Beorca.
"You will be silent."
It was Odda the Younger who spoke. He was dressed in his war glory, in shining mail covered by a black cloak, in high boots and with a red leather sword belt from which hung his weapons. For Odda, as commander of the king's troops, was permitted to go armed into the royal hall. I looked into his eyes and saw triumph there. The same triumph that was on the Lady Aelswith's pinched face, and I knew I had not been brought to receive the king's favour, but summoned to face my enemies. I was right. A priest was called from the dark gaggle beside the door. He was a young man with a pouchy, scowling face. He moved briskly, as if the day did not have enough hours to complete his work. He bowed to the king, then took a parchment from the table where the 2 clerks sat, and came to stand in the centre of the Witan's circle.
"There is an urgent matter,"
Alfred said.
"which, with the Witan's permission, we shall deal with now."
No one there was likely to disagree, so a low murmur offered approval of interrupting the more mundane discussions. Alfred nodded.
Father Erkenwald will read the charges, the king said, and took his throne again. Charges? I was confused, like a boar trapped between hounds and spears, and I seemed incapable of movement, so I just stood there as Father Erkenwald unrolled the parchment and cleared his throat. Uhtred of Oxton, he said, speaking in a high and precise voice. You are this day charged with the crime of taking a king's ship without our king's consent, and with taking that ship to the country of Cornwallum, and there making war against the Britons, again without our king's consent. And this we can prove by oaths. There was a small murmur in the hall, a murmur that was stilled when Alfred raised a thin hand. You are further charged, Erkenwald went on, with making an alliance with the pagan called Svein, and with his help you murdered Christian folk in Cornwallum, despite those folk living in peace with our king. And this also we can prove by oaths. He paused, and now there was complete silence in the hall. And you are charged? Erkenwald's voice was lower now, as though he could scarce believe what he was reading. With joining the pagan Svein in an attack on our blessed king's realm by committing vile murder and impious church robbery at Sinuit. This time there was no murmur, but a loud outburst of indignation, and Alfred made no move to check it. So Erkenwald had to raise his voice to finish the indictment. And this also, he was shouting now, and men hushed to listen. We shall prove by oaths. He lowered the parchment, gave me a look of pure loathing, then walked back to the edge of the dais. He's lying, I snarled. You will have a chance to speak, a fierce-looking churchman sitting beside Alfred said. He was in monk's robes, but over them he wore a priest's half-cape, richly embroidered with crosses. He had a full head of white hair and a deep, stern voice. Who's that? I asked Beocca. The most holy Ethelred, Beocca said softly, and seeing I did not recognize the name, Archbishop of Contwaraberg, of course. The Archbishop leaned over to speak with Erkenwald. Aelswith was staring at me. She had never liked me, and now she was watching my destruction and taking a great pleasure from it. Alfred, meanwhile, was studying the roof beams, as though he had never noticed them before. And I realized he intended to take no part in this trial, for trial it was. He would let other men prove my guilt, but doubtless he would pronounce sentence. And not just on me, it seemed, because the Archbishop scowled. Is the second prisoner here? He is held in the stables, Otter the Younger said. He should be here, the Archbishop said indignantly. A man has a right to hear his accusers. What other man? I demanded. It was Leofric, who was brought into the hall in chains, and there was no outcry against him, because men perceived him as my follower. The crime was mine. Leofric had been snared by it, and now he would suffer for it. But he plainly had the sympathy of the men in the hall as he was brought to stand beside me. They knew him. He was of Wessex, while I was a Northumbrian interloper. He gave me a rueful glance as the guards led him to my side. Up to our arses in it, he muttered. Quiet, Beocca hissed. Trust me, I said. Trust you? Leofric asked bitterly. But I had glanced at his hilt, and she had given me the smallest shake of her head, an indication, I reckoned, that she had seen the outcome of this day, and it was good. Trust me, I said again. The prisoners will be silent, the Archbishop said. Up to our royal arses, Leofric said quietly. The Archbishop gestured at Father Erkenwald. You have oath-takers? He asked.
I do, Lord. Then let us hear the first.
Erkenwald gestured to another priest who was standing by the door leading to the passage at the back of the hall. The door was opened, and a slight figure in a dark cloak entered. I could not see his face, for he wore a hood. He hurried to the front of the dais, and there bowed low to the king, and went on his knees to the archbishop, who held out a hand so that his heavy jeweled ring could be kissed. Only then did the man stand, push back his hood, and turn to face me. It was the ass. Asa, the Welsh monk. He stared at me as yet another priest brought him a gospel book on which he laid a thin hand. "I make oath," he said, in accented English, still staring at me, "that what I say is truth, and God so help me in that endeavor, and condemn me to the eternal fires of hell if I dissemble." He bent and kissed the gospel book with the tenderness of a man caressing a lover. "Bastard," I muttered. Asa was a good oath-taker. He spoke clearly, describing how I had come to Cornwallum in a ship that bore a beast head on its prow and another on its stern. He told how I had agreed to help King Peredur, who was being attacked by a neighbour assisted by the pagan Svein, and how I had betrayed Peredur by allying myself with the Dane. "Together," Asa said, "they made great slaughter, and I myself saw a holy priest put to death." "You ran like a chicken," I said to him. "You couldn't see a thing." Asa turned to the king and bowed. "I did run, Lord King. I am a brother monk, not a warrior. And when Uhtred turned that hillside red with Christian blood, I did take flight. I am not proud of that, Lord King, and I have earnestly sought God's forgiveness for my cowardice." Alfred smiled, and the Archbishop waved away Asa's remarks as if they were nothing. "And when you left the slaughter," Erkenwald asked, "what then?" "I watched from a hilltop," Asa said, "and I saw Uhtred of Oxton leave that place in the company of the pagan ship. 2 ships sailing westward." "They sailed westward?" Erkenwald asked. "To the west," Asa confirmed. Erkenwald glanced at me. There was silence in the hall as men leaned forward to catch each damning word. "And what lay to the west?" Erkenwald asked. "I cannot say," Asa said. "But if they did not go to the end of the world, then I assume they turned about Cornwallum to go into the Severn Sea." "And you know no more?" Erkenwald asked. "I know I helped bury the dead," Asa said, "and I said prayers for their souls, and I saw the smouldering embers of the burned church. But what Uhtred did when he left that place of slaughter, I do not know. I only know he went westward." Alfred was pointedly taking no part in the proceedings, but he plainly liked Asa, for when the Welshman's testimony was done, he beckoned him to the dais and rewarded him with a coin and a moment of private conversation. The Witan talked among themselves, sometimes glancing at me with the curiosity we give to doomed men. Lady Ailswith, suddenly so gracious, smiled on Asa. "You have anything to say?" Erkenwald demanded of me when Asa had been dismissed. "I shall wait," I said, "till all your lies are told." The truth, of course, was that Asa had told the truth, and told it plainly, clearly, and persuasively. The king's councillors had been impressed, just as they were impressed by Erkenwald's second oath-taker. It was Steapa Snotor, the warrior who was never far from Odda the Younger's side. His back was straight, his shoulders square, and his feral face with its stretched skin was grim. He glanced at me, bowed to the king, then laid a huge hand on the gospel book and let Erkenwald lead him through the oath, and he swore to tell the truth on pain of hell's eternal agony
and then he lied. He lied calmly in a flat, toneless voice. He said he had been in charge of the soldiers who guarded the place at Sinuit, where the new church was being built, and how 2 ships had come in the dawn, and how warriors streamed from the ships, and how he had fought against them and killed 6 of them, but there were too many, far too many, and he had been forced to retreat. But he had seen the attackers slaughter the priests, and he had heard the pagan leader shout his name as a boast.
Svein, he was called.
And Svein brought 2 ships? Stayapa paused and frowned, as though he had trouble counting to 2, then nodded.
He had 2 ships.
He led both?
Svein led one of the ships, Stayapa said.
Then he pointed a finger at me.
And he led the other.
The audience seemed to growl, and the noise was so threatening that Alfred slapped the arm of his chair and finally stood to restore quiet. Stayapa seemed unmoved. He stood solid as an oak, and though he had not told his tale as convincingly as Brother Asa, there was something very damning in his testimony. It was so matter-of-fact, so unemotionally told, so straightforward, and none of it was true. Uhtred led the 2nd ship, Erkenwald said. But did Uhtred join in the killing?
Join it? Stayapa asked. He led it.
He snarled those words, and the men in the hall growled their anger. Erkenwald turned to the king. Lord King, he said, he must die. And his land and property must be forfeited, Bishop Aelwald shouted in such excitement that a whirl of his spittle landed and hissed in the nearest brazier. Forfeited to the church. The men in the hall thumped their feet on the ground to show their approbation. Aylesworth nodded vigorously, but the Archbishop clapped his hands for silence.
He has not spoken,
he reminded Erkenwald, then nodded at me.
Say your piece, he ordered curtly.
Beg for mercy, Beocca advised me quietly. When you are up to your arse in shit, there's only one thing to do. Attack. And so I admitted I had been at Sinuit, and that admission provoked some gasps in the hall. But I was not there this summer, I went on. I was there in the spring, at which time I killed Oberloth Broxon, and there are men in this hall who saw me do it. Yet Odda the Younger claimed the credit. He took Ubba's banner, which I laid low, and he took it to his king, and he claimed to have killed Ubba. Now, lest I spread the truth, which is that he is a coward and a liar, he would have me murdered by lies. I pointed to Stayapa. His lies. Stayapa spat to show his scorn. Odda the Younger was looking furious, but he said nothing, and some men noted it. To be called a coward and a liar is to be invited to do battle, but Odda stayed still as a stump. You cannot prove what you say, Erkenwald said. I can prove I killed Ubba, I said. We are not here to discuss such things, Erkenwald said loftily, but to determine whether you broke the king's peace by an impious attack on Sinuit. Then summon my crewmen, I demanded. Bring them here, put them on oath and ask what they did in the summer. I waited, and Erkenwald said nothing. He glanced at the king as if seeking help, but Alfred's eyes were momentarily closed. Or are you in so much of a hurry to kill me, I went on, that you dare not wait to hear the truth? I have Staypa's sworn testimony, Erkenwald said, as if that made any other evidence unnecessary. He was flustered. And you can have my oath, I said. and Leofric's oath, and the oath of a crewman who is here. I turned and beckoned Haston, who looked frightened at being summoned, but at Iseult's urging came to stand beside me. Put him on oath, I demanded of Erkenwald. Erkenwald did not know what to do, but some men in the Witan called out that I had the right to summon oath-takers, and the newcomer must be heard. And so a priest brought the gospel book to Haston. I waved the priest away. He will swear on this, I said, and took out Thor's amulet. He's not a Christian? Erkenwald demanded in astonishment. He is a Dane, I said. How can we trust the word of a Dane? Erkenwald demanded. But our Lord King does, I retorted. He trusts the word of Guthrum to keep the peace, so why should this Dane not be trusted? That provoked some smiles. Many in the Witan thought Alfred far too trusting of Guthrum, and I felt the sympathy in the hall move to my side. But then the Archbishop intervened to declare that the oath of a pagan was of no value.
None whatsoever,
he snapped.
He must stand down.
Then put Leofric under oath, I demanded, and then bring our crew here and listen to their testimony. And you will all lie with one tongue, Erkenwald said. And what happened at Sinuit is not the only matter on which you are accused. Do you deny that you sailed in the king's ship? That you went to Cornwalham and there betrayed Peredur and killed his Christian people? Do you deny that Brother Asa told the truth? But what if Peredur's queen were to tell you that Asa lies? I asked. What if she were to tell you that he lies like a hound at the hearth? Erkenwald stared at me. They all stared at me. And I turned and gestured at Iseult, who stepped forward, tall and delicate, the silver glinting at her neck and wrists. Peredur's queen, I announced, whom I demand that you hear under oath, and thus hear how her husband was planning to join the Danes in an assault on Wessex. That was rank nonsense, of course, but it was the best I could invent at that moment, and Iseult I knew would swear to its truth. Quite why Svein would fight Peredur if the Briton planned to support him was a dangerously loose plank in the argument, but it did not really matter, for I had confused the proceedings so much that no one was sure what to do. Erkenwald was speechless. Men stood to look at Iseult, who looked calmly back at them, and the king and the archbishop bent their heads together. Aelswith, one hand clapped to her pregnant belly, hissed advice at them. None of them wanted to summon Iseult for fear of what she would say, and Alfred, I suspect, knew that the trial, which had already become mired in lies, could only get worse. You're good, Erstling, Leofric muttered. You're very good. Odda the Younger looked at the king, then at his fellow members of the Witan, and he must have known I was slithering out of his snare, for he pulled Steapa to his side. He spoke to him urgently. The king was frowning. The archbishop looked perplexed. Aelswith's blotched face showed fury, while Erkenwald seemed helpless. Then Steapa rescued them. I do not lie, he shouted. He seemed uncertain what to say next, but he had the hall's attention. The king gestured to him as if inviting him to continue, and Odda the Younger whispered in the big man's ear. He says I lie, Steapa said, pointing at me, and I say I do not. And my sword says I do not. He stopped, abruptly, having made what was probably the longest speech of his life, but it was enough. Feet drummed on the floor, and men shouted that Steapa was right, which he was not, but he had reduced the whole tangled morass of lies and accusations to a trial by combat, and they all liked that. The archbishop still looked troubled, but Alfred gestured for silence. He looked at me. Well, he asked,
Steapa says his sword will support his truth. Does yours? I could have said no. I could have insisted on letting Iseult speak, and then allowing the Witan to advise the king which side had spoken the greater truth. But I was ever rash, ever impetuous, and the invitation to fight cut through the whole entanglement. If I fought and won, then Leofric and I were innocent of every charge. I did not even think about losing. I just looked at Steapa. My sword, I told him, says I tell the truth, and that you are a stinking bag of wind, a liar from hell, a cheat and a perjurer who deserves death. Up to our arses again, Leofric said. Men cheered. They liked a fight to the death, which was much better entertainment than listening to Alfred's harpist chant the psalms. Alfred hesitated, and I saw Aelswith look from me to Steapa, and she must have thought him the greater warrior, for she leaned forward, touched Alfred's elbow, and whispered urgently. And the king nodded. "Granted," he said. He sounded weary, as if he was dispirited by the lies and the insults. "You will fight tomorrow. Swords and shields, nothing else." He held up a hand to stop the cheering. "My lord Wulfhere?" "Sire?" Wulfhere struggled to his feet. "You will arrange the fight, and may God grant victory to the truth." Alfred stood, pulled his robe about him, and left. And Steapa, for the first time since I had seen him, smiled. "You're a damned fool," Leofric told me. He had been released from his chains and allowed to spend the evening with me. Haston was there, as was Iseult and my men who had been brought from the town. We were lodged in the king's compound, in a cattle byre that stank of dung, but I did not notice the smell. It was 12th night, so there was the great feast in the king's hall. But we were left out in the cold, watched there by 2 of the royal guards. "Steapa's good," Leofric warned me. "I'm good." "He's better," Leofric said bluntly. "He'll slaughter you." "He won't," Iseult said calmly. "Damn it, he's good," Leofric insisted, and I believed him. "It's that goddamned monk's fault," I said bitterly. "He went bleating to Alfred, didn't he?" In truth, Asa had been sent by the King of Dyfed to assure the West Saxons that Dyfed was not planning war. But Asa had taken the opportunity of his embassy to recount the tale of the Eftweird, and from that it was a small jump to conclude that we had stayed with Svein while he attacked Sinuit. Alfred had no proof of our guilt, but Odda the Younger had seen a chance to destroy me, and so persuaded Steapa to lie. "Now Steapa will kill you," Leofric grumbled. "Whatever she says." Iseult did not bother to answer him. She was using handfuls of grubby straw to clean my mail coat. The armour had been fetched from the Corncrake Tavern and given to me, but I would have to wait till morning to get my weapons, which meant they would not be newly sharpened. Steapa, because he served Odda the Younger, was one of the king's bodyguards, so he would have all night to put an edge on his sword. The royal kitchens had sent us food, though I had no appetite. "Just take it slow in the morning," Leofric told me. "Slow?" "You fight in a rage," he said, "and Steapa's always calm." "So, better to get in a rage," I said. "That's what he wants. He'll fend you off, and wait till you're tired. Then he'll finish you off. It's how he fights." Harold told us the same thing. Harold was the Shire Reeve of Defnaskeer, the widower who had summoned me to the court in Exenchester. But he had also fought alongside us at Sinuit, and that makes a bond. And sometime in the dark, he splashed through the rain and mud and came into the light of the small fire that lit the cattle shed without warming it. He stopped in the doorway and gazed at me reproachfully.
Were you with Svein at Sinuit? He asked. No, I said. I didn't think so. Harold came into the byre and sat by the fire. The 2 royal guards were at the door, and he ignored them. And that was interesting. All of them served Odda, and the young ealdorman would not be pleased to hear that Harold had come to us. Yet plainly Harold trusted the 2 guards not to tell, which suggested that there was unhappiness in Odda's ranks. Harold put a pot of ale on the floor. Steapa's sitting at the king's table, he said. So, is eating badly, I said. Harold nodded, but did not smile. It's not much of a feast, he admitted. He stared into the fire for a moment, then looked at me. How's Mildred? Well. She is a dear girl, he said, then glanced at Iseult's dark beauty before staring into the fire again. There will be a church service at dawn, he said, and after that, you and Steapa will fight. Where? In a field on the other side of the river, he said, then pushed the pot of ale toward me. He's left-handed. I could not remember fighting against a man who held his sword in his left hand, but nor could I see a disadvantage in it. We would both have our shields facing the other man's shield instead of his weapon, but that would be a problem to both of us. I shrugged. He's used to it, Harold explained, and you're not. And he wears mail down to here. He touched his calf, and he has an iron strip on his left boot. Because that's his vulnerable foot? He plants it forward, Harold said, inviting attack, then chops at your sword arm. So he's a hard man to kill, I said mildly. No one's done it yet, Harold said gloomily. You don't like him? He did not answer at first, but drank ale, then passed the pot to Leofric. I like the old man, he said, meaning Odda the Elder. He's foul-tempered, but he's fair enough. But the son? He shook his head sadly. I think the son is untested. Steapa? I don't dislike him, but he's like a hound. He only knows how to kill. I stared into the feeble fire, looking for a sign from the gods in the small flames. But none came, or none that I saw. He must be worried, though, Leofric said. Steapa? Harold asked. Why should he be worried? Uhtred killed Ubba. Harold shook his head. Steapa doesn't think enough to be worried. He just knows he'll kill Uhtred tomorrow. I thought back to the fight with Ubba. He had been a great warrior, with a reputation that glowed wherever Norsemen sailed. And I had killed him. But the truth was that he had put a foot into the spilled guts of a dying man and slipped. His leg had shot sideways, he had lost his balance, and I had managed to cut the tendons in his arm. I touched the hammer amulet and thought that the gods had sent me a sign after all. An iron strip in his boot? I asked. Harold nodded. He doesn't care how much you attack him. He knows you're coming from his left, and he'll block most of your attacks with his sword. Big sword, heavy thing. But some blows will get by, and he won't care. You'll waste them on iron. Heavy mail, helmet, boot, doesn't matter. It'll be like hitting an oak tree. And after a while, you'll make a mistake. He'll be bruised, and you'll be dead. He was right, I thought. Striking an armored man with a sword rarely achieved much, except to make a bruise, because the edge would be stopped by mail or helmet. Mail cannot be chopped open by a sword, which was why so many men carried axes into battle. But the rules of trial by combat said the fight had to be with swords. A sword lunge would pierce mail, but Steapa was not going to make himself an easy target for a lunge.
Is he quick? I asked. Quick enough, Harold said, then shrugged. Not as quick as you, he added grudgingly. But he isn't slow. What does the money say? Leofric asked, though he surely knew the answer. No one's wagering a penny on Attrid, Harold said. You should, I retorted. He smiled at that, but I knew he would not take the advice. The big money, he said, is what Odda will give Steapa when he kills you. 100 shillings. Attrid's not worth it, Leofric said with rough humour. Why does he want me dead so badly? I wondered aloud. It could not be Mildrith, I thought, and the argument over who had killed Ubba was long in the past, yet still Odda the Younger conspired against me. Harold paused a long time before answering. He had his bald head bowed, and I thought he was in prayer, but then he looked up. You threaten him, he said quietly. I haven't even seen him for months, I protested, so how do I threaten him? Harold paused again, choosing his words carefully. The king is frequently ill, he said after the pause, and who can say how long he will live? And if, God forbid, he should die soon, then the Witan will not choose his infant son to be king. They'll choose a nobleman with a reputation made on the battlefield. They'll choose a man who can stand up to the Danes. Odda? I laughed at the thought of Odda as king. Who else? Harold asked. But if you were to stand before the Witan and swear an oath to the truth about the battle where Ubba died, they might not choose him. So you threaten him, and he fears you because of that. So now he's paying Steapa to chop you to bits, Leofric added gloomily. Harold left. He was a decent man, honest and hard-working, and he had taken a risk by coming to see me. And I had been poor company, for I did not appreciate the gesture he made. It was plain he thought I must die in the morning, and he had done his best to prepare me for the fight. But despite Iseult's confident prediction that I would live, I did not sleep well. I was worried, and it was cold. The rain turned to sleet in the night, and the wind whipped into the byre. By dawn, the wind and sleet had stopped, and instead there was a mist shrouding the buildings, and icy water dripping from the mossy thatch. I made a poor breakfast of damp bread, and it was while I was eating that Father Beocca came and said Alfred wished to speak with me. I was sour. You mean he wants to pray with me? He wants to speak with you, Beocca insisted, and when I did not move, he stamped his lamed foot. It is not a request, Attrid. It is a royal order. I put on my mail. Not because it was time to arm for the fight, but because its leather lining offered some warmth on a cold morning. The mail was not very clean despite Iseult's efforts. Most men wore their hair short, but I liked the Danish way of leaving it long, and so I tied it behind with a lace, and Iseult plucked the straw scraps from it. We must hurry, Beocca said, and I followed him through the mud, past the great hall and the newly built church to some smaller buildings made of timber that had still not weathered grey. Alfred's father had used Chippenham as a hunting lodge, but Alfred was expanding it. The church had been his first new building, and he had built that even before he repaired and extended the palisade, and that was an indication of his priorities. Even now, when the nobility of Wessex was gathered just a day's march from the Danes, there seemed to be more churchmen than soldiers in the place, and that was another indication of how Alfred thought to protect his realm. The king is gracious, Beocca hissed at me as we went through a door. So be humble. Beocca knocked on another door, did not wait for an answer, but pushed it open and indicated I should step inside. He did not follow me, but closed the door, leaving me in a gloomy half-darkness. A pair of beeswax candles flickered on an altar, and by their light I saw two men kneeling in front of the plain wooden cross that stood between the candles. The men had their backs to me, but I recognized Alfred by his fur-trimmed blue cloak. The second man was a monk. They were both praying silently, and I waited. The room was small, evidently a private chapel, and its only furniture was the draped altar and a kneeling stool on which was a closed book. "In the name of the Father," Alfred broke the silence. "And of the Son," the monk said, and he spoke English with an accent, and I recognized the voice of the ass. "And of the Holy Ghost," Alfred concluded. "Amen." "Amen," Asa echoed, and both men stood, their faces suffused with the joy of devout Christians who have said their prayers well. And Alfred blinked, as though he were surprised to see me, though he must have heard Beocca's knocking and the sound of the door opening and closing. "I trust you slept well, Alfred," he said. "I trust you did, Lord." "The pains kept me awake," Alfred said, touching his belly. Then he went to one side of the room and hauled open a big pair of wooden shutters, flooding the chapel with a wan, misty light. The window looked onto a courtyard, and I was aware of men out there. The king shivered, for it was freezing in the chapel. "It is St. Ced's feast day," he told me. I said nothing. "You have heard of St. Ced?" he asked me. And when my silence betrayed ignorance, he smiled indulgently. "He was an East Anglian. Am I not right, brother?" "The most blessed Ced was indeed an East Anglia, Lord," Asa confirmed. "And his mission was in London," Alfred went on, "but he concluded his days at Lindisfarina. You must know that house, Uhtred." "I know it, Lord," I said. The island was a short ride from Bebbanburg, and not so long before I had ridden to its monastery with Earl Ragnar and watched the monks die beneath Danish swords. "I know it well," I added. "So Ced is famous in your homeland?" "I've not heard of him, Lord." "I think of him as a symbol," Alfred said. "A man who was born in East Anglia, did his life's work in Mercia, and died in Northumbria." He brought his long, pale hands together so that the fingers embraced. "The Saxons of England, Uhtred, gathered together before God, and united in joyful prayer with the Britons," Asa added piously. "I beseech Almighty God for that happy outcome," the king said, smiling at me. And by now I recognized what he was saying. He stood there, looking so humble, with no crown, no great necklace, no arm rings, nothing but a small garnet brooch holding the cloak at his neck. And he spoke of a happy outcome. But what he was really seeing was the Saxon people gathered under one king, a king of Wessex. Alfred's piety hid a monstrous ambition. "We must learn from the saints," Alfred told me. "Their lives are a guide to the darkness that surrounds us, and St. Ced's holy example teaches that we must be united. So I am loath to shed Saxon blood on St. Ced's feast day." "There need be no bloodshed, Lord," I said. "I am pleased to hear it," Alfred interjected, "if the charges against me are retracted." The smile went from his face, and he walked to the window and stared into the misty courtyard. And I looked where he looked and saw that a small display was being mounted for my benefit. Steapa was being armored. Two men were dropping a massive mail coat over his wide shoulders, while a third stood by with an outsized shield and a monstrous sword. "I talked with Steapa last night," the king said, turning from the window, "and he told me there was a mist when Svein attacked at Sinuit. A morning mist like this one." He waved at the whiteness sifting into the chapel. "I wouldn't know, Lord," I said. "So it is possible," the king went on, "that Steapa was mistaken when he thought he saw you." I almost smiled. The king knew Steapa had lied, though he would not say as much. "Father Willibald also spoke to the crew of the Weird," the king went on, "and not one of them confirmed Steapa's tale." The crew was still in Hampton, so Willibald's report must have come from there, and that meant the king had known I was innocent of the slaughter at Sinuit even before I was charged. "So, I was falsely arraigned," I said harshly. "You were accused," the king corrected me, "and accusations must be proven or refuted. Or withdrawn." "I can withdraw the charges," Alfred agreed. Steapa, outside the window, was making sure his mail coat was seated comfortably by swinging his great sword. And it was great. It was huge, a hammer of a blade. Then the king half closed the shutter, hiding Steapa. "I can withdraw the accusation about Sinuit," he said. "But I do not think Brother Asa lied to us." "I have a queen," I said. "Who says he does?" "A shadow queen," Asa hissed. "A pagan, a sorceress." He looked at Alfred. "She is evil, Lord," he said. "A witch. Maleficos non patieris vivere." "Thou shalt not permit a witch to live," Alfred translated for my benefit. "That is God's commandment, uttered from the Holy Scriptures." "Your answer to the truth," I sneered, "is to threaten a woman with death." Alfred flinched at that. "Brother Asa is a good Christian," he said vehemently. "And he tells the truth. You went to war without my orders. You used my ship, my men, and you behaved treacherously. You are the liar, Uhtred, and you are the cheat." He spoke angrily, but managed to control his anger. "It is my belief," he went on, "that you have paid your debt to the church with goods stolen from other good Christians." "Not true," I said harshly. I had paid the debt with goods stolen from a Dane. "So resume the debt," the king said, "and we shall have no death on this blessed day of Saint Ced." I was being offered life. Alfred waited for my response, smiling. He was sure I would accept his offer, because to him it seemed reasonable. He had no love for warriors, weapons, and killing. Fate decreed that he must spend his reign fighting, but it was not to his taste. He wanted to civilize Wessex, to give it piety and order, and 2 men fighting to the death on a winter's morning was not his idea of a well-run kingdom. But I hated Alfred. I hated him for humiliating me at Exenchester when he had made me wear a penitent's robe and crawl on my knees. Nor did I think of him as my king. He was a West Saxon, and I was a Northumbrian, and I reckoned so long as he was king, then Wessex had small chance of surviving. He believed God would protect him from the Danes, while I believed they had to be defeated by swords. I also had an idea how to defeat Steapa. Just an idea, and I had no wish to take on a debt I had already paid. And I was young, and I was foolish, and I was arrogant, and I was never able to resist a stupid impulse. "Everything I have said is the truth," I lied, "and I would defend that truth with my sword." Alfred flinched from my tone. "Are you saying Brother Asa lied?" he demanded. "He twists truth," I said, "like a woman wrings a hen's neck." The king pulled the shutter open, showing me the mighty Steapa in his gleaming war glory. "You really want to die?" he asked me. "I want to fight for the truth, Lord King," I said stubbornly. "Then you are a fool," Alfred said, his anger showing again. "You are a liar, a fool, and a sinner." He strode past me, pulled open the door, and shouted at a servant to tell Eldam and Wulfhere that the fight was to take place after all. "Go," he added to me,
and may your soul receive its just reward. Wulfhere had been charged with arranging the fight, but there was a delay because the ealdorman had disappeared. The town was searched, the royal buildings were searched, but there was no sign of him until a stable slave nervously reported that Wulfhere and his men had ridden away from Chippenham before dawn. No one knew why, though some surmised that Wulfhere wanted no part in a trial by combat, which made little sense to me, for the ealdorman had never struck me as a squeamish man. Ealdorman Hupper of Thornseta was appointed to replace him, and so it was close to midday when my swords were brought to me, and we were escorted down to the meadow that lay across the bridge that led from the town's eastern gate. A huge crowd had gathered on the river's far bank. There were cripples, beggars, jugglers, women selling pies, dozens of priests, excited children, and of course, the assembled warriors of the West Saxon nobility, all of them in Chippenham for the meeting of the Witan, and all eager to see Steapa Snotor show off his renowned skill. "You're a damned fool," Leofric said to me. "Because I insisted on fighting?" "You could have walked away." "And men would have called me a coward," I said. And that too was the truth, that a man cannot step back from a fight and stay a man. We make much in this life if we are able. We make children and wealth, and amass land and build halls, and assemble armies and give great feasts. But only one thing survives us: reputation. I could not walk away. Alfred did not come to the fight. Instead, with the pregnant Aelswith and their 2 children, and escorted by a score of guards and as many priests and courtiers, he had ridden westward. He was accompanying Brother Assa on the start of the monk's return journey to Dyfed, and the king was making a point that he preferred the company of the British churchmen to watching 2 of his warriors fight like snarling hounds. But no one else in Wessex wanted to miss the battle. They were eager for it. But Hupper wanted everything to be orderly, and so he insisted that the crowd push back from the damp ground beside the river to give us space. Eventually the folk were massed on a green bank overlooking the trampled grass, and Hupper went to Steapa to inquire if he was ready. He was ready. His mail shone in the weak sunlight. His helmet was glistening. His shield was a huge thing, bossed and rimmed with iron. A shield that must have weighed as much as a sack of grain, and was a weapon in itself if he managed to hit me with it. But his chief weapon was his great sword, that was longer and heavier than any I had seen. Hupper, trailed by 2 guards, came to me. His feet squelched in the grass, and I thought that the ground would prove treacherous. "Artred of Arkston," he said, "are you ready?" "My name," I said, "is Uhtred of Bebbanburg." "Are you ready?" he demanded, ignoring my correction. "No," I said. A murmur went through the folk nearest to me, and the murmur spread, and after a few heartbeats the whole crowd was jeering me. They thought me a coward, and that thought was reinforced when I dropped my shield and sword and made Leofric help as I stripped off the heavy coat of mail. Odda the Younger, standing beside his champion, was laughing. "What are you doing?" Leofric asked me. "I hope you put money on me," I said. "Of course I didn't." "Are you refusing to fight?" Hupper asked me. "No," I said. And when I was stripped of my armor, I took serpent breath back from Leofric. Just serpent breath. No helmet, no shield, just my good sword. Now I was unburdened. The ground was heavy, Steapa was armored, but I was light, and I was fast, and I was ready. "I'm ready," I told Hupper. He went to the meadow's center, raised an arm, dropped it, and the crowd cheered. I kissed the hammer around my neck
trusted my soul to the great god Thor, and walked forward. Steapa came steadily toward me, shield up, sword held out to his left. There was no trace of concern in his eyes. He was a workman at his trade, and I wondered how many men he had killed. And he must have thought my death would be easy, for I had no protection, not even a shield. And so we walked toward each other, until, a dozen paces from him, I ran. I ran at him, feinted right toward his sword, and then broke hard to my left, still running, going past him now. And I was aware of the huge blade swinging fast after me as he turned, but then I was behind him. He was still turning, and I dropped to my knees, ducked, heard the blade go over my head, and I was up again, lunging. The sword pierced his mail, drew blood from just behind his left shoulder. But he was quicker than I had expected, and had already checked that first great swing, and was bringing the sword back, and his turn pulled serpent breath free. I had scratched him. I danced back 2 paces. I went left again, and he charged me, hoping to crush me with the weight of his shield. But I ran back to the right, fending off the sword with serpent breath, and the crack of the blades was like the bell of doomsday. And I lunged again, this time aiming at his waist. But he stepped back quickly. I kept going to the right, my arm jarred by the clash of the swords. I went fast, making him turn, and I feinted a lunge, brought him forward, and went back to the left. The ground was boggy. I feared slipping, but speed was my weapon. I had to keep him turning, keep him swinging into empty air, and snatch what chances I could to use Serpent Breath's point. Bleed him enough, I thought, and he would tire. But he guessed my tactics, and started making short rushes to frustrate me. And each rush would be accompanied by the hiss of that huge sword. He wanted to make me parry, and hoped he could break Serpent Breath when the blades met. I feared the same. She was well made, but even the best sword can break. He forced me back, trying to crowd me against the spectators on the bank so he could hack me to pieces in front of them. I let him drive me, then dodged to my right where my left foot slipped, and I went down on that knee, and the crowd close behind me now took in a great breath, and a woman screamed because Steapa's huge sword was swinging like an axe onto my neck. Only I had not slipped, merely pretended to, and I pushed off with my right foot, came out from under the blow and around his right flank. And he thrust the shield out, catching my shoulder with the rim, and I knew I would have a bruise there. But I also had a heartbeat of opportunity, and I darted Serpent Breath forward, and her point punctured his mail again to scrape against the ribs of his back, and he roared as he turned, wrenching my blade free of his mail. But I was already going backward. I stopped, 10 paces away. He stopped too, and watched me. There was a slight puzzlement on his big face now. There was still no worry there, just puzzlement. He pushed his left foot forward, as Harold had warned me, and he was hoping I would attack it, and he would rely on the hidden iron strip in the boot to protect him while he thumped and hacked and bludgeoned me to death. I smiled at him, and threw Serpent Breath from my right hand into my left, and held her there. And that was a new puzzle for him. Some men could fight with either hand, and perhaps I was one of them. He drew his foot back. "Why do they call you Steapa Snottor?" I asked. "You're not clever. You've got the brains of an addled egg." I was trying to enrage him, and hoped that anger would make him careless. But my insult bounced off him. Instead of rushing me in fury, he came slowly, watching the sword in my left hand, and the men on the hill called for him to kill me, and I suddenly ran at him, broke right, and he swung at me a little late, thinking I was going to go left at the last moment, and I swept Serpent Breath back, and she caught his sword arm, and I could feel her blade scraping through the rings of his mail, but she did not slice through them. And then I was away from him, and put her back into my right hand, turned, charged him, and swerved away at the last moment so that his massive swing missed me by a yard. He was still puzzled. This was like a bull baiting, and he was the bull. And his problem was to get me in a place where he could use his greater strength and weight. I was the dog, and my job was to lure him, tease him and bite him until he weakened. He had thought I would come with mail and shield, and we would batter each other for a few moments until my strength faded, and he could drive me to the ground with massive blows and chop me to scraps with the big sword. But so far, his blade had not touched me. But nor had I weakened him. My 2 cuts had drawn blood, but they were mere scratches. So now he came forward again, hoping to herd me back to the river. A woman screamed from the top of the bank, and I assumed she was trying to encourage him. And the screaming grew louder, and I just went back faster, making Steapa lumber forward. But I'd slipped away to his right, and was coming back at him, making him turn. And then he suddenly stopped, and stared past me, and his shield went down, and his sword dropped too. And all I had to do was lunge. He was there for the killing. I could thrust serpent breath into his chest, or throat, or ram her into his belly. But I did none of those things. Steapa was no fool at fighting, and I guessed he was luring me, and I did not take the bait. If I lunged, I thought, he would crush me between his shield and sword. He wanted me to think him defenseless, so that I could come into range of his weapons. But instead I stopped and spread my arms, inviting him to attack me as he was inviting me to attack him. But he ignored me. He just stared past my shoulder. And the woman's screaming was shrill now, and there were men shouting. And Leofric was yelling my name, and the spectators were no longer watching us but running in panic. So I turned my back on Steapa and looked toward the town on its hill that was cradled by the river's bend. And I saw that Chippenham was burning. Smoke was darkening the winter sky, and the horizon was filled with men, mounted men, men with swords and axes and shields and spears and banners. And more horsemen were coming from the eastern gate to thunder across the bridge, because all Alfred's prayers had failed, and the Danes had come to Wessex. Chapter 6. Steapa recovered his wits before I did. He stared open-mouthed at the Danes crossing the bridge, and then just ran toward his master, Odda the Younger, who was shouting for his horses. The Danes were spreading out from the bridge, galloping across the meadow with drawn swords and levelled spears. Smoke poured into the low wintry clouds from the burning town. Some of the king's buildings were alight. A riderless horse, stirrups flapping, galloped across the grass. Then Leofric grabbed my elbow and pulled me northward beside the river. Most of the folk had gone south, and the Danes had followed them, so north seemed to offer more safety. Iseult had my mail coat, and I took it from her, leaving her to carry Wasp Sting. And behind us the screaming rose as the Danes chopped into the panicked mass. Folk scattered. Escaping horsemen thumped past us, the hooves throwing up spadefuls of damp earth and grass with every step. I saw Odda the Younger swerve away with 3 other horsemen. Harold, the Shire Reeve, was one of them, but I could not see Steapa, and for a moment I feared the big man was looking for me. Then I forgot him as a band of Danes turned north in pursuit of Odda. "Where are our horses?" I shouted at Leofric, who looked bemused, and I remembered he had not travelled to Chippenham with me. The beasts were probably still in the yard behind the Corncrake Tavern, which meant they were lost. There was a fallen willow in a stand of leafless alders by the river, and we paused there for breath, hidden by the willow's trunk. I pulled on the mailcoat, buckled on my swords, and took my helmet and shield from Leofric. "Where's Haston?" I asked. "He ran," Leofric said curtly. So had the rest of my men. They had joined the panic and were gone southward. Leofric pointed northward. "Trouble," he said curtly. There was a score of Danes riding down our bank of the river, blocking our escape, but they were still some distance away while the men pursuing Odda had vanished. So Leofric led us across the water meadow to a tangle of thorns, alders, nettles and ivy. At its centre was an old wattle hut, perhaps a herdsman's shelter. And though the hut had half collapsed, it offered a better hiding place than the willow, and so the three of us plunged into the nettles and crouched behind the rotting timbers. A bell was ringing in the town. It sounded like the slow tolling that announced a funeral. It stopped abruptly, started again, and then finally ended. A horn sounded. A dozen horsemen galloped close to our hiding place, and all had black cloaks and black painted shields. The marks of Guthrum's warriors. Guthrum. Guthrum the Unlucky. He called himself King of East Anglia, but he wanted to be King of Wessex. And this was his third attempt to take the country. And this time, I thought, his luck had turned. While Alfred had been celebrating the 12th night of Yule, and while the Witan met to discuss the maintenance of bridges and the punishment of malefactors, Guthrum had marched. The army of the Danes was in Wessex. Chippenham had fallen, and the great men of Alfred's kingdom had been surprised, scattered, or slaughtered. The horn sounded again, and the dozen black-cloaked horsemen turned and rode toward the sound. "We should have known the Danes were coming," I said angrily. "You always said they would," Leofric said. "Didn't Alfred have spies at Gloucester?" "He had priests praying there instead," Leofric said bitterly. "And he trusted Guthrum's truce." I touched my hammer amulet. I had taken it from a boy in Leofric. I had been a boy myself then, newly captured by the Danes, and my opponent had fought me in a whirl of fists and feet, and I had hammered him down into the riverbank and taken his amulet. I still have it. I touch it often, reminding Thor that I live. But that day I touched it because I thought of Ragnar. The hostages would be dead, and was that why Wulfhere had ridden away at dawn? But how could he have known the Danes were coming? If Wulfhere had known, then Alfred would have known, and the West Saxon forces would have been ready. None of it made sense, except that Guthrum had again attacked during a truce, and the last time he had broken a truce, he had showed that he was willing to sacrifice the hostages held to prevent just such an attack. It seemed certain he had done it again, and so Ragnar would be dead, and my world was diminished. So many dead. There were corpses in the meadow between our hiding place and the river, and still the slaughter went on. Some of the Saxons had run back toward the town, discovered the bridge was guarded, and tried to escape northward, and we watched them being ridden down by the Danes. 3 men tried to resist, standing in a tight group with swords ready. But a Dane gave a great whoop and charged them with his horse, and his spear went through one man's mail, crushing his chest, and the other 2 were thrown aside by the horse's weight, and immediately more Danes closed on them. Swords and axes rose, and the horsemen spurred on. A girl screamed and ran in terrified circles, until a Dane, long hair flying, leaned from his saddle and pulled her dress up over her head, so she was blind and half naked. She staggered in the damp grass, and a half-dozen Danes laughed at her. Then one slapped her bare rump with his sword, and another dragged her southward, her screams muffled by the entangling dress. Iseult was shivering, and I put a mail-clad arm around her shoulders. I could have joined the Danes in the meadow. I spoke their language, and with my long hair and my arm rings, I looked like a Dane. But Haston was somewhere in Chippenham, and he might betray me. And Guthrum had no great love for me, and even if I survived then, it would go hard with Leofric and Iseult. These Danes were in a rampant mood, flushed by their easy success, and if a dozen decided they wanted Iseult, then they would take her whether they thought I was a Dane or not. They were hunting in packs, and so it was best to stay hidden until the frenzy had passed. Across the river, at the top of the low hill on which Chippenham was built, I could see the town's largest church burning. The thatched roof was whirling into the sky in great ribbons of flame and plumes of spark-riddled smoke.
"What in God's name were you doing back there?"
Leofric asked me. Back there? His question confused me.
Dancing around Steapa like a gnat. He could have endured that all day.
I wounded him, I said, twice.
Wounded him? Sweet Christ, he's hurt himself worse when he was shaving.
Doesn't matter now, does it? I said. I guessed Steapa was dead by now. Or perhaps he had escaped. I did not know. None of us knew what was happening except that the Danes had come. And Mildred? My son? They were far away, and presumably they would receive warning of the Danish attack. But I had no doubt that the Danes would keep going deep into Wessex, and there was nothing I could do to protect Oxton. I had no horse, no men, and no chance of reaching the south coast before Guthrum's mounted soldiers. I watched a Dane ride past with a girl across his saddle. What happened to that Danish girl you took home? I asked Leofric. The one we captured off Wales.
She's still in Hampton, he said. And now that I'm not there, she's probably in someone else's bed.
Probably. Certainly.
Then the bastard's welcome to her,
he said.
She cries a lot.
Mildred does that, I said. And then, after a pause, Ainfled was angry with you.
Ainfled? Angry with me? Why?
Because you didn't go to see her.
How could I? I was in chains.
He looked satisfied that the whore had asked after him.
Ainfled doesn't cry, does she?
Not that I've seen.
Good girl, that. I reckon she'd like Hampton.
If Hampton still existed. Had a Danish fleet come from London? Was Svein attacking across the Severn Sea? I knew nothing except that Wessex was suffering chaos and defeat. It began to rain again, a thin winter's rain, cold and stinging. Iseult crouched lower, and I sheltered her with my shield. Most of the folk who had gathered to watch the fight by the river had fled south, and only a handful had come our way, which meant there were fewer Danes near our hiding place, and those that were in the northern river meadows were now gathering their spoils. They stripped corpses of weapons, belts, mail, clothes, anything of value. A few Saxon men had survived, but they were being led away with the children and younger women to be sold as slaves. The old were killed. A wounded man was crawling on hands and knees, and a dozen Danes tormented him like cats playing with an injured sparrow, nicking him with swords and spears, bleeding him to a slow death. Haston was one of the tormentors. I always liked Haston, I said sadly.
He's a Dane,
Leofric said scornfully. I still liked him.
You kept him alive,
Leofric said.
And now he's gone back to his own. You should have killed him.
I watched as Haston kicked the wounded man, who called out in agony, begging to be killed. But the group of young men went on jabbing him, laughing, and the first ravens came. I have often wondered if ravens smell blood. For the sky can be clear of them all day, but when a man dies, they come from nowhere on their shining black wings. Perhaps Odin sends them, for the ravens are his birds, and now they flapped down to start feasting on eyes and lips, the first course of every raven feast. The dogs and foxes would soon follow.
The end of Wessex,
Leofric said sadly. The end of England, I said. What do we do? Iseult asked. There was no answer from me. Ragnar must be dead, which meant I had no refuge among the Danes, and Alfred was probably dead or else a fugitive, and my duty now was to my son. He was only a baby, but he was my son, and he carried my name. Bebbanburg would be his if I could take it back. And if I could not take it back, then it would be his duty to recapture the stronghold. And so the name Uhtred of Bebbanburg would go on till the last weltering chaos of the dying world.
We must get to Hampton, Leofric said, and find the crew.
Except the Danes would surely be there already. or else on their way. They knew where the power of Wessex lay, where the great lords had their halls, where the soldiers gathered, and Guthrum would be sending men to burn and kill, and so disarm the Saxons' last kingdom. "We need food," I said. "Food and warmth." "Light a fire here," Leofric grumbled, "and we're dead." So we waited. The small rain turned to sleet. Haston and his new companions, now that their victim was dead, wandered away, leaving the meadow empty but for the corpses and their attendant ravens. And still we waited. But Iseult, who was as thin as Alfred, was shivering uncontrollably, and so in the late afternoon I took off my helmet and unbound my hair so it hung loose. "What are you doing?" Leofric asked. "For the moment," I said, "we're Danes. Just keep your mouth shut." I led them toward the town. I would have preferred to wait until dark, but Iseult was too cold to wait longer, and I just hoped the Danes had calmed down. I might look like a Dane, but it was still dangerous. Haston might see me, and if he told others how I had ambushed the Danish ship off Diffid, then I could expect nothing but a slow death. So we went, nervously, stepping past bloodied bodies along the riverside path. The ravens protested as we approached, flapped indignantly into the winter willows, and returned to their feast when we had passed. There were more corpses piled by the bridge, where the young folk captured for slavery were being made to dig a grave. The Danes guarding them were drunk, and none challenged us as we went across the wooden span and under the gate arch that was still hung with holly and ivy in celebration of Christmas. The fires were dying now, damped by rain, or else extinguished by the Danes who were ransacking houses and churches. I stayed in the narrowest alleys, edging past a smithy, a hide dealer's shop, and a place where pots had been sold. Our boots crunched through the pottery shards. A young Dane was vomiting in the alley's entrance, and he told me that Guthrum was in the royal compound, where there would be a feast that night. He straightened up, gasping for breath, but was sober enough to offer me a bag of coins for Iseult. There were women screaming or sobbing in houses, and their noise was making Leofric angry, but I told him to stay quiet. 2 of us could not free Chippenham, and if the world had been turned upside down, and it had been a West Saxon army capturing a Danish town, it would have sounded no different.
Alfred wouldn't allow it,
Leofric said sullenly. "You'd do it anyway," I said. "You've done it." I wanted news, but none of the Danes in the street made any sense. They had come from Gloucester, leaving long before dawn. They had captured Chippenham, and now they wanted to enjoy whatever the town offered. The big church had burned, but men were raking through the smoking embers looking for silver. For lack of anywhere else to go, we climbed the hill to the Corncrake Tavern, where we always drank, and found Eanfled, the red-headed whore, being held on a table by 2 young Danes, while 3 others, none of them more than 17 or 18, took turns raping her. Another dozen Danes were drinking peaceably enough, taking scant notice of the rape. "You want her?" one of the young men said. "You'll have to wait." "I want her now," I said. "Then you can jump in the shit pit," he said. He was drunk. He had a wispy beard and insolent eyes. "You can jump in the shit pit," he said again, evidently liking the insult, then pointed to Iseult. "And I'll have her while you drown." I hit him, breaking his nose and spattering his face with blood, and while he gasped, I kicked him hard between the legs. He went down, whimpering, and I hit a second man in the belly, while Leofric loosed all his day's frustration in a savage attack on another. The 2 who had been holding Eanfled turned on us, and one of them squealed when Eanfled grabbed his hair and hooked sharp fingernails into his eyes. Leofric's opponent was on the floor, and he stamped on the boy's throat, and I head-slapped my boy until I had him by the door. Then I thumped another in the ribs, rescued Eanfled's victim, and broke his jaw. then went back to the lad who had threatened to rape Iseult. I ripped a silver loop from his ear, took off his one arm ring, and stole his pouch that clinked with coins. I dropped the silver into Ainflade's lap, then kicked the groaning man between the legs, did it again, and hauled him out into the street. "Go jump in a shit pit," I told him, then slammed the door. The other Danes, still drinking on the tavern's far side, had watched the fight with amusement, and now gave us ironic applause. "Bastards," Ainflade said, evidently talking of the men we had driven away. "I'm sore as hell. What are you two doing here?" "They think we're Danes," I said. "We need food," Leofric said. "They've had most of it," Ainflade said, jerking her head at the seated Danes. "But there might be something left in the back." She tied her girdle. "Edwulf's dead." Edwulf had owned the tavern. "And thanks for helping me, you spavined bastards." She shouted this at the Danes, who did not understand her and just laughed at her. Then she went toward the back room to find us food, but one of the men held out a hand to stop her. "Where are you going?" he asked her in Danish. "She's going past you," I called. "I want ale," he said. "And you? Who are you?" "I'm the man who's going to cut your throat if you stop her fetching food," I said. "Quiet, quiet," an older man said, then frowned at me. "Don't I know you?" "I was with Guthrum at Reddingham," I said, "and at Wareham." "That must be it. He's done better this time, eh?" "He's done better," I agreed. The man pointed at Iseult. "Yours?" "Not for sale." "Just asking, friend, just asking." Ainflade brought us stale bread, cold pork, wrinkled apples, and a rock-hard cheese in which red worms writhed. The older man carried a pot of ale to our table, evidently as a peace offering, and he sat and talked with me, and I learned a little more of what was happening. Guthrum had brought close to 3,000 men to attack Chippenham. Guthrum himself was now in Alfred's Hall, and half his men would stay in Chippenham as a garrison, while the rest planned to ride either south or east in the morning. "Keep the bastards on the run, eh?" the man said, then frowned at Leofric. "He doesn't say much." "He's dumb," I said. "I knew a man who had a dumb wife. He was ever so happy." He looked jealously at my arm rings. "So, who do you serve?" "Svein, of the White Horse." "Svein? He wasn't at Reddingham or at Wareham." "He was in Difflin," I said, "but I was with Ragnar the Older then." "Ah, Ragnar. Poor bastard." "I suppose his son's dead now?" I asked. "What else?" the man said. "Hostages, poor bastards." He thought for a heartbeat, then frowned again. "What's Svein doing here? I thought he was coming by ship." "He is," I said. "We're just here to talk to Guthrum." "Svein sends a dumb man to talk to Guthrum?" "He sent me to talk," I said, "and sent him," I jerked a thumb at the glowering Leofric, "to kill people who ask too many questions." All right, all right." The man held up a hand to ward off my belligerence. We slept in the stable loft, warmed by straw, and we left before dawn. And at that moment, 50 West Saxons could have retaken Chippenham, for the Danes were drunk, sleeping, and oblivious to the world. Leofric stole a sword, axe, and shield from a man snoring in the tavern. Then we walked unchallenged out of the western gate. In a field outside, we found over 100 horses, guarded by 2 men, sleeping in a thatched hut. We could have taken all the beasts, but we had no saddles or bridles, and so reluctantly I knew we must walk. There were 4 of us now, because Ainflade had decided to come with us. She had swathed Iseult in 2 big cloaks, but the British girl was still shivering. We walked west and south along a road that twisted through small hills. We were headed for Bathum, and from there I could strike south towards Defnaskir and my son. But it was clear the Danes were already ahead of us. Some must have ridden this way the previous day, for in the first village we reached, there were no cocks crowing, no sound at all, and what I had taken for a morning mist was smoke from burned cottages. Heavier smoke showed ahead, suggesting the Danes might already have reached Bathum, a town they knew well, for they had negotiated one of their truces there. Then, that afternoon, a horde of mounted Danes appeared on the road behind us, and we were driven west into the hills to find a hiding place. We wandered for a week. We found shelter in hovels. Some were deserted while others still had frightened folk. But every short winter's day was smeared with smoke as the Danes ravaged Wessex. One day we discovered a cow, trapped in its byre in an otherwise deserted homestead. The cow was with calf and bellowing with hunger, and that night we feasted on fresh meat. Next day we could not move, for it was bitterly cold, and a slanting rain slashed on an east wind, and the trees thrashed as if in agony, and the building that gave us shelter leaked, and the fire choked us, and Isiult just sat, eyes wide and empty, staring into the small flames. "You want to go back to Cornwall?" I asked her. She seemed surprised I had spoken. It took her a few heartbeats to gather her thoughts. Then she shrugged. "What is there for me?" "Home," Ainflade said. "Uhtred is home for me." "Uhtred is married," Ainflade said harshly. Isiult ignored that. "Uhtred will lead men," she said, rocking back and forth. "Hundreds of men. A bright horde. I want to see that." "He'll lead you into temptation, that's all he'll do," Ainflade said. "Go home, girl. Say your prayers and hope the Danes don't come." We kept trying to go southward, and we made some small progress every day, but the bitter days were short, and the Danes seemed to be everywhere. Even when we travelled across countryside, far from any track or path, there would be a patrol of Danes in the distance, and to avoid them we were constantly driven west. To our east was the Roman road that ran from Bathum, and eventually to Exonchester, the main thoroughfare in this part of Wessex, and I suppose the Danes were using it and sending patrols out to either side of the road, and it was those patrols that drove us ever nearer the Severn Sea. But there could be no safety there, for Svein would surely have come from Wales. I also supposed that Wessex had finally fallen. We met a few folk, fugitives from their villages and hiding in the woods, but none had any news, only rumour. No one had seen any West Saxon soldiers. No one had heard about Alfred. They only saw Danes and the ever-present smoke. From time to time, we would come across a ravaged village or a burned church. We would see ragged ravens flapping black and follow them to find rotting bodies. We were lost, and any hope I had of reaching Oxton was long gone, and I assumed Mildred had fled west into the hills, as the folk around the Uisk always did when the Danes came. I hoped she was alive. I hoped my son lived, but what future he had was as dark as the long winter nights. "Maybe we should make our peace," I suggested to Leofric one night. We were in a shepherd's hut, crouched around a small fire that filled the low turf-roofed building with smoke. We had roasted a dozen mutton ribs cut from a sheep's half-eaten corpse. We were all filthy, damp, and cold. "Maybe we should find the Danes," I said, "and swear allegiance." "And be made slaves?" Leofric answered bitterly. "We'll be warriors," I said. "Fighting for a Dane?" He poked the fire, throwing up a new burst of smoke. "They can't have taken all Wessex," he protested. "Why not?" "It's too big. There have to be some men fighting back. We just have to find them." I thought back to the long-ago arguments in Lundane. Back then I had been a child with the Danes, and their leaders had argued that the best way to take Wessex was to attack its western heartland, and there break its power. Others had wanted to start the assault by taking the old kingdom of Kent, the weakest part of Wessex, and the part that contained the great shrine of Contwaraberg. But the boldest argument had won. They had attacked in the west, and that first assault had failed. But now Guthrum had succeeded. Yet how far had he succeeded? Was Kent still Saxon? Defnasgeir?
And what happens to Mildred if you join the Danes?
Leofric asked. She'll have hidden. I spoke dully, and there was a silence. But I saw Ainfled was offended, and I hoped she would hold her tongue. She did not.
Do you care?
She challenged me. I care, I said. Ainfled scorned that answer.
Grown dull, has she?
Of course he cares. Leofric tried to be a peacemaker.
She's a wife,
Ainfled retorted, still looking at me.
Men tire of wives,
she went on, and Iseult listened, her big dark eyes going from me to Ainfled. What do you know of wives? I asked.
I was married,
Ainfled said.
You were?
Leofric asked, surprised.
I was married for 3 years,
Ainfled said.
To a man who was in Wulfhere's guard. He gave me 2 children, then died in the battle that killed King Ethelred.
2 children? Iseult asked.
They died,
Ainfled said harshly.
That's what children do. They die.
You were happy with him? Leofric asked. Your husband?
For about 3 days, she said. And in the next 3 years I learned that men are bastards.
All of them? Leofric asked.
Most.
She smiled at Leofric, then touched his knee.
Not you.
And me? I asked.
You?
She looked at me for a heartbeat.
I wouldn't trust you as far as I could spit,
she said. And there was real venom in her voice, leaving Leofric embarrassed and me surprised. There comes a moment in life when we see ourselves as others see us. I suppose that is part of growing up, and it is not always comfortable.